the LEC was forged by countless great moments that forever changed the European landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
So junglers was how we ended our conversation last game, gentlemen. We know that they're important. We know that they're going to be a priority for both sides. The question is, how will the draft evolve to reflect that? Already, Fnatic target banning Malrank by removing the job.
Zeri taken away from Rogue, as expected. Fnatic still believe the Jace is a problem. Hecarim, Volibear is all we're keeping our eyes on.
And if you're wondering why it's so tense, why we feel the tension, why you can see it in the players on stage as well, it's because Game 3 was a draft difference. We knew it as soon as the way the game ended the way it did. Game 4, they tried the same strategy again. So much will happen. So much will be decided in this draft. And finally, we see the Hecarim banned away.
Surely Rogue bans Volibear here,
Yeah,
gives TF over and just plays against it. I mean, does Fnatic first pick TF is the question you have to ask yourself now. Is it worth it? Do they think Jinx might be a better first pick? Aphelios? No, they're going to stick with it. It looks like TF.
It's Aphelios Sylas again, surely, right?
It's going to be the same rotation from Rogue. I think you're right, Vedi. I wonder how Fnatic early rotate. Do they just go for the Viego again? Do they go for Lee Sin? Something a bit more playmaking. But for now, it will be similar drafts. I expect just different jungle picks.
Big showing of confidence from Humanoid on the side of Fnatic to just run this back one more time. Again, if you haven't been keeping track, 17-17 is the all-time head-to-head record between Humanoid and Larssen. Larssen getting the better of Humanoid in 2 back-to-back games in this exact match. If he picks the Sylas again, he could look to make it 3. What is going to be different this time around? The jungle picks, yes, most certainly, but will it be enough for the side of Fnatic?
Jungle pick is also on my mind. You could leave the Sylas till 3 and take away Lee Sin here, if that's what they value, or take away Viego, or take away Gnar.
No, really?
Which both teams have been blind picking.
Fnatic would immediately just answer with Camille, no?
Yeah, I think they will, and the problem they have here is they're playing Gnar into a TF, which gives them counter pick top as well, because it's blind on red side, and on top of that, you can't pick mid and jungle now. You have to pick one. So if they pick mid jungle here, Fnatic, what do you pick on 3 here for Rogue? Do you pick Sylas, or do you pick a jungle and get banned out, right? So with 3 jungle bans already, I feel like Rogue, we'll see how the draft evolves, but they might have drafted themselves into a hole, but Fnatic don't even want to pick Camille. They just want to run back to Viego Jinx, so what does Rogue respond with here?
Well, surely it's the Sylas. I mean, I think that Malrank's more than happy to let jungle through. He has Lee, he has Xin Zhao, he has Trundle.
Yep.
Like, he's got at least 3 different jungle options there, so I think that he's totally fine in terms of his early game agency. I would be surprised if we did not see a Camille ban come out from Rogue right now, because when you have Twisted Fate Camille, like, it's such a top-side focused strat, you know what I mean? Like, that is what I would expect to come out from
And something, we talk about junglers, but Rakan has also been in the back of my mind. Trimmy's been playing 2 games of Rakan. True. Fantastic engages, flawless engages, I must say. Do they just take away Rakan as well? Just deny that as the last game here? Because, I mean, they've given over Sylas, they've given over Aphelios. I think Rakan played a huge part of that. Renat's taken away. Like you said, Vedius, expecting a Camille ban here. I think that you're just scared of Hylissang's Pike with TF. It's Fnatic's bread and butter. TF Pike, move around the map, get kills, get the game rolling. But we'll see what they opt into. GP ban actually over the Camille.
Oh, so they actually consider that more of a threat. Okay, I mean, the scary thing about Camille is how great she is at actually setting up early dives because of her ability to reset the tower aggro with her ultimate. You then have the Twisted Fate come top at level 6, Viego there as well. It's obviously a difficult thing to manage. The expectation is that Sylas can try and match the Twisted Fate thanks to his ultimate being able to steal TFs, but it's still a scary topside focused draft.
So you have options here, I think, when it comes to what you can opt for. You can immediately opt for the Rakan. Similarly, though, the GP was a bit of a problem previously, so it makes sense that they banned it away now.
I think it's in.
Yeah, I think they will pick jungle here for sure. That's the thing.
Please. I would love this.
Very
we shouldn't talk about hovers. We shouldn't talk about
very early game focus.
I would hate it.
Does not scale great.
Trundle is a much better pick. The problem I have now with Trundle blind is what if Fnatic take away Rakan and they don't have too much of any aftershock engage champ? What happens if they do Rakan and Camille and then Rogue look for some kind of last pick into it? We see an Ornn there, but I'm not sure if that'll get picked up. Of course, we are live. Camille being hovered. Camille Rakan would make the most sense to me, and then I guess Trimmy's just last picking Nautilus, but I feel like you've given over a lot of tools that you could have taken away.
And minor point here, but if you lock in the Rakan and the Camille, you have 2 ultimates for Sylas, or 5 ultimates for Sylas, none of which feel super oppressive. There's no Gnar ult to steal, there's no Hecarim ult to steal, there's none of these big, incredible teamfight ultimates. It's pretty lackluster pickings, which if Larssen starts to get rolling or wants to make a comeback, is going to greatly affect Sylas' teamfight output.
Definitely is. So really affects the Trundle as well, but they're gonna go for the Thresh, so now that gives Trimby a last pick Rakan. Bit confusing there. I think
Do you think he goes for it though?
Yeah, I think Rakan is just a no-brainer, isn't it? It's working, good team fight, makes sense for your comp. I mean, the only other option is Nautilus.
I was going to say, in terms of the matchup, I would imagine that he's picking this because he also feels confident not only in its ability to offer assistance to the Jinx, but it is pretty good at mitigating Rakan.
Oh!
The play, the hook. He's not going to do it. He's been hovering it throughout the entire series, yeah.
Is it time?
It's either an Aulus or it's
time?
Rakan. It's one of the two.
Yeah, it's Rakan. I mean, Rakan makes the most sense. I really think that Fnatic could have just gone for Rakan Camille there. Yes, you're laning against Aphelios Nautilus, but it just takes away a lot of what Rogue have been winning with. But anyway, regardless, these are the drafts for Game 5. Fnatic, fantastic 1-3-1. Can play for Camille. Nars a pretty easy target for the TF, but Rogue have a Sylas to match it. So we'll see how the top side goes. Bot lane matchup, definitely something we should keep our eyes on, but I think, again, with this kind of draft, top side should be the focus.
And I think that something we criticized Rogue for in Games 1 and Games 2 was that Malrang didn't actually have a lot to work with in the early laning phase. However, when you pair that up with a Rakan, it gives you so much more engage tools and setup, and then when you pair that with the pillar, it becomes very easy to gank these lanes. So don't be surprised to see Trimby once again out on the map, working with Malrang to look for early ganks.
We'll see if Hylissang can match it. The problem is he's against a Trundle. Of course, gets hit by the pillar, the ultimate. He's going to be the main target for Rogue, who have pretty good team fight. Fnatic can match it, of course. They have a Jinx.
Big pressure on both sides, 2-2. Winner will move to finals. Loser will be sent to the lower bracket to fight either Misfits or G2, pending the result of tomorrow's match. It has been a long series. It has been back and forth. A 2-0 start for Fnatic turned by a 2-0 continuation from Rogue. One final game to decide it all. Who will make it to the finals? Who will be the final boss of the LEC? Moments away now from finding out.
Tension continues to mount. The fact that Rogue is on the precipice of making a reverse sweep would be massive for the players and the organization. We're about to jump into Game 5, so without further ado, let's get into our last game of the day.
For the first time in the series, it feels like standard 5-point. Nothing crazy on the level 1. And while tension begins to mount, it's important that we recognize a special day for our favorite league in the world. Because this is the 2,500th all-time LEC game. Clap, 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 clap.
And what a game, right? What a game. The Kings match, the upper bracket finals, is Game 5, is the 2,500th game in the LEC all-time. Man, it's been a long road.
And again, 2-2. And 17-17 in the Larson humanoid head-to-head. We talked about it already. This game is a lot about the jungle, but I just want to highlight that. Two players with wildly different trajectories, wildly different stories, ending up at the same exact scoreline in a game 5. Like, sometimes I'm convinced it's scripted, and this is one of those moments.
Oh yeah, definitely is. Neither of the two teams have finished first and second in the regular season, both winning their first best of 5s. Coming into this one, I think it's a point where we can celebrate that Europe has very high competition. There's no kind of like dominance from either side. They're kind of fighting toe-to-toe here. You can see it on match point. Game 5, I think we can celebrate a lot of success from both these teams.
Yeah, and the conversation about international can happen after the finals. Right now, Europe is going toe-to-toe at the top of the table. There is, of course, still more games tomorrow with G2 taking on Misfits to determine who will be fighting in our semi-final against the loser of this series. But one final game will determine who will be moving on to the finals, as Odoamne and Wonder already butt heads in the top lane.
Yeah, and you can see both junglers' items, no refillable. They've gone for the pink ward. They want to put an early control ward down, so we'll track those as they get placed. Malrang going red, going into the Wolves. Maybe you can go into Gromp afterwards, look for some early kind of plays. We'll see what happens, but both junglers for now pathing towards the bot side of the map.
No surprise. Fnatic always, obviously, the Kings are playing to the bottom side. Rogue a little bit more varied, but in this series have been willing to fight toe-to-toe with Fnatic. Just small trades back and forth here. Nothing too explosive yet. Fighting for the level 2, of course.
So I want to keep eyes on jungle in the early game. Razork pathing towards bot. Malrang already hovering around that side. He could, of course, path back up towards the top side if he wants to not really go for that fight around the crab. But I feel like Trundle is one of the champions that can definitely match the... why have I forgotten this? Viego. Viego is the champion's name. You can match him in the 1v1 early on if you want to try and contest it. The problem is they don't have the push in the bot lane 2v2 right now. You can see it is Hylissang and Upset with that control. And Humanoid should be able to get the early push. So Malrang may be in some danger if he tries to go for an early fight.
Yeah, we'll keep track of him for now, looking towards mid. Very similar gank to what he did earlier on, where Humanoid had vision on him and he still died to it. Now he's going to face check a PTA Trundle.
No, that's big. Pillar now comes out. He can flash out to safety with the Abscond Duck. Larson hitting the minion. It's not great, but it still works out anyway. First blood for Larson.
Once again, Humanoid dies to the mid gank. Pretty easy from Malrang, clearing to bot, gank mid from bot side. Humanoid's looking for a ward and he dies on the wave.
And I wonder how 5-head that play was. Trimby?
Hillsang hitting the hook. Ignite going down on the Trimby. Trimby ticking. Not a lot of follow-up there. Good damage. The zap connecting.
Razork is looking.
Dive's coming in. Larson has a really good TP window right now if he wants to protect his team. Could pay them back.
Wave stacked.
See what he does.
He's waiting. He is waiting. He's going to TP back to mid. That could be the window
now
for
Razork will
Razork.
turn back. They're just going to go for the dive now. They saw Larson
walking
TP
around. They have the lantern for the setup. The play back to safety, trying to interrupt the knockup. Hillsang, is he going to be the first to fall? Comp grabbing the first kill. Now turning it back. Comp still standing. Can he take down Razork in the meantime? No, going invisible just in time. 1 for 1 in the end.
You can see how the decision evolves as Fnatic say, no, Larson has TP, just base, let's back away. They see the TP mid, they pull the trigger bots 1 for 1 though, so Rogue winning out for now on the map.
And I want to highlight how well, oh, I don't have time because Malrang is on the gank path once more.
Never stop, leaping forward from Otawamne. Thing is going to hit. Pillar now coming out as well. Wonder so hard for him to get away in this one. Easy kill pickup, easy finish. Malrang going to take that one too.
Rogue might start running away with this. Malrang mid gank into top gank. Hasn't based yet whatsoever. Was on a ward, but great execution from Otawamne to flash jump forwards. Hillsang's here with the match. We'll spot him out now, but Larson's going to play aggressive.
Larson gets the isolated 1v1 because both supports are here. Trimby can leap forward if he wants to. Instead, he's interrupting Hillsang, hoping to catch out Humanoid with a prediction. Humanoid delays it just enough.
Whew. I want to very quickly go back to that Malrang gank that happened in mid, only because the decision behind it, we might get a replay of it. No, we're going to get a replay of this bot time, so I'll focus on this. Trimby makes the correct decision here, only at level 2, gets the knockup. Because auto landed from Hillsang, the tower does actually aggro him, and Comp was very close to getting that kill, but thanks to the invisibility coming through, he decides, yeah, I'm not going to overcommit to this and potentially lose my life. But the thing is here, Humanoid gets to push in mid, and he wants to rotate down into the river to get some vision so that his jungler can potentially get the crab, and it's that window that Malrang actually looks to leverage. So that push in mid actually ended up being used against Humanoid. Just really good awareness from Malrang to find that early game.
Yeah, great early game proactivity coming out from the Rogue jungler. Bot side vision established, and we saw throughout the entire series, it was lots of contests around mid. Jungle support moving towards that lane to try and get the push, and for now, Rogue are winning out on that, and that gives them the bot side river vision. Razork will see a pink on the top side as Rogue have put vision on both sides for now.
Of course, the gold is still very... Can we actually look at the gold very quickly, observers? Because you'll notice a big CS discrepancy in the top, but the gold is dead even. The jungle, dead even. The only real advantage right now exists in mid and AD, but that's because of the kills. So you can see about a 200, 300 gold lead in each respective area, which means that slight item advantage, but nothing too dramatic. So even though these early kills have gone in favor of Rogue, so far, Fnatic definitely still in it.
Yeah, Malrang unrelenting right now in this early game. Going to start up the Dragon. You can see Razork running through mid to try to get here in time. I wonder how far away Humanoid is from level 6 to collapse himself. Bot lane's both on the way. The problem is Cloud Drake at 6 minutes in the game does so much damage. It's pretty hard to tank up, so maybe Fnatic want to fence themselves as Dragon. Humanoid has the mid push, but no, it looks like for now both teams going to back away.
Comp sitting on 1 or 2 ammo for the Gravitum, just for the active if he needs it. Ready to set up a play if the rest of the team wants to respond. With no opportunity, he'll now instead focus on clearing out the wave. So far this game, Rogue dictating the pace. Fnatic, of course, approaching level 6 in so many roles. Wonder already getting it, Humanoid already getting it, so maybe we can start to see some of that play, making some of that side lane pressure, but it's hard. Larson already with an advantage in the mid lane makes it so easy for him to continue to pressure. And I feel like we've said this before this series, that's just Swifties for Humanoid right now, so he's not the biggest threat quite yet.
Yeah, helps against the Trundle Pillar a little bit. Negates a lot of the slows that they might have, and now Larson has taken away the ultimate. He's looking top, but there's a ward on the entrance of the Raptors, which will spot him out. You can see him on the minimap moving towards the topside river. Was looking at Wunder there for a second, who of course has no flash. Otawamne was very close to Meganar as well, so they had a window there, but looks like they're going to back off. Wunder, of course, playing a little bit more safe, wants to make sure he's fine. Trimby.
Flashback to safety.
The flash from Hilly. They don't have the Gravitum to lock him down, but it will delay his back. Good ward there from Rogue's bot lane to actually spot him out, punish him for it, and then they should grab themselves some early plates.
Yeah, one topic of discussion you can have at this point of a best of 5 is fatigue. I mean, these teams have been here for hours and hours and hours. They need to be on point. They need to be on the ball in this game 5 to win out in this series. Any minor mistakes or hiccups or accidents could lead to a game-losing play.
And you think about momentum as well. It's Rogue that have won the last 2 games, but they got a lot of champions that they found success with so far in this series. Silas again for Larson, another Aphelios game for Comp, another Rakan game for Trimby. They know these champions, they're familiar with them because they've been winning with them, and that momentum is carrying forward. Malrang has been on a tear in terms of his early ganks, and so far, Razork has only found that one dive bot, but outside of that, Fnatic have kind of been missing in the early game.
Rogue on the rise, some would say, but we want to know what you would say. We've asked it twice now. We'll ask it one more time. Will Rogue complete the reverse sweep? Vote now on discord.lec.gg. Malrang, yes, taking off the Hecarim, but it has not stopped him from having an impact as Larson just continues to bully out in this mid lane. Humanoid not too far down, but it's going to be difficult. The ulti comes in from Larson. Looks like it was probably expiring.
Yeah, expiring, gets him some vision. Will get a base off. And Malrang coming from the top side there, Trimmy coming from the bot side mid. Just reminds me of 2019 G2 where they always pincer mid to get caps ahead. Larson just getting the push here, making sure there's no vision around mid. And now Humanoid pops the ult of his own. Not sure what he's looking for here. Maybe he thought that they were on Herald, and if they were, then they'll look for a cross map plays. Because Razork's on the bot side, Hillsang's on the bot side. Comp's catching a wave alone, so Humanoid thinks to himself, if I ult now and I see Trundle and Rakan or Trundle and Sylas on this Herald, I'm gonna go for a play bot. And now the Doubters are disappearing.
It seems that Rogue's fans are out in force as they believe in the reverse sweep as a possibility. I think what's important to note is when Larson used the Twisted Fate ultimate, they spotted Razork on red, which would give that indication, oh wow, this is a good time for us to go there, especially with the push that Odoamne had in top lane. But then Fnatic countered that by saying, well, if you're on that, we can then set up for a cross-map play on bot. They will secure themselves the first Drake, but Malrang getting this Herald could potentially unlock a member of Rogue somewhere on the map.
Being a bit aggressive there. Malrang could pop the Herald and look for a dive here. He has no E and Humanoid has no ult to cover him. Has flash up though, but he wants to stay on the tower. Larson is on the way, Humanoid isn't. This is just going to be a 3v1. There's no one who can help Wunder.
Should be no way out of this for Wunder. Early ult to kick things off. He's incredibly tanky with the power. The Subjugate is just going to walk him down.
Quick, simple, and easy does it. Humanoid will push in mid. What can Fnatic get on this cross map? Rogue are making all these plays, but Razork's only found one bot dive. During that play, he based, so yes, Fnatic have bot push, but it won't accrue to anything because their jungler's now running to cover their top side, who, I mean, they're going to lose their tower anyway, so there's nothing really for him to do here. Rogue sitting at a 2,000 gold lead now, forcing in bot.
Flash forward, the hook comp has the cleanse.
Wow, he just
face
tanked that, didn't he? He knew he had the cleanse, he didn't bother to flash, and he was like, no, I'm fine, I can get out of this one. The good news for Fnatic is that Humanoid will be able to secure 2 plates in mid, but if we could very quickly have a look at the gold observers, I want to see the difference between the 2 mid laners. It is still very close. Of course, Humanoid's passive does help him a little bit with the CS advantage that he's built, but now Odoamne looking for a bit of a play. Humanoid just going to stun him and disengage from that. But the first item, Everfrost, already done for Larson. So that gold investment, getting him to that early spike, you can see advantages being built top, jungle, and that gold lead is slowly getting bigger and bigger for Rogue.
That hurts. They have a lot of lockdown, you know. They have the Aphilos Gravitum, the Sylas with Everfrost, Rakan. Look at Malrang's item, just 3 Ruby Crystals. I am tank, and I will run at you and soak all your damage. Trimby getting a lot of vision onto Razork. Now they have full bot side vision and top lane's unlocked.
Odoamne going forward, easy combo. I don't think they have any response to this one. Razork going in, desperate to finish a kill, but Odoamne is still standing. Ignite is ticking, but it will not be enough. Rocket from downtown, but it's going to go between the goalposts.
It feels like Rogue have a checklist. Top's pushed in all the way. Wunder's catching the wave, has no unleashed teleport. Okay, I'll use this time to go towards mid. 3-man mid. Humanoid steps up too far, disrespecting. Odoamne gets the kill. He's out. Trimby's there to cover. Comp pushes bot meanwhile. So, yeah, very stock standard stuff coming in from Rogue. Fnatic still no response whatsoever. This is the 3rd time we see Humanoid TF 0-2-0. Hasn't found any ultimate plays just yet.
Rogue have a formula. They always have. This is what they've been known for. Cold, calculated, and pristine in their execution. And often people have said they're predictable, they're limited in what they can do, and all you got to do is break that formula in order to beat Rogue. Well, this formula is coming out on top in this early game once more, and Fnatic have no answers.
Yeah, and I think previous iterations of Rogue, maybe after losing those 2 first games, the formula could break, but mental fortitude coming in, great discipline from them. We talked about it. I think a couple pros were saying, Odoamne was even saying, I think we're the best scrim team because we're just so disciplined. Other players were saying it against them, saying the best team to scrim is Rogue because they don't turn into Clown Fiesta games. They want to follow that formula, just hammer home the fundamentals. That's exactly what they've done. We'll see what Fnatic can do in response. For now, it's only a 2,000 gold lead. Fnatic contesting the bot side river. They have a Drake under their belt. Cloud Drake picked up already. Hextech Drake 2 minutes away. Can play for a soul.
See what the option is going to be, what we're going to roll for the Rift this time around. Hextech Drake was pretty helpful in Rogue's previous win, although admittedly their lead was so big that it might not have mattered. Fnatic holding on in bot lane. It's just a small discrepancy, just a kill separating them both. Carries at a Gale Force, so no massive advantage there. And while Malrang has been off to an early game tear, as always in these last 3 games, it's not snowballed too far ahead quite yet. I like the decision. Giving Odoamne the red buff. Going to make lane a little bit difficult for Mr. Wunder.
As a jungle main myself, okay, 1 camp sure, 2 camps, okay, you're being a bit generous, buddy.
Wait, but it was It was the Baus that taught me that those camps are top lane camps anyway.
Yeah, they are.
So,
Drugs are top lane camps.
Yeah, Malrang, those camps never belonged to him in the first place. Of course, you can see a level discrepancy being built, as Razork does have a pretty big CS advantage, but Malrang doesn't care. He knows what his job is in this team. He knows what role he needs to provide in this game, and he is doing it to a T. 2-0-1 is his scoreline so far. And really, what I'm looking for Fnatic is where this Twisted Fate ultimate is going to go. We haven't seen that top lane stack dive for trying to get the Camille ahead. We haven't really seen him attempt to roam towards bot. Humanoid was ganked a lot. He was shut down in the early game, but he has not been unlocked on the map. And where will he be able to find his first successful play?
And that comes off all the back of Malrang, I believe, of course. I mean, he gives up camps, he gives up CS. He's always down in farm. Hang on a second, we might have a team fight. Ultimate coming in from Humanoid.
Stepping in. Knockup going to be there. Trimby going to make it out safe to the hook. The flash not going to connect. Wonder now leaping in. They're looking to finish the job onto Trimby. Get some good damage laid down. That's the reset if they want it. Razork stepping forward. Will he turn into Rakan? Comp, perfect guns for a fight. They can't afford to overstay their welcome.
Okay, so Fnatic do find a window. They get Trimby, but Dragon's not up for 20 seconds. They need to base and catch top as well. Hook didn't connect, so they couldn't follow up onto Malrang. Odoamne's TP just came up, and it isn't unleashed for the next 10 seconds, but it will be once he's channeled this base, so Rogue might TP in here and look for a fight.
Upset getting pulled back, but perfect timing on the Gravitum swap might just be enough. The stolen Jigsaw goes a little wide. Not going to work. The hook does go in. Malrang ignited, getting pulled back.
TPs.
That rocket will connect. Razork on the way. Can fish for the reset. Comp trying to shred guns as quickly as possible. Wants to get a little bit more damage down. Razork going to be in trouble as the root manages to come through. Odoamne again on the way. Wonder off to the side. Absolute chaos here on the bottom side as Rogue push in and break that first tier 1.
So the hilarious thing to me is even though Trimby died, because he's only level 6, his death timer is hilariously low. So by the time that play had even finished, he was already back out onto the map and making his way towards the Drake. When the TP comes in from Odoamne, Fnatic tries to cleanse, but now Comp is in danger.
Cleanse again coming out. Trimby on the way.
Wait, who
gonna
is
be
actually
there.
in danger?
It goes over. Razork playing with confidence here. He is going to be able to finish that one, and he's got the Gravitum as well, but it's just not going to matter. Alt reset will not come out. He will go down.
Yeah, in all the meantime, Rogue got themselves a Drake. Quick thing to note, 4 TPs were used for this fight. As we look at this one again, Hylissang just so close to landing that hook.
I think the execution here was pretty solid from Fnatic. I was wondering where this ultimate was going to go from TF. He lands it onto the Trundle, and that hook does just go wide. The stun from Wonder into the follow-up onto Trimby does get them that kill, and then Wonder has to burn his flash to get out of dodge.
Yeah, and then the chase comes in from Rogue with Larson coming in with the TP. They think they can turn it. No, with the TP, sorry. He's just behind them, but Comp has all the stacks. Upset walks up. He goes around the side.
Why are they staying here for?
Yeah, maybe they just want to try to get plates, farm the plates before they fall in the next 10 seconds. But yeah, too dangerous. Larson just comes from the side. Upset has to flash away. Does live in the end a little bit longer, but still. TPs come in. Fnatic think they can turn. Wunder comes in with the TP in River. Odoamne TP's on the wave to make sure his team's safe. Malrang just about lives. Very, very low HP. And like you said, Dracos Trimby rejoins the action.
There it is. And again, Comp, the weapon swap timing, excellent. My little Aphelios nerd heart is just so warm at this exact moment. Fnatic, though, again, struggling here in the early game. Really have not been able to mount many comebacks so far in this series against Rogue. See if they can find one this time around. Again, it is do or die. A lot of pressure on this lineup. Comp only going to get stronger. Trimby still ready for the setup and the plays, and Malrang still an absolute monster to deal with.
And as a reminder, the winner will move on to our finals. The loser will end up in the lower bracket where they will end up facing Misfits versus G2, who will be playing tomorrow. So there's the real risk, which for the record has happened to Rogue. Rogue were in the upper bracket, they lost to Mad, and then they met Fnatic, who made that lower bracket run, and then they kicked them out.
Or Razork.
And it was last year that Fnatic 3-0'd Rogue on their conquest through the lower bracket to make it back to the final. And it would be sweet, sweet revenge for Rogue if they could shut down Fnatic here, especially in a reverse sweep.
They're on the path to do so now as they descend upon the mid lane. Trimby fearlessly stepping forward. Is this going to be it? The gold lead just continues to grow. Rogue taking everything in the mid lane, continuing to push forward. No major objectives on the map, but Rogue will take everything they can from Fnatic. Jungle camps, CS, anything Fnatic would want to get their hands on, Rogue will try to take it away.
I thought for a second there Malrang was going to pop the Herald, maybe move bottom, pop it himself as well. Looks like they're just going to back off. looking for opportunities. Razork was chunked out. Odoamne will catch top wave and doesn't have TP, so this is a window where Rogue will just choose to back away. This is a very different early game that we've seen. This is an early game where Rogue is ahead, but they're not running away with the game. Most of the time we're seeing Rogue just dominate the early game and stomp throughout the game, or Fnatic with an early game and Rogue trying to claw their way back in to the mid to late game. So a very different kind of playstyle gameplay happening here in the final game. Fnatic holding on for now. Do have options, of course. Humanoid still up in levels on Larssen, and they might find a pick onto Malrang here. No flash just yet.
Steals away. Just a camp now, focusing to lock down Malrang. Malrang ulti comes out. He's so tanky, but it's not enough. That's the shutdown. Now the stolen Trundle. He can pillar away at the enemies. But Fnatic not getting greedy, just settling for a single kill and looking to break bot tier 1.
These are the type of picks that Fnatic need to be finding, though. Leveraging that Twisted Fate ultimate to very quickly rotate from mid to bot, mid to top. Being able to create that numbers advantage is why Larssen, even though he was there, poised, ready to fight, decided not to commit. The moment that that ultimate came through from Humanoid, he was forced to disengage. Fnatic find a pick, and they get themselves another tower.
Will they get this? Wunder's poising to defend. Razork's on the way. I think if they got this, it would be a winning trade for them, but it's going to live on 1 HP. But again, standing gold for Rogue. And one thing I want to mention quickly about Fnatic's comp is they lack a lot of AP damage when you think about it. You know, the TF is probably the only AP damage they have if you don't count like the Camille W or a Thresh. And he's building towards a utility build. So what we tend to see here is plated steel caps coming through despite the stuns. And maybe if Malrang builds towards an Anathemas, he can put it on the TF and then just build straight armor. So we'll keep our eyes on that as the game progresses. But still, very, very even game. You have a game state where Fnatic want to make plays over side with Camille ult and TF ult, and Rogue just trying to chase them around the map to stop them from being able to single out one target.
And I think where we see Rogue being scary is when these neutrals are up. They're more than happy to take these front-to-back team fights. They're more than happy to say, hey, come on, Fnatic, come into us. We'll find our flanks, we'll find our engages, and this is where Trimby then becomes the player to watch. He is the primary engage. Odo and Malrang, great at following up, great at creating these scenarios for the engages to happen, but it will be Trimby that has to pull the trigger for Rogue to come out on top in the fights.
And yeah, Fnatic, they've got Humanoid, they've got the Twisted Fate. If they can get a man advantage, they can win in exchange, but in a full-on 5v5, that pillar goes down behind Fnatic's carries, and they're in trouble. That's going to be the route onto 2 members. Larssen coming over the wall, pitching for the follow-up, leaps to the minion, tries to get a little bit more done. Humanoid looking for the disengage. Rogue looking for an opportunity. Odoamne
has flash and ultimate, will expire now, the Mega Gnar. So Herald mid, they don't even care about the dragon. They're going to go for this mid tier 2. Fnatic are so out of position here. They could push for a tier 3. Trimby looking for the engage.
Looking for the engage. Quickness has been procced. It's going to find at least one. Upset now locked down. They're looking to burn him down before the fight even starts. But Upset goes over the wall and he'll survive for now. Razork getting the reset, stealing away the Trundle. Can take away some of the AD. But Larssen still standing strong. The stolen Camilo getting him out for now. But no, Razork finding the resets. Will it be enough? Because Comp is here. Trimby is here. The knockup is there. He will be denied for now. Mega Gnar on the way. But can he find a target? Fnatic holding their own in this fight. Upset no flash, and Odo knows it. Will start to look to walk away.
Ultimate as well.
One more reset's going to come through. Knock back into the wall. Hylissang is there just in time, but now they're all out of damage. Comp still standing strong. Finishes him off with the snare. Spams the Teemo emo. You love to see it.
It was really difficult for Rogue in that position, but it's Captain Odo that just leads them straight through the fight, shows them the light, manages to win out on 1v2, and then gets the ultimate so that Comp has the confidence to step up. Are they going to look for a Baron here?
They're looking for the
Wunder has
Baron.
TP, so does Humanoid. In comes Malrang. He has Smite, but will they let him collapse? What is Wunder going to do? Is he going to TP in, or is this just gone? That might just be a Baron.
Such confidence from Rogue. They controlled the mid wave. They found the fight, and rather than go back for the objectives, they were relentless.
So it all starts off with this mid-engage. Hylissang flashing forwards with the Flay as Comp's trying to engage on him, so he instantly dies. Gale Force to the side. In come the TPs, and then the chase happens onto Humanoid, where Odo's chasing him down. And this is where I think Rogue had all the cards. They could just push mid, but this is where maybe fatigue comes into play, because Trimby, look how easy this is. Just flash W Upset. The knockup misses. Upset lives, and they almost turn the entire game around based off that, because Fnatic start to get resets. Upset can hit. If that knockup had a hit from the get-go, Rogue would just annihilate Fnatic, but they had a chance.
The traps come through, the stuns come through. Good flash there from Wunder, helps Razork get that first reset. But then when Comp arrives and Upset is so low, he's doing what he can in the fight, but you realize that it just is not enough. It was so close, but then Odoamne, he spots out Upset, he sees the AD carry, and he's able to find the kill.
Yeah, hunts him down, jumps over the wall. Trimby had no mana, but it's Odoamne that gives Comp the confidence to step up. They're going to get the Dragon, which was what everyone was fighting for over for initially, and now Rogue with this Baron pushing in mid, pushing in bots. Fnatic backs against the wall.
And what a redemption story for Rogue. It was they who has never beaten Fnatic in playoffs. It was they who was reverse swept by the Mad Lions. And while they still have a finals to win, this could be their ticket straight towards a rematch.
Looking so commanding, so incredibly dominant, a 6K gold advantage. Remember how this season started, skepticism, Comp and Malrang, what will they do? Surely the super teams will reign supreme. One of them has already fallen, and another may fall today. Fnatic, glad to have a second chance. And for now, it looks like they are going to need it. Rogue, 22 minutes in, breaking the base. One inhibitor will fall, a second will fall. Game 1, Game 2, Rogue looked a little lost. Game 3, confident. Game 4, dominance. Game 5, absolute victory over Fnatic.
They're trying to end.
Noah Sang, fishing. He's just going to get one shot. There's nothing here for them. Fnatic running out of time, running out of space. They've run out of options. The reverse sweep coming through. Trimby alting right when it matters. Comp still standing. Comp standing tall. The best bot lane in a West. Let me put a question mark besides that one as Comp tears through the hopes of Fnatic as Rogue moves on to the finals, as Rogue will be the final boss in the LEC.
23-minute game in Game 5. Reverse sweep coming in. Incredible mental fortitude. I thought after the Baron, the game would be a slugfest the next 10 minutes until the next Baron. But they just ended the game off of one fight in the topside jungle.
And I've just got to say it. Giga Chad Malrang, and from games 3 to 5, it was just gank after gank after gank after gank. This man was unleashed, and he was doing so much work for Rogue in the early game. Yes, the rest of the team stepped up. Comp was consistent. Larson showed his performance on Silas, but man, what an incredible early game in those last 3 games from Mal.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let us fade into dust. Don't let our love die. Won't let our love die. Don't let our love die. Won't let our love die.
For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play.
Look at the smite, he's done this before.
Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
There will be times when the waves hit harder, but we won't wash away. There will be days when the skies get darker, but we won't fade to gray. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let it fade into dust. Don't let our love die. Won't let our love die. Don't let our love die. There will be times when I overthink it, 'cause I don't feel enough. There will be nights when you get too jealous, finding it hard to trust. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let it fade into dust. Don't let our love die. Won't let our love die. Don't let our love die.
XL will make playoffs.
Okay, I'll pick XL will make playoffs. The loser has to do a dance and sing the XL song. Dracos, what's the XL song, you might ask?
It has taken 1,142 days, and I'm a 7-time.
I even bought a jersey. I'm so excited.
They're not gonna. That makes sense. Why do you do this?
I bought that for you.
You have to let it go.
Dracos, come back.
I'm so sorry that I doubted. It's too late to do much about it, but now I know it's true. There's no playoffs without you. 3 years now, you let me down. Never thought I'd be the one to look like a clown. You always told me that it wasn't a curse. Said you'd do better, but you kept looking worse. 6-star general, but you weren't going far. Got 7th place, not a 7-star. But now Marcoon, he's been unleashed. Nuke, Duck, and Finn, yeah, make 'em look free. Patrick's just a starfish, but he plays like a beast. I'm so sorry that I doubted. It's too late to do much about it, but now I know it's true. There's no playoffs without you. XL, can you please forgive me? I was blind, but now I can see. The power of better couldn't break your hex. Intel better man Mickey X. I'm so sorry that I doubted. It's too late to do much about it, but now I know it's true. There's no playoffs without you.
To the LEC studio for week 5 of summer. I'm so happy to see you all in the studio because we have reached the halfway point of the season so far, meaning the road to playoffs is literally on fire. The race is closer than it has ever been before, with new challengers rising just last week. One of them is SK Gaming, and they are looking for their 3rd straight win against Team BDS. My name is Shax, and I am joined by Goldborg and Yamada. And correct me if I'm wrong, Yamada, but you have never been in this studio in person for the LEC.
Yes, I've hit every other criteria. I've been in the studio for EUM. I was on the wall for LEC last year, but now I'm finally here in person, and I'm with my little brother Goldborg.
All right, listen up. One thing, super happy to have you.
Hey, bro.
Second off, older than him. He's the little brother.
Yeah, Goldberg is triggered already. We've just begun, guys. Fantastic. So let's take a look at the standings, because today is the start of the 2nd round robin. And based on what we are seeing, we have some exciting weeks ahead of us. Yamada, I'm really happy for you to join us. Can you make sense of this madness that is happening right now?
I wish I could. Everything was on fire last week, and it's left us with these standings. And I think the only thing that makes sense still is that Rogue are at the very top of the standings.
Yes.
That's about the only normal thing still going on. Other than that, everything's really weird.
Yes, let's talk about the Misfits then. They went 2-0. They've had a really rough start to their season, but they beat Fnatic in G2. Are they on the way up?
I hope for their sake they are. I mean, it's really nice to see them pick up these wins in such a great fashion. They've been picking up wins against the top of the table teams that we're expecting to, you know, at the very least still be in playoffs. They're not out of the race yet, but Misfits on fire right now.
And personally speaking, I really like seeing this from Misfits, considering the start they have. Also the fact that this is a development project. Generally speaking, they almost have 3 rookies. They retained their rookies from last year as well. I think it's really impressive what they managed to do here. I thought they were going to fall short against Fnatic. They continue with their streak. Really impressive stuff from Misfit.
And I'm sorry to be like a Debbie Downer in this one, but the way they have been winning, it's very impressive. But it's been the same way they won at the tail end of spring, right? With those comebacks, those unbelievable, actually, games. And they crashed and burned in the playoffs. So would you like to maybe see them win in a different way?
100%, because it is the same reminiscent stuff we see from Spring as well. Against Mad, Fnatic, and G2 they had this time around, it was a comeback. Even against G2, it was with a soul as well. So I think from Misfits, we want to see them shape up as well in the early game and not only be able to rely on having a comeback victory.
Yeah, but Yamada, as you said already, Rogue, they are now on a 7-game win streak. When it comes to being consistent, they know exactly how to do that, right? Again.
Yeah, it's formulaic, and it's very much what they do almost every single regular split. It's by the book League of Legends. It's, hey, bot lane priority into the first dragon, into rotate into the first herald, into the second dragon. It just feels like it's something that's proven to work, and right now it seems like no team at the moment besides maybe Mad could really take them down in a regular split game. We'll see what they can actually get done moving forward though.
But I also feel like it's also off the Rift, right? It's the preparation, it's going into draft as well. They're a very coached team and we've come to expect this for them. So in a league that's been so chaotic the past week, it's nice to know we have Rogue as a stable, making sure that nature is healing, and we still know one thing to be true about the LEC.
But we can't remember that they had a really rough start, right? And I think what you say there about being a very coached team who really knows what they're doing, it's coming out and it's showing. It's not as much showing for G2, Fnatic, and Excel. All went 0-2 last week. GB, what's going on there?
Well, first of all, in week 2, G2, XL tied for first place. You lean on to week 3, XL and Fnatic tied for first place. This is the madness where they just did not manage to pick up any wins. We started seeing some inconsistencies. Some of the others are 0-2, but for G2 specifically, they are 0-4 at the moment, which is crazy in the regular season.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it has to do with the last couple of weeks, Caps has been kept under wraps by other teams, and I think, I'm not going to say G2 rely on him, but when G2 look good, Caps looks good, and I think the fact that Caps hasn't been able to really, show what we know him to be capable of has really kind of just hampered G2 a little bit too much. I feel like mid-jungle as well has not been as in sync as we typically see them.
Not as crisp, so maybe that crash that we thought was going to come right after MSI, maybe it was a little bit delayed, right? Now they have some work to do.
Yeah, but I feel like we've seen this from all the three teams so far as well. They're not usually the one finishing up towards the top end of the standing, so struggling in the middle of the split is perfectly fine as long as you can ramp up towards playoffs. Had playoffs been in next week, I would have been super worried and the alarm button would have to be hit.
But now it isn't. But we do have some news, though. For Worlds 2022, the LEC will, in fact, get 4 spots, which means that the top 4 teams from the playoffs will represent EU at Worlds, and the first seed going into the summer playoffs will lock a spot at the World Championship. 3 and 4 will go through the play-ins. All of a sudden, Yamada, this has become even more spicy in terms of some teams you maybe would have never expected to make Worlds. Can I say even an Astralis might make it?
Yeah, it's an absolutely bonkers world, right? And I think especially first seed, typically after we always see from regular season go to the group stage, but the fact that now we get the chance to open up maybe a team that we don't often get to see at Worlds, right? Maybe even Excel slip in. If they, get their form back up after last week, it's super exciting times. And I think we're still going to see our usual culprits. It's just the anticipation of maybe seeing someone that we don't see.
But that's like, will we see our usual culprits?
That's what's so chaotic, right? And even I was thinking, I love that you highlighted, we might even see Astralis. Yeah, we might, which is crazy. Then, of course, play-ins is a whole nother story. I think it's great to see our middle-of-the-pack teams get tested against some of the other minor regions, but it's going to be super close for the players now.
Whoever you are, seed 3 and 4, don't let us down, okay? Don't embarrass us again. But in any case, with 4 weeks worth of data, we did ask GB and Jamada to pick out their mid-season all-pro team. So basically, the best players in each position, reminiscent of the end of the season, what you can vote for as well. So let's take a look, GB. Do you have any controversial players in your all-pro?
I am going to go a little bit against the stream here, against the waters. I've actually gone for Fari, and I can already see everyone getting to the chatters as well, but the fact is that this guy is one of the best, probably the best laning top laner we have in the league, and even going up against Odoamne last week as well, or 2 weeks beforehand that. He was up in CS. He was the one dictating the pace of the game. He was the one being aggressive. And I think what I personally love to see in a top lane as well is that you can use them for aggression when I was building my team as well. Then moving into the jungle position, I think Elyoya is still at the top of our junglers in the league. I think him being facilitated by Niski as well as a jungler has only elevated him as well. We see it all the time, how they link together, move up towards the top side. I think he's incredibly intelligent, and I love the way that he's been playing for Mad Lions, even secured them the second place position at
Your
the moment.
arguments make a lot of sense, but I wonder if Jamada actually agrees on everything or not.
No, not for the top side. No, different look for me. I think that Odo has been slightly more rounded in comparison to Alphari. I think Alphari has brought a lot to vitality naturally. The laning phase, he's the strongest laner in EU. I don't think there's much contest about that. But I think for me, Odoamne is a slightly more holistic top laner. Very capable in the lane, very capable out of the lane, very flexible as well, can bring so much to the rogue lineup. And I think that's just kind of the key difference to me between Alphari and Odo. I think he can consistently do anything that his team needs, whereas Alphari, I'm not saying he doesn't have that flexibility, but still, normally you'd like to see Vitelli lean on him in the laning phase more.
And I was so on the fence as this as well, because I fully agree with Jamada with his points as well. Odo does bring something different, right? He's the one that will sit back, and you can allow yourself to play for a team fighting style as well. I think when I'm looking for someone in the position as well, I'm looking for who takes charge as well in the laning phase, and that kind of ended up with me having Alphari in the position.
Oh, I see. So both good arguments and fantastic top laners in their own right. In the jungle, you also did not agree. We have an Elyoya and a Marcoon. Jamada?
Yeah, I think Marcoon has been our premier jungler so far this split. I think that Elyoya has been having a pretty okay split in his own right, but he's being propped up a lot by Niski. I think when you have Niski in the mid lane, it's very easy to play the jungle role. I think when you look towards Marcoon, I think he's garnered a lot of his own leads, and I feel like he has also been able to push that into the lanes in comparison to Niski, where I feel like it's more of a team effort on Mad Lions, where it's Niski or Yo-Yo into top side or bot.
I mean, he has Nuke Duck, but okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's well. I think the patch as well has benefited Marcoon as well as a lot. It has been his champion pool, and I'm curious to see how that's going to affect the standings or affect the performance moving forward. But it is mid-season, and Marcoon is a really good shot.
I think you're going to also tell us about the jungle changes later, so maybe this will influence these two players. But you did agree on the bot lane comp and Trimby. It's something that we've heard even from pro players who were asked about that position before, that they are undisputably the best. So GB, why are they the best in your eyes?
For me personally, I think they just bring so much flexibility as a bot lane. They can pretty much play anything that's into meta. You want the Senna Seraphine? Okay, we got it. You want to play the standard Seri? That's meta. Okay, we can go for it as well. You want to play the standard front to back where you're aggressive in lane as well with the Kalista? They got it. Anything or any way the team has needed them in this position from a bot lane perspective point of view, they've been able to deliver on it. And I think they've been outperforming everyone in lane as well.
Yep, aggressive lanes too, Nami Lucian. I think the biggest thing for Rogue in their bottom lane is just the consistency as well. It's very rare that they tend to trip up, and I think the fact that, again, they're so formulaic, they're very capable of playing around the bottom side pressure that Comp can bring. It's just very hard to see these guys as not the best bottom laner.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And let's see what Discord said. They had Odoamne, Marcoon, Caps, Upset, and Hilly. Okay, yeah, they agree on some parts, and then they go full G2 or Fnatic for the rest of that.
I wonder if that's based on a fan base. Surely not.
We'll see. Well, on top of learning about the All-Pro, we're also going to get our geography knowledge tested and try to pair 6 flags, so 5 players and 1 coach, with the right team. And we know that our LEC Pro players did the same, so let's take a look at how they did in Pop Quiz.
I'm gonna show you some teams with flags.
I need to guess the team.
You need to tell me which team it is.
But is it NA?
It can be any team.
Anywhere. Is this like all time again?
Oh, so it's only current teams?
Mostly this year?
If you need help, I can tell you a flag, but you lose a point.
How much guesses do you have?
You have 3 guesses.
Oh my god, it's gonna be easy.
I didn't prepare for that.
What?
Whew. I know Niski could be playing in that team, I think.
It's like current teams, right?
This is current team, and it's not Niski.
NA top.
So it's probably NA team?
It's not EG because it doesn't have Inspired.
This one fits EG, you know, but the jungle doesn't fit, you know, and other roles as well.
I don't think we have a Korean jungler in EU, right?
Chinese jungler, you know what I mean?
Chinese jungler?
German mid with Korean jungle and American top.
I think Power of Evil is German, but I don't know where he plays. This has to be Abedage or Power of Evil's team then.
Abedage has Turkish jungler, I think.
Is it Germany or Belgium with the flag?
Oh, this is not German. Oh yeah, German one is the other way around.
That's the given. It's not the German flag, probably.
Oh.
Belgium mid laner. Chinese AD carry.
Wait, Vietnamese AD?
Vietnam. There's a player from Vietnam somewhere?
I would say SKT. I mean, sorry, not SKT, TSM, I would say TSM.
Not TSM, but let's say TSM because I'm a TSM fanboy.
100 Thieves.
FlyQuest, maybe?
C9? I don't even know the 10 NA teams.
What other American team I'm forgetting?
Maybe Golden Guardians?
Golden Guardians?
Then this team doesn't exist, I think.
That's a real team. I think I know the mid laner. It's blue.
Maybe.
It's not maybe. You know what it's yes. Canadian support? Wait, there's 2 Canadian supports.
Canadian support is Bifrost, I assume. The Korean jungler.
Is River Korean?
So this is Dignitas.
It's Dignitas.
Greek coach?
Oh, coach, okay. This is Dignitas.
Dignitas?
Dignitas.
So I should get like some points.
Next one.
This from the split? It's a current roster.
It has to be EU.
Okay, so UK coach, Greek support.
It's Labrov, yeah, that is Greek.
Oh!
But who they have on ID? They have...
The AD flag is not Serbia, right? Slovenia. It is Slovenia, no? Slovakia, fuck.
Is this Mad Lions?
Slovakia and AD carry.
Where the f is Mickey from? Is this XL? French mid.
German top laner.
It's a rogue. Polish jungle.
Can it be Jankos? No. It cannot be self-made. Man, did I miss the jungler? It has to be LEC.
This one is me.
Wait, it's Schlaton, yeah, it's Misfits. Oh, why did I forget about Schlaton, yeah.
Okay, this is Misfits.
Misfits. Yeah, it's Misfits.
There's no Heated anymore, just.
Is Agresivo Misfits? Oh, it's irrelevant. Yes. Okay.
This is actually really difficult, especially the LCS teams, because they import so much and it's just so hard to kind of make sense of the flags, I think, no?
I just don't know the bottom teams.
We were all laughing watching this, but now it's getting serious because GB and Jamada have to do the same thing. So let's see. I believe it is EU or ERL, though. So maybe that makes it a little bit easier. Let's take a look at our first flags and the lineup. I'm excited. I think this is really difficult, by the way. All right.
Oh, gosh.
Okay. Swedish top laner, Norwegian mid laner. We can have Ericsson here coming in for
Do you see it
it.
says LEC team this season, by the way?
Okay. Well, then that's so easy, by the way. That is so you have Nuke Dog in the mid lane, you have Finn in the top lane, Raccoon in the jungle. I mean, this one's a given. I mean, it's the power of better coming through. It's going to be XL.
Wow, you don't even let your partner talk.
No,
it's just about to agree.
Sorry, you can have a guess as well.
Well, I don't think we need help, but we do have Machine joining us in front of the audience. So Machine, do they think we're right, or?
Well, we just got like a shake of the head and a raise of the eyebrows over here. You feeling like they might be right? No, everyone's just shaking their head. Illegal Legends and social contact is not a common combination. Yeah. Anyone?
They're trying to keep their distance. They're wearing masks.
I'm not wearing a mask as well. I'm probably breaking protocol right now. So no one wants to play. We got a wave of the baton. Can you walk? Can we move?
Can you put your hands up if you think it's XL?
Listen to Mummy. Okay, well, you know what? That's the end of our segment. Yes, is the answer.
Thanks, Dad. Okay, let's take a look at our next flag. This one was relatively easy, so maybe we can spice it up with the next one, production. It was XL, of course. Or are we going to get a reveal? There's a reveal coming. Just to make sure.
Oh.
What? Wait, what?
I think that's what? They were correct, and the next one may or may not be. Okay, let's get our next flags up. If this is now Astral, it's going to be so funny. Let's go for our next flags. I hope the crowd wants to work a little bit more. I think the Viz machine crashed. Isn't it cool that we have all these different nationalities? Okay, here we go. Historic LEC.
Oh, okay, wait.
I know this already.
Wait, support. French support. Wait.
No, but look at the.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Okay. Do you want to have your?
Yeah, Javada.
Go on.
No, I'm very lost at.
Oh, come on. Okay, so
I feel like it's super easy.
Undefeated run. Dutch mid laner.
Hold on.
The Fnatic 26.
25?
15.
15? Yes?
15 or 16.
That's when they got to the semifinal, right? I believe.
I'm a zoomer when it comes
to
like.
Okay, let's see. Machine,
stuff, so.
do you have anything for us? Do they know? Let's see.
Wow, that was cool. That was a good segment right there. No, raise your hand if you agree with them. Yeah, wow, okay. This is interactive. This is hype, that's for sure.
Can you introduce someone?
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Let's get the reveal, although I think we're pretty confident about this one. It was when EU was still doing really well, also internationally, so it's very close to my heart.
Wait, actually, we started doing better internationally after this roster.
Hey, yes. Fnatic Summer 2015. This was a great roster. Yellow Star, we miss you around here. So, the final one, let's take a look. I want to get an ERL team in here.
Same?
Let's see what we got. I think the Viz machine, so the graphics machine, usually pretty slow.
Yeah, well, I like the music. Yeah. Good choice of music. Kind of Western style. Now.
ERL team from this season.
So I think with Swede and a Dane and a UK, so...
No, one second, I'm going to let Jamada do this, because GB saw this in rehearsal, and I know he Googled it.
I was just going to say... I know what team this is.
And he Googled it.
I know what team this is because of the jungler. The jungler's flag is actually a dead giveaway. This is Dusty in the NLC.
Okay.
And I know this because I actually looked at his profile like 3 days ago, and I think he has the flag. I don't know.
Oh, so you looked up the colors of the flag?
I haven't looked up the colors of the flag.
Okay, cool.
I just recognize
Romania,
this is
right?
Dusty. No, it's not quite.
What team is
Bulgaria.
This is Dusty in the NLC.
Okay, and what is this team? Sorry. Oh, sorry, the NLC. I forgot about that league. Actually, my producer told me if there was something from the NLC, if you could give a short commercial for the NLC.
Oh, well, the NLC is a league that deserves 3 seeds at the EU Masters. I think I'm doing us great justice here.
Yeah.
Dusty are currently our top 2 team in the league. They're doing pretty damn well because a bunch of the top end of the table teams just crashed and burned.
Okay,
so
perfect.
They could end up snagging
first
place.
So I think you're probably right. So to not make this even more awkward for Machine, I'm just going to talk to Machine. Machine, I'm really happy to have you here. What's it like being back at the LEC?
It's been lovely. Yeah, you know, a little bit hectic, a little bit uninformed, but we've had some fun,
Hey,
haven't
we just came from ESL, didn't we? So.
Yeah, look at that. Look at all the fun we're having. We're banging things.
Yeah.
It's been great.
They just needed to warm up a little bit, but we're really happy to have you, and we're looking forward to your interviews.
Thanks for having me, Shogs. Have some fun over there.
We will. We are having fun. Last reveal. Was it Dusty? Yay! We don't have photos for everyone.
No,
That's
they
sad.
turn to dust.
Okay. Oh, that's how it is. Cool. Wow, this was a really fun segment. Maybe it went a little longer, but we'll see what happens. Let's take a look at the schedule for the games for the opening day of the second round robin. Now, usually I would look at the schedule and think maybe, not all the games are that exciting, but because of the current context, GB, I'm getting a little scared for some of these top teams.
You know, unironically, my game I'm looking forward to today, yes, there's Fnatic versus Rogue, but I didn't have to pick that. Astralis versus G2, okay? 0-4 G2, how much worse can it get? Surely they're able to beat Astralis, right?
Right?
Yeah, I hope so for their sake. Otherwise, it could be looking rough for playoffs, man.
Yeah.
Really big shout there. I'm also looking forward to XL Misfits. I think that's also another matchup that should, in theory, be quite fun.
Yes, it should be indeed. Now, they have a lot to play with as we are moving on to patch 12.13 this week, and GB and Jamada are going to give us the lowdown on what to look out for.
Perfect. Yes. Okay, so we'll be heading over here to the Telestrator. We got some cool stuff coming up from you guys to discuss some of the picks we've already been seeing and what we'll be expecting after this patch. First thing, Poppy. We've only seen it 2 times so far in the LEC. It was we've seen it loads of times, but it was last week, and it was Gilius who was obviously piloting this champion. If you do not know, in the LPL, in the LCK, this is the #1 prio pick for junglers right now, and they don't care if they're blind picking it. Jamada, why is that with the Poppy right now?
Well, first off, the champion is really broken, but secondly, it also shuts down a lot of the meta picks. There's very few champions that work really well directly into it. The only thing that kind of came in as a one-to-one counter, Trundle. Other than that, nothing else really does super well. Everything is super mobile in the meta at the moment, and unfortunately, Poppy loves to shut that down, and she gets really active in the early game with it.
Yeah, and it's also just due to the fact that, you know, nerfs are coming through on some of the other junglers on this patch. We had 2 nerfs on this patch. One of the recipients was Volibear, so if you're tired of seeing that Volibear, or if you're paying attention to the jungle segment, Akun may be having a little rough time with that. And here you can see the stats as well on 12.12 coming through. 74% pick ban, win ratio of close to 64%, even moving on towards the next patch as well. Very scary looking jungler at this point, but that also takes it to the next segment. 12.13, we did see buffs to a lot of champions as well. And a lot of these champions we saw buffs to were infamous AP junglers. And we haven't seen AP junglers in a while, Jamada. Could you run me through some of the buffs we've been seeing here on the patch?
Yeah, so for Fiddle, his Q fear duration got increased, and also his ultimate damage got kind of jacked up quite a bit. I think it's 25% extra on the ratio. That's kind of an insane buff. For Talia, she got a wide scope of changes. Q does a little bit more damage. The boulder now actually stuns monsters as well, so a lot to work with there. But Evelyn, kind of mild changes for the most part. W shreds a little more, magic resist. But the reason why a lot of these champions are so good, or we're expecting them to be so good, is more or less because they kind of farm up to hit 6, try and have a little more impact in the map later on in towards the game. Whereas for Poppy, it's more about the early stages. So when you see these junglers come into effect, what you'll see with them is laners that are a little more dominant.
And that kind of brings us into the stylistic, because for the Poppy specifically, it is about having successful early in games. Before you hit that level 6, you usually want one sweet spot where you got one gank to work. It's kind of like the old Jarvan as well, when he got picked all the time. You need to make it work in the early game.
Yeah, no, exactly. And the thing is, if you don't get it working in the early game, all of a sudden you find yourself falling behind to these AP junglers who just full clear after full clear. So finding successful ganks in the early stages, super important for Poppy. Otherwise, she kind of just falls back on her base gear, which, to be fair, isn't terrible, but you don't really want to be in a situation where you're just playing Poppy in a game all of the time.
And Poppy also just fits the, you know, what we have in meta right now, which is junglers playing for lanes. But moving over to the AP junglers, that's a different side of stories. You all of a sudden have the lanes playing for your jungler because you want them to be able to have that full clear from the AP junglers, essentially from the beginning. And a lot of them, like Fiddlesticks, for example, got these finicky ways where they can clear camps at the multiple times. So what is it specifically Fiddlesticks in this jungle clear?
Yeah, so Fiddle can basically do 2 camps at the same time at every single camp on the map, so it really can buff up his clear speed. And this is the thing with Fiddle, sometimes it even opens up for early ganks, which you wouldn't expect from some of these AP junglers, but it slingshots him to level 6 a lot earlier than a lot of these junglers in the current meta at the moment. And as you can see on screen, it leads to moments where you can very quickly see these ganks start to snowball.
And even today in the LCK, we did see Peanut bring out Morgana in the jungle, which is something we have seen before, but haven't seen for a while now, into the Poppy specifically, for some of the same reasons that we have right here. Black Shield, of course, very nice to have into Poppy. That steadfast presence become a little easier to deal with. But either way, that is potentially something we do expect seeing from the Poppy. But are we expecting the AP junglers to come out today?
Likely not. I think the fact that we've had such a short time between 12-13 coming into effect and teams playing on it in this patch, I think we'll need to see teams have a little more time to work with these champions. But Poppy, I'm expecting to see a lot of the AP champions, I think will slowly come into effect as we move into the patch later on.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Gilius blind pick Poppy 2 times last week, and that made on to, you know, be that 2-0 for them. And last week, of course, SK went 2-0 with Poppy, so let's see what their support Treats had to say when Machine caught up with them earlier.
Thank you very much, Effia. Yeah, I'm hanging out here at the LEC studio, and I've got my big boy Treats on the big screen, the supportive backbone of SK Gaming. And he's a bit of a fan favorite. I wanted to talk a little bit about you guys and how you're heading into week 5. I think we can all agree that you had a great previous week, a 2-0, XL, G2, big scalps. So I'm sure a lot to be proud of. BDS and Misfits this week. And so I guess we start there. Do you think you can maintain this momentum? I'll just hit you with the flat-out question. Do you think this is momentum you can maintain?
I mean, I think momentum in esports is very important, right? And feeling the victory and feeling how it feels is a very strong booster for the team, I would say. So I think once you keep winning, it's kind of easier to keep winning, if that makes sense. And when you're on a loss streak, it's hard to see how to win. So I definitely think the wins help us get on track and definitely helps for these upcoming games as well.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's like this unquantifiable, intangible feeling, and it feels very floaty and easy to dismiss. But could you help me put words to it? Can you help me understand a little bit as to where that shift is going to be coming from? Are we talking individuals? Are we talking about changing their diets? Are we doing a couple of stretches? You know, what led to the mojo flowing so well last week?
I think for us, it was kind of trying to redefine our style and how we want to play the game. I think oftentimes when you're losing, it's easy to see, oh, look at this winning team from LPL or LCK. What are they doing to win, right? But I think we had some retrospection on how we want to play our game and how we want to win. And I think that really helped in the previous week. And it's obviously something we're trying to keep for the upcoming weeks as well. So I think this retrospection of understanding how you want to play the game and how you want to win and playing into your individual strength is something that's very important.
Would you consider it like a delicate balance you have to strike between team identity, you're playing your own game, and then, you know, sticking to the meta? There is a most effective tactic. You know, there is probably some things you have to just accept.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's always going to be picks that are very broken, right? And if you don't pick them, you're kind of in a disadvantage. But I think everyone on our team plays every champ, so it's kind of easy to fit that in and just kind of mold the draft in the way that we want and not really just go for this like full meta comp where we have 5 picks that are super meta, but maybe we have 2 or 3 that are really OP, and then we kind of go from there.
Oh, well, talking of going from there and mixing it up, any more Poppy jungle? Any more fruity EU picks, imports perhaps coming up this week?
I mean, we like to go for these really aggressive picks right now. So we saw the Draven last week as well, right? So I think any champion that's in this style, we're ready to pick. And I think we're going to have some fun games going up. That's kind of our mindset right now. Just kind of play champions that we like, kind of play champions that are fun, and then go from there.
Unfortunately, it is a cruel reality of esports, is that having fun is still a component, even if it is competitive video games. You agree?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, yeah. I mean, having fun is, I think, just brings a different dynamic to the team, I think. I think if you're losing and you're also just depressed, it doesn't really work. I think you need to kind of pick yourself up and kind of work from the position you're in, right? So I think now we're 3-6 and we're in a better position, so we're all happier as well.
Perfect. Last question before I let you go. I know you've got a big game, or a couple of big games this week. Now, I saw you take to Twitter. You were looking for, you know, a kind of caps, craps alternative for when Treats is hot and when he's not. It's not an easy one. When I saw your tweet, I had a think, came up with nothing. Did you get any good suggestions? Do we have a Treats and a...
I mean, there was a lot of good suggestions. I wouldn't say that I came to a conclusion. I think it's kind of something that has to come naturally, maybe from the fans. So I think what will have to happen is just that I run it down one game, and then everyone decides on a name. I think that's the easiest way to do it. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
All right, we're looking forward to it in that BDS game. Streets just running and gunning down mid. Yo, thank you for your time, man. That's all we have time for, but let's get on with the show, and thank you very much to Treats.
Thank you.
How about lead or cheat?
Treats or Greaves?
What? Treats Greaves? I think it has to be a play on like Caps Crap. So if he's doing well, he's lead. Then if he's not, he's a cheat.
You're better than this.
That works maybe.
Trick or treats?
Trick or treats? Oh, I like that. Love it. And it is very fruity, as Machine also requested before. So let's talk about SK just a little bit. And it was so hard for us to talk about SK in those first weeks of summer because nothing was working, Jamada. Now, though, after being down 1-6, a great win versus G2, versus XL. The work is not done, though. But what did you think about what he said in terms of the fun and prioritizing OP champions, but also making sure that maybe it's not exactly the meta, but it is something that works for them?
Yeah, I think along those lines as well, what I really liked from the last week's drafts in particular was they seem to be drafting a lot for lane matchups for the most part, which actually made it a lot easier, I feel like, for them to play through the lanes directly. And I also think it helps when Certus has a very popular lead
absolutely.
too.
I think there's lots of good to go into with all of these, but I think in the big picture, as Treats as well just mentioned, they're just willing to send it. From a 2v2 point of view, Jessu and Treats are not afraid to get aggressive. From the jungle point of view, and my main issue with Gilius was that he was never active enough. With Hex Flash on Poppy, he's not afraid to send it. It's literally just, I see a window to just Hex Flash over the wall, I'm going to go for it. And it's this proactivity that all of a sudden really allows them to take charge.
Yeah, and it is so much about momentum when then you get a win. And we got to say, Jessu had his best week he's had maybe all year last week. Certus had an amazing week helping SK get that 2-0. But now it is time to get into SK versus VDS with Dracos and Kadril.
Thank you, Shocks. Welcome to the caster desk. Wow, you guys are very, that cheer, thank you. For my ego, at least, there's no players on here, there's a lot of bears on stage. Yeah. So
it's always
okay.
us with the bears.
You gotta save the energy for the next game, I understand it. That did throw me, though. Good prank, gang.
So they're all like, we got him.
Yeah.
Maybe in the pre-show, someone planned it.
Oh, it's also possible. Or just, miscommunication. Or they're not a big fan of the Dracos Kadril cast, which is also acceptable. Everyone's got their own thing. It depends on what you're into. I'm into casting bottom games, personally. So 9th and 10th here. If you combine both of these teams' wins together, they're tied with Astralis and G2, which is not a good look for either of them. That said, SK Gaming...
You just think of that on the spot.
Yeah, and that said, SK Gaming have been on the rise, and BDS, while they do, not to beat around the bush, objectively look like the worst team in the league right now. Obviously, a lot can change week to week in scrims. Sometimes there are these catalyst moments that we only hear about later in the season once a team has started a win streak, where they sat down together, had a heart-to-heart, or a really great week.
You know what it's called? It's called the flame meeting.
The flame meeting.
It's where you all sit down and you say from the bottom of your heart, straight honesty, what do you think of each player, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and you just get it all out on the table.
Wow.
Teams do that, I think, once per split.
How many flame meetings have you sat in, Mark?
Quite a lot. It's good to unleash, You just look at there's someone moderating the room so you can really go in.
I'm not trying to drag you here, but I will say that your career does not necessarily tie hand in hand with the success
of the flame meeting. I'm not saying the flame meeting when, there was no upwards trend after the flame meeting. It just had to happen.
Okay.
When you're losing, it has to happen.
We'll hope that there's a more positive version of the flame meeting out there for BDS. In the meantime, we're just gearing up for Champion Select, waiting for everyone to hop in, get ready to go.
I think this is the kind of game where it's like, if BDS lose this, I think their hopes and chances are just kind of over, because beating SK is the bottom of the ladder. It's the first step forwards in making a miracle run.
Absolutely. Well, it is time to see if BDS can take that first step as we get ready for Champion Select.
You know how you sang the song today about... you know how you sang the song about XL and there's no playoffs without you?
Yeah.
There's no casting without you either, Dracos.
Oh my god, that's really sweet. I thought you were going to meme me. That was very kind. Thank you.
Okay, straight into picks and bans. There's the Poppy that they were talking about on the desk. such a powerful jungler. Gilius was the one who went 2-0 on it on last weekend, so that's going to be taken away straight away from SK. We'll look at other first picks. I see Sylas' first pick, incredibly powerful. DRX Tam on this today in the series. First pick, instantly won the game. So much impact this champion brings. Also, bans were happening last weekend, and I think going to have a small issue there, but we'll get back into it.
We'll figure it out, what's going on there. For context, if you have not been watching International League of Legends, there have not been a ton of games at top level, really just the last 2 days of LPL, where we've seen 12-13, Gnar, Zeri, Poppy, Kalista, Renata, Taliyah, Sylas are the top champions. There's more obviously under that list, but that's why you're seeing Taliyah banned away now. It's a champion that's risen to popularity over the course of the last few patches.
Yeah, you might be like, Cajun, why'd you bring up LCK and LPL all the time? Well, it's because obviously we play on the weekends and they play on the weekdays, so it gives us a little bit of an inkling as to what teams might be playing, and I think this is what the LEC teams look at, right? They look at the Asian teams and they look at what they're playing. But Zeri first pick, incredibly powerful, didn't get touched on 12-13, I believe. Aphelios can be matched. Wukong straight away, locked in for BDS. They seem to have a plan already set.
And I like this generally because Aphelios, Wukong, you're already looking to see components of mid to late game team fighting, which is a very solid formula to build around when you're struggling. Remember, Misfits started the season 0-4. It was really only when they started focusing purely on drafting for those scaling team fight options that it started to come together. Maybe BDS can replicate some of that success, but SK, one power pick to be followed by another, as the Gnar still remains a premier top lane blind pick.
SK basically have S-tier picks right now in AD and top role. They could pick a support here or match jungle. Blind mids are a bit hard unless you want to go down the Corki Azir route. Of course, Corki got the changes. Azir hasn't had any changes. Things like Ahri are still up, so it's a little bit risky to blind it. BDS definitely have a plan here, and I think the worry for SK is if you don't pick your support here, BDS can pick theirs and ban away too, so bot matchups becomes a bit difficult. There's Renata and an incredibly powerful support. See if BDS go for something like the Nautilus here.
Yep. So far, BDS's draft strategy has just been pick all of the good champions that were popular in the LPL, which is a great strategy, I'm not going to lie. But does make me a little bit concerned for BDS because while their composition so far seems pretty cohesive, it's not very strong when we look at the picks that are generally considered powerful on this patch. Now, it is always possible that they know something that we don't. We know Aphelios has been rising in popularity. That said, Renata, Gnar, Zeri, universally strong picks.
Oh yeah, definitely. S-tier in their roles. And they picked up the Lulu. They haven't gone for the Nautilus, so not much follow-up with the Wukong right now. I think BDS might look to a little bit more engage. Something like the Ornn would be great. GP is a notorious counter to Gnar, or like one of the best picks you can play into Gnar. Normally see GP, we see Kennen every now and then. I think the Shy played it. But Gnar, I saw Odoamne talking about it on Twitter, just has no counters. Camille, fake counter, Gnar wins lane in isolation. It's the best blind pick top. So SK, just taking away some more mid laners, taking away some more engage, anything that can help the Wukong dive onto this Zeri, who will run amok in team fights if she can get those stacks. Of course, the W does so much poke damage as well, so can act as a little bit of a pressure point around objectives, play around its poke.
Absolutely can. Debating what they want the bans to be so far, just focusing on mid lane, limiting some of those team fighting premier options now. Trying to take away some of Gilius's jungle pool. Poppy, obviously the premier pick, the one that he was able to pull out last week that was so powerful. We know it's generally strong in the meta, now taking away some comfort. Tank Hecarim historically. Gilius was the first really big adopter last year when he was playing on Schalke and did look very solid in his hands.
Yeah, definitely one of his most comfortable champions. There's a Camille ban, so they are slightly worried about it. Is a counter if it can get to one item even, but it's a kind of one of those matchups where Camille should never really be even with Gnar, so if you ever get to that stage, you're already losing.
And I think the struggle for Gnar, for people who don't understand, because you probably play solo queue games and you beat up on Gnars all the time. The difficulty is that most of the champions that conventionally beat Gnar are much more volatile than Gnar. So almost you have to invest into them. There's no champion where you can leave in the top lane and Gnar will not just come out of top. And there, that's Sejuani. Good engage, good way to lock the Gnar down. Kill pressure on mini Gnar is always a threat.
That's exactly what it's picked for. Kill pressure on the mini Gnar. Sejuani can just layer CCs, gets the W, procs the E, auto attack, procs the ult. Another auto attack with Ignite actually has kill pressure. Also really well with any melee jungler, right? Wukong Sejuani 2v2, extremely powerful. There's an Azir for Certus scaling mid. It's his first time he's played Azir on this patch. And I do believe Jarvan got small buffs on this patch as well. Or he had got buffs previous patches.
Yeah, so passive, obviously the burst trading has not gotten improved, but the sustained trading, sustained fights more frequently is able to proc that passive, which is a significant chunk of damage. Easy to forget in the face of an EQ combo.
Extremely powerful into Aphelios Lulu as well, of course. Absolutely immobile, can jump on top of them in the blink of an eye. Not the best of follow-ups, but if Genax has Mega Gnar and Jezu can reposition a little bit, or Certus is in range, they'll do a hell of a lot of damage to that backline. But right now, BDS have a lot of frontline in front of it, and they need a bit more damage on nuclear interior to help out. We've seen so many picks from him. We've seen the Kog'Maw, we've seen Akali's, Lissandra's, Swain, Talia's. He hasn't played LeBlanc once to split, but that's going to get locked in. So, I mean, this is the thing where you have an R5 pick, but you look at team comp. You want to look at the enemy team comp and counter it. If you picked something, let's say immobile, like a Kog'Maw mid there into Jarvan, you're just asking for it, right? So you need something that with mobility, and the most annoying mid laner for Jarvan is LeBlanc. It's so hard to lock her down. The only really good jungler into her is Lee Sin. But now we've got both team comps. BDS, incredibly good scaling on bot side, really good front line. Nuclear Int will be playing sort of like a solo game. He can follow up and engage us, but he's going to be looking for flanks, looking for picks, looking to poke champions out. Whereas SK does have incredibly good raw team fights. Very straightforward with Jarvan, very straightforward with how it functions with Azir comps, right? It's front to back, happy days. So it's on Nuclear Int, I think, to be the wild card factor in making sure he can find picks before those fights start, because they're SK favored. And it's on Jezu to get a little bit of poke down if he can find it.
Yeah, and I think for Team BDS, if they're able to have a good early game, get the LeBlanc ahead, this game gets a lot easier. On the opposite side for SK, feeling great that they have this Renata in the face of a Sejuani and a Wukong who want to dive their backline. Such an easy and reliable counter-engage option, something to protect the Azir, potentially protect the Zeri in the face of a composition that very much wants to dive into the backline, very much wants to just delete those carries.
Got to find the right targets, especially with the Jarvan, with the Sejuani. You get the right targets, you can win the fight, but if you don't, the Renata Lulu will turn the fight so heavily in their favor. So it's both front to backs. Nuclear Int's the wild card. Let's see how the lane phases plan out.
Certainly will. It is time. A battle of 9th and 10th. BDS looking to keep their streak going, looking to move up and tie potentially for 7th. SK versus BDS starting now. The announcer said it better than I ever could. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Right now, of course, just looking like a standard 5-point start. That is where 5 players spread out across the map, cover those paths. Just get, you know, as much passive vision control as you can. We'll see if either side wants to move in for a bit more vision, as SK do have 3 members positioned there on the bot side jungle.
Not too much level 1 shenanigans will happen. Normally you see level 1s. There's like these specific champions where level 1s happen. You know, Olaf, jungle, incredibly good level 1.
Braum,
Blitzcrank. You know, every single solo queue game, I'm sure of it, you've had it once. You've had a Blitzcrank and he's spam pinging their jungle. He's like, yeah, let's invade. It's going to be the best thing ever. I'll hit a hook over the wall. We'll get first blood and then we'll get ahead in the lane. But actually what ends up happening is the enemy team sees a Blitzcrank and they say, oh, they have a Blitzcrank. Let's 5-man stack. And you're the ones who always end up aced somehow. So never listen to that Blitzcrank in solo queue. Trust me. It's a couple years ago, it would have worked.
We went from like a thing that everyone experiences to a very personal story. I feel like
it happens all the time. I feel like it's one of those things that everyone knows now, and you just can't fall into it. It's like the Shaco, you know, when Shaco's enemy team, let's go get his boxes. Don't do it. They're all stacking in the bush.
Nope, you're the one who's going to die if you try to make that happen. However, on the bot side, as we take a look at the early laning phase, Gnar getting a little bit of time alone on the top side, potentially can take control of that lane. Bot lane, looks like some even trading back and forth. Lulu, you would expect to out-damage maybe the Renata at these early levels, as she can be quite oppressive, but Treats and Jezu doing a good job to take control of the lane thus far.
Yeah, definitely. And let's just think about our expectations for this game here, because BDS sitting at 1-8, of course. SK, incredible weekend last weekend. We're expecting SK to handily beat BDS and keep their win streak going and move forwards. And if they can do that, their momentum that they're carrying, the teams that they've beaten, then looking forward to tomorrow and next week, there is actually a chance for them to just keep battling it out towards playoffs and catch up to those teams who have such a messy top 7 right now, top 8, all tied up against each other.
Yeah, and you can just see, if you've been following the league, you know, the standings are an absolute mess, guys. Rogue is the only team you can rely on. Everyone else, it's like, are they going to win? Are they going to throw it all away? It's hard to say, and that's obviously great when you're at the bottom of the standings, because it means that you have the potential to find those upsets. You have the potential to punish those teams who have yet to find that consistency. And SK were that team last week and can be that team again, but really, this is a must-win game if they want to keep that streak going.
Definitely is. So, pretty slow early game. It's on Gilius, really, to find something. Synchroff doesn't have the best of setups apart from in top lane, really. Mid could work if they hit a chain, but yeah, when it's double range support bot, there's not much setup on either side. Gilius, after he finishes these wolves, will have some kind of pressure on the map. Could look for early top dives if Janex gets good trades, can look bot, and then Synchroff will have to match him. Oftentimes, when both teams play towards bots, both teams play towards their range support, you have this awkward 3v3 dance, this Certus. Gonna take a bit of a chunk from Nuclear in there.
Ooh, that is a bad trade. Well played to Nuclear Int. Searches is not going to feel good about that one.
That is a bad trade.
Very bad. He's got a cookie. Like, that's the consolation prize. He can heal up and stick around here, but that's a, yeah, he won a TP with that trade, so well played. Small advantage to Nuclear Int. We'll see if he wants to just respond with the TP of his own to keep the pressure up in lane.
Yeah, and Syncroft's going to ward Krugs, but Gilius is going to take his away. So +1 camp. It's like the coin sound, sonic ding. Extra camp. That's what I think of when I get an extra camp. I don't know why. It's just a thing in my head. Don't ask, but I thought I'd share it with you guys. So now Gilius doesn't have a ward, he has a sweeper.
Is it casting? Is it Cadril talking about his childhood traumas? It's hard to say. You know, where are we at? Where are we lining up?
I'll hold back for a bit now.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll keep them away for the next couple of minutes while we watch these lane phase. But now Syncroft just has to bonk on top of one small Krug and realize, oh, the ward expired here, so...
Is he going to go over? He's going to try to cancel it? No! The worst feeling in League of Legends.
It is. When he's taking your camp and he gets out right in your face, it's a horrible feeling. Syncroft will get his Raptors anyway, but yeah, +1 for Gilius.
And I like this interaction here on the top side. Gnar always trying to leap in, Aggressivo trying to interrupt, but consistently Gen X getting the wall up on the backside. Very clear that Gen X has got some experience in this matchup and knows how to try to extend an advantage. Already 200 gold lead for the Gnar. Again, what you expect at this point in the game, but Aggressivo struggling early on.
Eyes down in bot lane though. We heard it in the interview. Jezu having a fantastic weekend last weekend, but right now he's down 10 CS. The lane doesn't look so great. It's just a case of getting this out of lane. I mean, Zeri, Renata, I don't even have to describe how much power they can have in teamfights. So if they can get Jezu ahead, he's shown that he can carry games. I mean, we saw it even, I believe it was last split when he plays Kalista, gets a pentakill. When this team plays with no fear, they are incredibly good at just taking risks and then coming out with rewards.
And what's very impressive about these stats is this is across 2 games. This is an entire week of play. This is not one single standout game, but 2 back-to-back world-class performances, 32% damage share there, absolutely massive. Of course, we expect that share to be a little bit more split this game with an Azir in the mid lane. Obviously another pretty much hyper-carry kind of champion, but putting the pressure on the bottom side. That said, falling a little bit behind in terms of CS, as Xmatic's doing a very good job staying even. Aphelios is and always will be one of these champions that you do have to keep an eye on, not just because of 6, 7 item scaling, whatever, 200 years kind of stuff, but the white gun does mean that if you want to go for Herald, he will very likely take 4 plates, something that pretty much no other AD carry can do outside of Tristana.
Yeah, and you can see the poke from the W already there, Jezu. Obviously using the terrain to increase the range of the W to make sure he can land it on BDS. Also makes it so the angle's a bit harder to dodge when it's diagonal. And I think it's just a case of when both teams want to pull the trigger on Drakes. Bot pushing the Drake can work. Nice interrupt there by Aggressivo. No flash, of course. Gonna get stunned
Knocked back to the wall. Are we about to witness the solo bolo? Good stun. Gen X keeping it going. Another wall.
It's a solo bolo.
Oh, he's gonna throw the drill out. Boom! Get it with the drill, Gen X. First blood.
That's the power of Gnar right there, baby. That's a counter pick for BDS in top lane, and Gen X again coming out ahead, getting the solo kill on the Gnar. Will be able to push in the lane, see if he gets a couple plates, if he has Demolish or not. But yeah, he does indeed. So this top matchup's only gonna get worse from here onwards.
Well played to Gen X. He's been pushing this matchup the entire game. Feels like he knows all of these interactions so incredibly well. The spacing on the Gnar ultimate too. Clearly very comfortable on the champ, and you can see why they prioritize it. The fact he's getting this on a blind pick is just insult to injury.
It's the power of Gnar. I mean, credit to Gen X, of course, as well. But this champ just so incredibly powerful. On this patch, we've seen it all across the world, and Gen X a bit quiet sometimes on SK. It's, you know, the Certus Jezu show last weekend, but of course his player role swapped a couple years ago from mid, and he's been tryharding and trying to grow as a top laner ever since, and I think he's grown quite well in the league. As Jezu takes a bit of a trade here from the BDS bot lane, who are trying to crash this wave. Both bot lanes coming out of base. Noonquiver to pickaxe double longsword.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult. Noonquiver obviously will help clearing out the wave a little bit more, getting those last hits cleanly, but that extra pickaxe, Xmatic's going to hit pretty hard here. Only level 5 though, so not too strong. Does maybe want to ditch Infernum, the blue gun there, but could also just be looking to clear the wave as quickly as possible, so keeping it around. Only has 1 or 2 shots left. Ooh, pulled back under tower, Adate. Be careful.
Yeah. See some pings on the dragon here. Syncroft just hit 6. I don't know if Gilius hit 6. Yes, he does. So both junglers level 6. Gilius is around bot first. He's going to have to run into Nuclear in, so he doesn't want to make this play bot because he's scared of getting collapsed on. BDS have good dragon setup here. They could just crash this bot wave and start it up with Syncroft. If Gilius walks in, they have pretty good vision around it, so they are ready for a fight. Triple ping setup in this bot side river. But it looks like for now, Syncroft wants to hover around, make sure his bot lane is safe. Of course, Aphelios Lulu extremely vulnerable to a Jarvan gank, but they have great vision. They're going to get this objective happily. I mean, the problem you have here is BDS is, yes, you have fantastic setup, but now SK Gilius just runs the other side of the map, and he's probably just going to start Herald.
And again, if Treats and Jezu don't hit level 6 here, this is a pretty simple, straightforward dive. Luckily, they are going to tick over potentially just in time. Maddie overstaying a little bit, taking a lot of damage back. Could stop this from going down. But anytime you see that white gun, you just have to think to yourself, tower plates. So if they are left alone on that bot side, it could be devastating. In the meantime, Dragon will fall. SK going to respond with a Herald, so maybe not the biggest advantage that BDS could have gotten, but they are making even trades.
Bye-bye, Shelly.
Goodbye.
BDS picks up that buff. Just look at the wards as well right now on the map. 3 pink wards bot side for BDS, another pink on the top side as well. SK really don't have any vision right now other than Genax's lane, where he's got it warded in case of a gank, and now Gilius is hovering around mid, but this is a lane where Gilius can't impact, right? Unless Nuclear Int uses both his dashes forwards, misses everything, and then kind of gets stuck in a Jarvan ult, he's probably fine. So Gilius is just making sure that if Syncroft's here, he's ready to respond in the 2v2, and then the target will always be the Wukong for them.
Yeah, and I like how right as you said that, he did jump forward and miss a few things, but when you take a look at the gold, it does look like, 1,400 in the lead. Wow, it's a pretty significant lead at 9 minutes, but keep in mind, 1,000 of that is just the Gnar. So as long as top laners aren't involved in a fight, the teams are pretty much dead even. Level 6 Wukong, level 6 J4, it is still going to come down to execution. But Certus picking up that blue buff is going to be big for sustaining pressure in the mid lane.
Everything has been happening almost like in a reflection of itself, right? Because Gilius and Syncroft, no, listen to me. Gilius and Syncroft both handed off blue at the same time.
Yes.
Herald and Dragon died at the same time.
Yes.
Krugs were warded or taken at the same time. They're just mirroring each other right now across the map, and Genax is winning 1v1. So that's basically the state of the game. We'll see where Gilius puts his Herald. This is a lane phase where Genax wants to stay in forever and just keep bullying the Sejuani as long as possible. The longer this tower is up, the more creeps he can deny, and the more he can accrue an advantage in the lane. So it looks like, I presume Gilius wants to go towards bot. Mid would be incredibly hard unless an opening shows itself, but still no impact on this bot lane from both sides.
I mean, this 1.3k gold lead for the Gnar on the top side for Genax is only going to get bigger here. 42 stacks left on the Cole. That said, if BDS can pull off this dive, maybe they can get something back. But again, when you're diving a Renata, things go from bad to worse very, very quickly.
It does indeed. Syncroft just gets a bit of vision for his bot lane, which he's been doing most of this game, just trying to get wards for them so they can keep this push up. I mean, they've got a 7 CS lead for now, but that's about it. They played 2. And Syncroft playing down here because he can't impact top. Top's just a lost cause at this point. He wants to try to salvage something in bot side, get his Aphelios ahead, who can then melt through the Gnar.
I mean, the thing is, they're just spending so much time on this bottom side, praying for this play, trying to find the angle, and it's just not working. Jezu and Treat's just sitting under tower, farming, conceding pressure, not getting over-aggressive here. We'll finally see LeBlanc return to mid and know that they can do this, but it's a bit of a struggle for BDS. You can see they have the resources on the bottom side to make the dive, but maybe aren't feeling confident to pull the trigger or try to use, like X-Maddie's purple ult as potential setup to make something happen.
Yeah, both teams really scared right now. See, Gilius is here to cover. I wonder if he's here to just help them get a push out so they can base, or if they want to look for a Herald play. Looks like it's going to be for vision. And I do think Syncroft has good kill pressure top. Sejuani, Wukong, incredible amounts of CC. This Gnar has no boots either, so Genax could die quite quickly. Has a bit of vision to work with. Looks like he's going to base here. We'll see if he picks up those boots, which could help him escape those ganks. Has flash as well. And yeah, extremely slow game. No, it's just going to be an instant Trinity Force there for Genax, so this lane is going to become a lot harder for Aggressivo now.
Yeah, the 1140 Trinity Force is definitely frustrating, especially when he stopped for a Cole on the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a leisurely Trinity Force purchase.
You gotta invest in. When you get gold, you gotta invest it. You gotta make sure you get some stonks.
There it is. Genax stonks at an all-time high. Bowling on Aggressivo. And obviously this matchup can be really good if you're able to find a lead early on as Sejuani, or if you're able to get that jumbo support, but it just has not happened quite yet. Maddie stepping a little bit too far forward. A flag, a drag, a cataclysm. Now he's going to get knocked up, and they're trying to turn this one back with the Renata ult. It's just too much.
Well, one plus that, I would love to see that replay from Maddie's vision, because I'm sure they must have seen Gilius for at least 3 seconds there before sorry. Then he flashes the EQ, and Gilius just presses ult, so a bit of poor play there from the BDS bot lane. SK quick to punish, gonna get themselves that kill. Pop the Herald down here, got a couple plates to Jezu, and by the looks of Gilius' positioning, they just want to back off straight afterwards. Get 160 gold into Jezu's pocket, get a kill, and then base. Maddie gets a bit caught off guard there.
Yeah, and so far...
Ooh, okay. The stun passive's on.
Done.
It's gonna
Waited, nice.
Stunned midair. It's like, freeze! So look at that again.
Someone's watched Squid Game. That man takes it serious.
So here, he's going to show on the ward in a second. Now, so Manny's still walking up, and eventually he realizes it. The EQ won't hit unless Gilius EQ flashes, but at that point you're dead anyway. But the second you flash an EQ, you're just going to get ulted. So Maddie maybe thought he had enough to live through the Lulu ult, the shield, and then Syncroft could bail him out, but it was, yeah, not happening. Jenna, is that a full tower in a 1v1 that he's going to take? 40 CS lead, full tower in a blind pick Gnar?
It's a Diffie and the Tiffy, folks. Coming out here. And feel for Aggressivo, this is definitely not the game that any player wants to have, but obviously things go from bad to worse very quickly in Gnar lanes. 2.6k gold advantage, 2.5. Wow, that's big.
But he's got one more CS on the cull. No, GenX needs one more minion, and the wave's dead. Is he gonna go back and get it?
Keep in mind the biggest lead was last week was Alfare, I believe, with like 3.5k, so GenX is still a little bit away from that.
More, though.
We're taking over to 14, so.
Boom, 3k.
That's close.
Yeah.
Might be a second or a third. Armut also up there. These GP players abusing that extra gold from the passive.
I mean, you can just see it in the graphic. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? 3k top, 700 jungle, and then you can see the rest, right? So SK just running away with this, almost a 5k gold lead at this point, 4.5. And this is what we expected to see from a team coming off wins against G2 and XL, and a team like BDS who's struggling so much in the league.
Yeah, and it's not, without knowing what BDS's scrims looks like, I don't want to throw too much shade at their draft strategy, but when you don't have that context, it's easy to ask, why wasn't the Gnar prioritized more? You got a Wukong, and you got an Aphelios early on, but was that really a pick you needed to contest?
Let's not forget the Zeri either, right? I mean, if it was a first pick Gnar, maybe we'd give them some
stun, locked up, the CC coming through. That is one dead mid laner. Signs of life for BDS now, and they're looking to keep this one going. GenX is so incredibly fed, though. GenX, he's absolutely hulking out. Oh my god, you will not like him when he's angry, and you certainly won't like the SK bot lane either. They're just tearing through him.
Okay, so GenX comes through lane there after taking tower to make the mid play a 1-for-1, and then the bot dive happens because there's 3-man mid for BDS. There goes a bot tower. There goes the dead Aphelios as well. SK getting a bigger and bigger gold lead here, and GenX can happily go back top and catch the wave. All that's left is at mid tier 1. He's gonna do a little bit of counter jungling, get a little bit of information too. Doesn't find a red buff or any Krugs to take. So
he's got Soul Herald.
Is he gonna? Oh, he's gonna Soul. This is every jungler's dream, Dracos.
Wow.
Can you imagine your side lanes do the objectives for you while you're farming? Mind blown.
Gilius is coming up to get credit though. I respect this. If you've ever done a group project in college, this is Gilius is that guy. You know, he's like, guys, Herald, I was a part of it. Oh, there he is.
Gets credit, gets the same grade.
There he is. Oh, that's how we get the A in the economics class, folks. We just show up at the right time. There it is. All right, Herald. Speaking of it, economics, they're going to be able to get some plates with that.
See on the right, it says Jarvan killed it. That's right, baby.
Gnar assisted. He didn't even get the kill.
Take the screenshot. It was me. So now it's going to be a 1-3-1 setup here for SK. The only awkward thing for them is having a 0 on a side lane. Not the greatest situation to be in, but we didn't catch that bot play. We're going to have a look at it again while there's a 3v2 happening in mid. I think Gilly is just simple EQ flash R, I presume. Yeah, and then a Renata ult to follow. Yeah, and then Maddie can't really go anywhere. Once you have no flash versus Jarvan, you are stuck.
Yeah, and there's a point in the game where Aphelios does so much damage and maybe has a little bit more sustain that you can just live through that and turn a fight in that instance. But that point is so far away that there's just really not any recourse for the side of BDS. Of course, they did get a kill back in the mid lane, but you can see that while it was a single kill, while it was a glimmer of hope, SK immediately punished, breaking open bot lane, now looking to do the same in mid. Don't even think that they have to use this Herald. They just have enough members in the area that one more wave should mean breaking the tower.
Yeah, that'll die next wave. It's always best to put Herald mid to crack open mid tower, but if you don't need it there, it's always best to put it on a side lane tower because of how much gold the tier 2s give. So I expect that to go towards maybe GenX's side lane. We'll keep our eye on that for now, but that tower is just one hit from dead, so they'll pick that up pretty easily. And GenX, after building so much damage, can now build tanky. Has armor, has MR, has a stopwatch. Saw in the LCK and the LPL, Sterak second is like the flavor of the month right now on Gnar. Looks like GenX is not going to build that for now. Who gets the grump? It's Nuclear Int. Big steal.
And it's the little thing.
Yep.
You can kill my top laner, you can take his tower and all 5 plates, but you, sir, will not have this grump.
Fine.
Gotta hold on to it. Because again, it is about getting small advantage at this point for BDS. Anytime they can trade even, anytime they can get anything for free, it's a massive win, and it's about chaining those tiny wins together over a period of time to get back into the game. And a lot of that is on Nuclear. And we talked about the pressure on him to perform. He can be the X factor. He is the one player who stands out in this draft. They gave him comfort. Currently 1-0-0. tied in terms of CS with Certus, and now it's a Lightning Jewel as well. So maybe at level 13, he can be the one to try to find some of these picks.
Yeah, only one ahead in gold, only one ahead in XP. It's on him to try and find picks. You're correct on that, and it's 40 seconds on the next dragon. BDS are behind in gold, yes, but the two questions are, can SK close out from this lead? Because even teams like Mad Lions with incredible leads have thrown games bigger than this. And two, can they stop the Dragon Soul here, SK? Because BDS want to contest it. It'll get them on Soul Point here. You could say, well, BDS could play for a top tower and give this Dragon up, but they have no wave in top no matter what. So the only option right here is try to find a way in, try to find a fight, maybe poke your way in, and if you don't see an angle, then give it up. But if you give it up, you're not getting anything in return. So may as well try. See, they're posturing 4-man through bot here. Genex will get the Meganar soon, and Syncroft has no flash, so already W down. Does Genex just go over?
Genex.
He was thinking about it.
This is big, though. If they can wear out the Meganar before the fight starts, then there'll be a 15-second time before he can start Stack Rage again. Oh, Genex going in, getting a little bit over-aggressive there, nuclearing off to the side, but honestly, SK just so far ahead, and certainly Genex so far ahead that doesn't really cost him anything to leap forward like that.
Here comes the fight.
in the area. Syncroft coming over the wall, will not quite be able to steal it. Ally will hit allies. The hostile takeover comes in. A nice handshake to bring Syncroft right back into the fold of SK nuclearing on the side, but he doesn't have the damage to keep things going. And Gilius diving in once again. Maddie cannot catch a break. Gilius' ult has his name on it. Genex goes gold, and just for a little bit of extra flair. I don't even think he was at risk there, but the double kill comes out from Jezu, and it's just a massacre.
It is indeed. Great fight there from Gilius. Saw that Maddie flashed away, instantly flash ulted him, and then EQ'd onto Aggressivo to stop him from getting away, so made it so his team just had to follow up and get a couple free kills there, so fantastic engage from him. And it looked a little bit shaky from SK at the start, where Genex just whiffed the Meganar straight away. It looked like BDS had a chance to contest, but the second the Dragon died, the hostile takeover just covered way too much room around that Dragon Pit, so BDS had to bail, and when you start running away, you get chased down by the Jarvan. We'll look at this one again, because it's Syncroft who steps up, tries to steal it. The hostile takeover does work. Maddie has to cleanse instantly, and it's Nuclear Int on the side. He's the X Factor. What can he get done? Misses Chain, and that's it. He's out the fight. The second Maddie uses Flash, he is dead. Gilius lands it, EQ to stop Aggressivo getting away. Gives his team the kills.
In this game, is a slaughter. Is an absolute slaughter. That Herald is just being randomly thrown in the top lane. They don't really need it, I'll be honest with you.
Good exercise, Kelly. Long walk.
Ooh, getting the flash out of Jezu. Small wins, those things matter. Syncroft now desperate. They're just trying to force the play, but that's a Meganar.
Oh.
Waiting for them. Chain's still going to connect. SK. There's a Herald on the top side that BDS do eventually need to respond to. For now, Xmanny the closest member in the area, but mid-wave also could start to get pushed out here. SK keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, I think Genex wanted a different angle there on the Meganar. He wanted to get them into the wall, but he actually pushed them both away. Saved his carries, yes. Oh! Okay, well, down you go, Syncroft. Jezu says, good night, sweet prince. Are they going to go towards Baron here? Genex?
That's... What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, the Meganar!
He knew.
Oh my god, Baited and absolutely outsmarted! Holy moly! Genex is playing 5-dimensional chess out here. Pops the emote. That's going to be a Baron. 4 kills to SK. Never doubt it.
I have never seen such flawless on-the-fly math calculations and or luck. Regardless, SK with a clean punish.
Oh my god, what the hell was that? So let's look at that again. So Syncroft dies. Jezu just takes him out after Certus gets a little bit of poke damage onto him. Eyes on Genex.
Whoa. Here we go. Remember the meme from The Hangover. Think of the math calculation meme. Do it in your head.
The math calculation.
He's got it. Carry the 2 divided by 1. The rage stacking perfectly.
Yeah. Cubed. And then in goes Gilius. Oh my god, that's disgusting, isn't it?
Oh god. They just put him in the frying pan, scooped him right back out. Oh gosh.
Science. Beep. Gilius has now found Odote with no flash.
If you're wondering why he beeped, there are kids in the audience. We're trying to be respectful today.
See if Gilius is respectful and let Odote walk away. No, he's looking for Nuclear Int. And yeah. So SK has
this is over. I know you're trying. This is
11k gold lead.
If you have any mental, no matter the strongest mental in the world, we're talking Faker level mental, would have been broken by that play.
I think who has better mental, Faker or Magi Felix?
Magi Felix level mental would have been broken with that play. He would have surrendered the solo queue game.
I think he would have, you know. I actually think he would have cracked. Surely.
And credit to Genex. I mean, obviously it's like it's an arms race between him and Gilius to see who's going to get Kia player of the game for this one. But Genex is the one who started the train, and Gilius has just been keeping it going, full speed ahead.
He's giving it the nitrous. Gen X pushing in mid here. We got a 1-4 setup for SK. And just as we talked about in expectations, we expect SK to just demolish BDS, and then they'll be sitting pretty comfortably. BDS.
Big ulti from Maddie,
Treats is
trying
down.
to get something and just don't have the damage. As Treats already taken out. Gen X off to the side with a Megan RE. Q flash. Maddie got that target on his back. Gen X are going forward, but it's a big whiff. That said, it doesn't look like it matters. Nuclear in. Continuing to poke, continuing to look for an angle. Aggressivo still standing forward, trying to be a menacing frontliner as SK will break one, and now a second inhibitor to follow.
Inhib should die. I don't think BDS have much left on the engage. No Sejuani ult, no Wukong ult. They're just going to have to watch it die. So although Treats died, doesn't really matter too much. They got what they came for. Now they're all just going to base, take Drake, deny soul point, then move into top and track to take down that inhibitor. So BDS, that was one of the last stands. There's only one more chance left. One more nail in the coffin to be done from SK until this game is over. Very, very convincing win here by SK against BDS, which helps their 3-game win streak momentum. Tomorrow's game will be extremely important for them in trying to reclaim and find their way back into this 4 or 5 team pack of mess.
And I think the most important thing for SK is not to get overconfident. Yes, they played an incredible game. Yes, they should be proud of their performance, but we've seen so many teams start to fall down as soon as they're convinced that they're one step ahead, they're really feeling it. So cannot let ego take hold, as they've still got Mad Lions coming up tomorrow. If they beat Mad, well, then you give yourself a little bit of ego, because that's an incredible streak.
Mad, incredible team. Score kind of lies a little bit for them because they've thrown so many games. And you can argue, yes, they deserve to lose after throwing, but the early games they've shown are probably the best in the league, and SK are going to have to deal with that tomorrow. Their early game, this game was fantastic as well, mainly coming from, like you said, Gen X in the top lane. Doubt he'll get his hands on that Gnar again. But yeah, here comes the siege. Gen X pushing in bot. Nuclear Int has snuck his way into their jungle. See if he can look for a flank here, but I'm not sure what target he's going to have to find. He's going to get spotted now. Certus will run.
They're just backing off. Treats off to the side. They're trying to get something done. A handshake to interrupt the engage. Gilly's still in the area. That's a knockup. Nuclear Int, big damage again. Just trying to focus out Treats. Treats, if they can get a kill, he's going to get the reset. It's still standing.
Gen X is ending the game.
SK, they're just so good at math. They're just now focusing down the Nexus. He's about to turn Mega. He's walking away. He's coming back for the fight.
He's coming for the
He does not care about your Nexus. This man wants your life. Good night, BDS. They're getting put to sleep by a single player, and it is Gen X. It's Certus.
Oh, Certus, you gotta get him before it don't end.
Treats. It's just.
Oh,
he's
giving up on the chase. Their game's gonna end.
That game is over.
25 minutes in, SK.
You knew it was done 5 minutes before that. Credit to SK. That was a monster performance.
Yeah, probably one of the most dominating games we've seen all split. One of them from SK probably as well. Fantastic Friday for them.
Absolutely. What a fantastic, great way to start the weekend. Feeling good, hugs all around. Quick game to kick things off, and wow.
So, commiserations to BDS, of course.
Yes.
And they're not completely out of playoffs yet, I think, but
no.
They're far, far away from the pack now.
And it's important that we talk about the team honestly, but I also don't ever want to be disrespectful, because it is obviously a struggle. They've been struggling, and we'll hope that they can turn it around, that they can show us more in the weeks to come. But for now, sitting at the bottom of the table for a reason, and we'll see what they can do in the games to come, in the weeks to come, to turn it around, to rise to a higher level. For now, it is SK's day, SK's moment as they continue their win streak. They'll be playing against Mad tomorrow. Be sure to tune in for that one as well. But Kia, player of the game, of course, something we always have to talk about. There are 3 names on this list. One of them snuck in. The other 2, I think, are pretty plausible. No offense to you, Jezu, but you snuck in there. Gen X, Gilius, you can pick. I would argue Gen X because he started the snowball rolling, but then Gilius was the murder train conductor.
Gilius turned it into a snowman.
He did.
The snowball.
He did. He got the snow. Gilius rolled the... We're really bad at metaphors today. I'm so sorry. They just scrolled us to toss to break as we continue to talk, so I'll do that now. It's time to head to a break. When we return, more League of Legends, analysis, content, games. It's coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And some Kit Kat for you, and some Kit Kat for Elder, and some... No Kit Kat for Barrett.
Snarton does have that no use to get over the wall.
Oh, Irrelevant going in with the Mega Man though. Immediate exhaust bursts on the chase. The castle to stand money. The damage to the bottom. Rip him to shreds in the jungle, Misfits.
For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play.
Look at the smite. He's done this before.
Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, back in business, and so it seems our SK. I've got Genax here on the big screen, looking buff and ready to hopefully fill in the gaps. I just spoke to your teammate Treats, dude, and it seemed like it boiled down to, you know, the source of this resurgence, finding your feet again, was through not only talking with the team, but also kind of accepting that you can play your way. You seem to be having a lot of fun over there. It was fun to watch. Was it fun to play?
Oh, there's another sound here. 1 second, sorry. Okay, now it should be fine.
Let's try
sorry,
again.
you have to repeat the question
Absolutely,
for me. I couldn't
no
really
stress.
understand it.
You're listening to your Spotify playlist in the meantime. But I wanted to ask, you looked like you were having fun today. It looked like you guys were having a lot of fun over on the Rift. Could you explain a little bit as to the part you played in that? You looked like you were bouncing around. We've even got some of your plays we want to see later on.
Oh yeah, so this game actually was very important for us, I think, especially for me, because last splits, like when we started having good weeks, like the last week, we always fumbled upon opponents that we should beat. And so I'm very happy that we won against them. And it showed pretty early on that we would win this game, I think. Like as soon as I got my solo kill, I knew that the game is gonna be like easy to play for me at least. So yeah, it was, since our lead was so big, we were allowing ourselves to have some fun in the game.
Good. Okay. Once the lead got big, fun was allowed. I wanted to understand, where you think this playing to the level of your opponent comes from, because this is kind of commonplace across esports. There are some teams that just can't seem to bring out the A game unless you're up against the AAA team. You guys clearly, have fixed that up, and as you say, an important game for you. I just wanted to ask a little bit about, what was different. How did you kind of frame it in your mind? Did you kind of build yourselves up, like just reminding yourself of what you guys are capable of? How did you have that conversation in order to come in so hot today?
Not really sure, honestly. I think the biggest change that we made also regarding to like splits before that I played is just that we play what we are confident at, and we don't really play what's maybe the best on the patch or something. We just play what works the best for us. So no matter what draft the enemy team has, we're always confident in what we want to do. And so far it seems to be working pretty great.
Now, I'm a bit of a noob at League of Legends, so I was wondering if you could walk me through one of the plays from this game. You could walk us through exactly where the magic came from. I don't know if we can bring it up on the screen through the power of technology. Hopefully you can see it.
Oh yeah, so here we want to chunk out the Wukong, and then actually Jesu finds a kill on him, and then now we're calling to get Nash. I'm greeting for my Demonish proc, and then I misclick my E, like no, I actually misclicked my E, and I'm like, oh no guys, I did a mistake. And luckily enough, I got my Mega out here, which heals me, and then we were able to turn the play around. Like this basically was me saying, oh guys, sorry, I misplayed, can you help me? And then they could help me pretty well, and it ended up being really good for us. So it was like luck in the moment, I would say, but yeah.
So like an unintentional int becomes, game ender. That was pretty stylish, I've got to say. Nice one.
For the enemies, they see this Gnar jumping in with this confidence. They're like, oh my god, what do we do? They don't know what they're doing. They're like choking. So yeah, I think they were just too scared to kill me there.
Yeah, that's amazing. And we will talk as well about your Kia player of the game, because he's on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look. There you go. Thank you, LEC. Appreciate you. Let's go. Let's go. And, well, let's go and quickly touch on your next game. You guys feeling like you can, it's a bit of a taller task up next. Do you think you can take him?
Yeah, I think Mad Lions is an opponent that we can beat easily, because I personally have a really good match into Armut, because I think his champion pool is not as big as mine. And I do have the one or maybe the other surprise ready and waiting, so we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Oh, a little tease, you minx. Okay, well, something to look forward to. Mad Lions tomorrow, going to be taking on the boys from SK. Thank you for giving us the interview, bro. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Cheers, man. And we're heading over to Shox, back over in the studio.
Thank you so much. Always a lovely interview, Gen X. Really insightful as well about kind of their woes. And I don't know, maybe playoffs is even on the cards, but that will depend also on our next game and these players in that one. We have Misfits up versus XL, neck and neck in the standings right now, which is not something you would have expected if you watched the first couple of weeks of play, GB.
I mean, most certainly not. I think for the likes of you were watching XL, you were probably expecting them to be higher up of the standings right now with the way they started the split. Very reminiscent of the LPL aggression. And then on the side of Misfits, with a 0-4 scoreline. Like, how is this possible?
Misfits are looking like they're just going to be like bottom two for the whole split after their first 2 weeks. And I agree. I think, however, when you take a kind of grander look at all of the results that happened last week, the fact that XL dropped both games and gives us this standings, it kind of shows how close things really are.
Oh, absolutely. And I think now that we're into the second round robin, now you can't make those mistakes anymore, because now your spot in playoffs, possibly at Worlds, hangs in the bounds. Let's talk about XL then, who came in with the honeymoon buff, Jamada. They were so happy about everything that happened in Korea. They had a flying start. They were kind of setting us up for this happening in the middle of the season already. Do you think it's really that simple? Were they just ahead of the pack in the beginning? beginning?
I think definitely being ahead of the pack. A lot of truth there. I think when you go out to Korea and boot camp, that's naturally going to happen. But I also just feel like last week they just seemed off. I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt here.
Yeah.
I think both games there was very strong reasons outside of their own control as to why they lost, but also some that were very much in their control, like that second game.
Yeah, I think as well that it just like one of the things they did incredibly well was that they were super aggressive. They kept looking for plays.
Yes.
Even in the SK game, they did that as well. But once they come to that 14-minute mark where you usually want to take charge with the second Rift Herald, elevate your gold lead even further, they just slowed down the play, the tempo. They stopped making plays, and SK were the one that committed plays on them all the time. I think that really put them in an awkward spot because they were so used to them being the one pushing out the bunches, but never the one being the one receiving them.
So maybe a kind of a side effect of the fact that they were so good in the early game for the beginning of summer. They actually didn't need too much to close out their leads, even though they got pushed a couple of times. Now there's all of a sudden teams who say, no, you're not just going to run over us. Actually, you got to give us a fight. Let's talk about Misfits then as well. 5-game win streak, including wins over Mad Lions, Fnatic, G2. How are they doing it, GB?
I feel like you had, like, Mad Lions, it was an insane comeback that probably should have never happened. Fnatic, great comeback as well, but I actually think in that game, they took more charge from individuals as well. That was not just VTO, but more teammates coming together. Mercer specifically with a lot of roams. Against G2 as well, they were still behind. G2 had Soul when they lost that game. So Misfits, they're just really good at finding these team fight skirmish composition that works for them with a scaling aspect.
Yeah, and I think that is just truly when they look at their best right now. I think it's definitely very spooky, especially if you're a Misfits fan. You look at the first 15 minutes, I think by stats, they are just objectively the worst, right?
Yes.
There is no team that does what they do in the early game, but it's all about the late game. I think, though, there are some positive aspects to the early game for Misfits, right?
Yes.
I think Mercer coming out of lane a lot of the time to come and support Zlatan, especially up towards the first Rift Herald. We saw a lot of that last week, which actually gave them a little bit of credence in the early game, but I think we need to continue to see more of that if we want to see them have positive
look at
games.
these numbers.
That's what I really think is going to make this game difficult for Misfits, because if we speak stylistically as well, I think XL is a really difficult team for Misfits because of the early game aggression. And if you remember what we just said earlier as well, with them slowing down the tempo a little bit XL, I don't think they're going to be making that mistake when Misfits gives the team so much space. And if you give XL too much space, where they get to take charge with second Rift Herald, they open up the map fully. I don't think they're going to be making the same mistake as they did against Astralis. I think that was a little bit of a draft diff as well, so hopefully XL is shaping up on that point too.
So maybe it's for the Misfit, you see it as, yes, they can go up against deficits for most teams, but here the discrepancy is just too big?
How many times can you have that clutch factor? I don't think these ways of games are reliable. They're super impressive, don't get me wrong.
But don't get lured into a false sense of security then if you're
you can only roll 20s so many times.
Yes.
Right? I think there is an element of that.
And talk about rolling 20s. Viteo finally online, of course, the proponent of their big surge at the end of spring, Jamada. And when this guy is on fire, it's just beautiful to see, and everything seems to work for Misfits.
Yeah, I think Misfits are just very capable of playing around what he brings in the later stages in particular, obviously. But I think it's just about whenever we see Viteo on like self-agency champions, that's when I feel like he's the most explosive. It's okay to see him on things like the Victor and such, but I feel like Misfits definitely struggle a little bit to play around him on some of those control mages at times.
When it comes to the picks and bans, we need to talk about 12-13 as well. I think Marcoon, he's a golden boy. We always talk about him for XL. Now he's not being mentioned, and I think his Volibear took a hit.
Yeah, that Volibear is definitely going to matter, but I think you just slammed that Poppy. If you slam Poppy for Marcoon, Zlatan's most played champions over the course of his entire career, Lee Sin, Graves, I think Jarvan also being one of them. His champion pool is just directly countered by this. You take into the mid lane, Lissandra being one of these champions, that nullifies the pressure that Viteo brings as well. I think Misfits, they're going to be tested a little more in this game in terms of their own champion pool and stylistic. But if you are going to pull ahead, it's going to be through those small shines of light we've seen against Fnatic. We've seen with Viteo as well, with a diverse champion pool, not only in the Akali, the Ahri, and the Asi as well. So hopefully for Misfits, they can remain vigilant, more vigilant in the early game, actually.
And I was eavesdropping a little bit, and I heard you guys say, well, it's going to be really difficult for Misfits, but maybe something that can sway you in terms of the side selection. So XL in summer of 2022, 5 games, 6 games on the blue side, 5 wins, 1 loss, 3 games on the red side, 0 wins, and they are on red here. Can you theorize a little with me, Jamada and GB, as to why they are not finding success on the red side?
It's a strange one, actually, because I don't feel like one side is actually stronger than the other in this current meta.
Maybe for them.
Maybe it's just a them thing. Being on red side here against Misfits, it's definitely kind of tough in that regard if they've got this track record. I will say that in combination with the Volibear taking a hit, who knows, maybe it's just doomed.
Oh, you're ready to just
I'm ready
change
to
your
throw in the
mind?
towel. I'm ready to throw in the towel for
Oh,
XL,
wow.
if that's the case.
So
Red
is
side,
Marcoon,
Voliben.
literally, Marcoon and Volibear is the only thing that can get them this win? What am I hearing?
No, that's certainly not what we're saying either, but I appreciate the little sentiment there.
I'm trying to get him in trouble.
I know. I genuinely feel like Misfits, they need to come out on blue side. You ban away the puppy or you take away the puppy for Schlatten immediately. But if one guy, you know, me and Jamada was talking about AP junglers earlier. If there was one person who probably would bring out an AP jungler, Marcoon would be the guy. Back when I was a coach, if you're back in 2019, back in the day, I competed against Marcoon. And there's one golden room against him back then. You always ban the Elise. You always ban some of the AP junglers that he was so prevalent on. And Nidalee as well, as you mentioned him. So I definitely think there's room for lots of flexibility and maybe some signs of life from the new patch that we haven't seen in some of the earlier games we had throughout the weeks.
Okay, a lot of context and I think a lot of question marks now for the likes of Misfits. I feel like we all have the feeling, okay, is this going to stop at some point? Because certainly you can't keep getting away with it. And for XL, it really is about, can you recover now and make sure that you get a comfortable placement into those playoffs?
Yeah, I think more or less for Misfits, I think this game in particular is going to be really telling for both of these teams' remaining splits, because for XL, bouncing back off of the 0-2 week after seeing the standings and how tight they are, being a team like Misfits, who you could be very well contesting playoff spots for, I think they have the headstead over them from the first round robin as well. Super important to ensure that they just knock them out of contention. From that
Key matchup overall, Misfits versus XL with Dracos and Kadril.
Oh, I like that. Thank you, audience. We're getting ready for the game.
Hype, hype, hype.
Hype, hype, hype. This is a big game. These teams are neck and neck in the standings. Misfits have been on the rise. XL lost to two bottom teams last week. So it's all about setting expectations. Misfits, can they keep the streak going? XL, can they find their footing once again? Now, if you look back to week 3, coming into week 4, a lot of people were talking about Mickey X and Patrick as the best duo bot lane in the league, fighting up against players like Comp, fighting up against things like Upset and Hylissang. And now, after last week, it feels like it fell apart a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
You called this, I think, I can't remember the exact words you used, like counter pick syndrome, like the Jhin. Like sometimes you just need to pick Nautilus, and it's like not sexy, it's not fun, but it like does its job. And maybe we need to see that because the Janna just didn't work.
No, it didn't. I mean, the Janna in Tornata had good theory behind it, but in practicality and on stage, it just didn't look like. I think Mickey went like 0-5 or 0-6, but it looks like with the music and the lights, we're ready to get into draft. Okay, so Misfits on the blue side, XL on the red. XL yet to win a game on red side yet. Strox said it on the desk, 0-3 on red side. All of their wins, 5 out of 6, I believe, come from blue.
Yep.
Are they going to ban away things like the Poppy? I wonder if that's something Misfits has been practicing. Lee Sin, of course, Schlattan's favorite champion, always banned against him. And will Misfits on the counter side give XL Poppy, right? We've been talking so much about Poppy today. We haven't seen it once yet. It's been banned away. Things like Sylas come to mind, Zeri. XL have a lot of bans here they need to throw out. 3 or 4 that I think Misfits will look to counterpick. Gnar, Sylas, Poppy, Zeri, all of them open.
Have to see what the priority and the focus is going to be. I imagine we'll see a lot more top tier picks in this draft. Maybe a lot less focus on comfort, instead focusing on the best champions available. Lissandra also taken off the board, makes a lot of sense. Nuke Duck, very good player when it comes to playing that roaming strategy, setting those lanes. And similarly, Marcoon's champion pool, very easily supported by things like the Lissandra, things like the Viego, anything else like that. Volibear took a hit, the Des talked about it, so I doubt we will see it banned. We'll see if Marcoon would be willing to play it, but again, pretty much gutted.
That Lissandra ban makes me think of Ahri, especially with the Poppy ban as well. VTO has 2 games on Ahri, won both, has a KDA of 18.5. Is that a first pick? VTO just like looks at the ceiling crying as if is he thankful that Yumi's banned? Now he's laughing. Sylas is up as well, so that's kind of like a must first pick at this point, because if Gnar and Sylas are up, it's always in your best interest to pick Sylas, because then Sylas will get Gnar ruled anyway, right? So it's always a better trade-off for you. Poppy's down. Looks like, I would be surprised if XL don't just pick up Gnar anyway, but it looks like GP is going to get instantly locked in for Finn.
GP, great champion, does so much, but not nearly as reliably as the Gnar does. We'll have to see how Finn can pilot it. Obviously, the global ultimate does feel really good. Feels even better in the hands of Sylas, as is very often the case with these ultimates. That said, love anytime Misfits have a aggressive, skirmish kind of focused mid laner to come in for VTO, allowing him to impact the game as early as possible. Generally feels like a good look for them. But with Wukong picked up, we're going to have to see what Misfits want to opt for when it comes to jungle pool and prio.
Okay,
But
wow.
Gwen locked in. Rumors that this has been monstering scrims, even if her solo queue win rate did drop a bit.
I would love to see a Talia here or something for Nuketox, something that can roam around. Lissandra's banned, and when you're up against Sylas, things like Ahri really struggled. TF would suck. These are the champions that Nuketox has been playing throughout the whole split. A kind of supportive mid would work pretty well as well, but Talia makes so much sense when you have Wukong on your team. They have a Sylas, couple dashes, you want to move around the map, roam around, instantly going to get locked in. Now, for a bot lane, I'm thinking an Ezreal would be good for Misfits, or something with mobility, a Kai'Sa as well, but for XL, something like a Philios that can follow up with Engage would work fantastic.
Definitely would. See what the options are going to be. For now, they're banning away the Jinx, these reset champions. When you have Sylas with the potential for so much upfront damage alongside the Gwen, you really have to respect the Viego with resets too. Don't want to give too much of that synergy away. Taking their time now, though. And again, mobile AD carries are the name of the game. You highlighted it already, but GP's ultimate and GP in general is just at his most powerful when he's against immobile backline threats.
Yeah, definitely is. I think some kind of Ezreal ban here for XL would do really well. And the only trouble you have is support matchup is most important, right? Renata's up, Nautilus would work well, but then again, picking Nautilus as XL into Sylas, not great. He'll get a free ultimate. There's the Ezreal ban. Anything that's mobile and can escape this Wukong and GP needs to be taken away.
And the question is Renata still powerful enough that you just pick her here? Because I would argue, yes, there's 3 champions who want to go forward, 3 melees who would be vulnerable to that ultimate, but Excel, last week, they really love their counter picks. Do they have another one prepped? Because you feel like Misfits, pretty easy choice for them to lock that in as well.
Is Sivir going to be high prio with all these AD bans? I wonder if it's something that XL are thinking about when you have so much run at them, kind of comp and move speed. Otherwise, they could just default to something a lot more simpler. Twitch, again, is something that's been rising in prio. Renata is extremely powerful, and it's just going to be XL's pick of the litter. I mean, you could pick AD here and counter support, but it looks like they think Renata's the best. If Misfits take Renata, picking Nautilus is hard because Sylas gets Nautilus ult.
And I think regardless, even if Misfits have something special up their sleeve for the lane matchup, Renata's just so good against Misfits' so far triple melee composition.
Yeah.
Champions who want to get into your backline, champions who have to get into your backline. So something we will have to track as we go later because Misfits are going to have to pick their bot lane now.
Kai'Sa Naut would just be the fallback here for Misfits with this many bans. There's the Nautilus. Kai'Sa has to be the default you have to expect. I mean, what else could you really pick here? Jhin doesn't suit very well. Samira could work, but I don't know if we've seen Neon play Samira once yet, so Kai'Sa would be comfort. And this is the fun part of bot matchups. When so many AD carries are banned, you get to see champs that you don't see often, right?
No.
We'll see what XL pick up on 5 here, because if that does get taken away here, the Kai'Sa, they don't have many champs left. Xayah actually going to be here for Neon.
A champion who obviously peels for herself pretty well, can avoid the Renata ultimate, can avoid the Wukong knockup, at least the first one, as well as get away from the Talia. So safe pick overall, can be very high impact, but it's sort of a champion that just feels like Neon expects to be left on his lonesome in some of these fights.
Is Draven a pick here? We've seen a lot of Draven around the world these days, but there's so many options for both sides. Samira wouldn't make much sense because you have a range support. Something with Engage works a lot better, but he's going to go for it anyway. Samira for Patrick. They have not got something like a Nautilus or an Alistar or Leona that Samira can dash in with, but I suppose the Wukong will be her tag team buddy when it comes to team fights. And we talked about GP ult and Wukong, now you've got a Samira spinning on top of you as well.
Yep, and obviously her ability to use Blade Whirl to stop the feathers from being pulled back, to stop the Nautilus ultimate, limits so much of the 2v2 kill potential post level 6.
Did you ever play Beyblades as a kid?
Yes.
You know, you go, let it rip!
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what Mark Kuhn and Patrick want to do, just both spin on the back line.
We're just paying Beyblades. VTO may also play Beyblades, depending on how this game goes.
3 in the arena in a dragon pit, which one comes out first?
Find out. I don't know enough about Beyblades to make references, so I'll trust you to guide us there.
Yeah, no, just be as a kid, you just want to fight all the time. But anyway, looking at both comps, XL, a lot of team fights. Talia can move to side lanes quite easily if she gets the push. Misfits, 4 melee champs, a lot of heavy skirmishing. And Sylas taking away whichever ult he wants. GP ult would be ideal. Wukong could work. Renata's also could work. But again, team fight. Sylas will probably be matching the side lanes most of the time if the Gwen's behind, vice versa. Double AP solo laners up against his GP. A lot of team fight.
Certainly. Terrifying topside on the side of Misfits Gaming. If they can find a lead in the early game, maybe they can take over. But Excel as a whole, you know what Samira does. You saw it in the hands of Mad Lions last week, how impactful, how powerful it can be. See if Mickey and Patrick can live up to some of the expectations that have been placed upon them as one of the stronger bot lanes in our league, or if they're going to get taken down by Neon and Mersa on the opposite side. Big game, two teams tied in the standings. We'll see who comes out on top, Misfits or Excel.
A little bit of a cheeky level 1 here from Misfits. Mersa is going to hug the wall here and dodge tower. Now he's going to walk up to look for a hook here on Marcoon, who might have to flash.
Marcoon.
Or take the W.
S-Juke. Nope. Forced to take W early.
And that, kids, is why you don't take a spell level 1 out of base. Make sure you save it as long as possible until you need to use the spell before your buff spawns, and that just saves him a flash. Of course, his clear is going to suck now. QE are very good. E level 1, QE level 2. So his clear will be a bit slower, but got to save that summoner.
And this is big. Now, of course, Nukeduck can give a pretty decent leash if he does opt to start Q, the threaded volley here. But it essentially forces Patrick and Mickey X to give a leash, because otherwise it'll take Marcoon a literal year to kill this blue buff, which does mean that if the Xayah and Nautilus on the opposite side want to try to take control of the lane early, they could. Instead, it looks like they're just going to look to give a leash of their own. This will be spotted out by the ward on the red buff, courtesy of Excel. So both sides doing their best to track some of this early jungle pathing.
Are indeed both pathing top. Gwen with Ignite, doesn't have the ghost, has kill pressure. VTO is going to miss the chain, but does get a pretty good trade onto Nukeduck, who will try to trade it back. Of course, Talia level 1, one of the weaker level 1s in the game. Her Q does feel satisfying level 1 to hit, but it doesn't do that much damage. You really need level 9 on Talia to maximize the damage output. 5 points in Q is when Talia really comes online, almost like a scaling-esque champ, but her kit allows her to roam.
And deceptively large amount of sustained damage. Maybe doesn't have the burst outside of landing the combo into the rocks that a lot of other mid laners do, but her cooldowns are so low on Q as you get later into the game that she can just continuously fire rocks into that front line or back line, really limit your ability to do much of anything. Been irrelevant trading on the top side. Gwen received a lot of changes this patch, in theory aimed at kind of limiting some of her pro presence. She's still here. We'll see how she does, but one of the bigger things to keep track of is that the mist now 4 seconds instead of 5. And of course that it gets reset when she leaps outside of it. So up to about 8 seconds in ideal circumstances. And these are the kind of things that we'll keep track of, because often little number adjustments, and there have been many, can really take a champion down.
Yeah, you might be wondering why Gwen just did 900 damage to a creep. When the minion is below 20% health, it takes 1,000 bonus damage, so it helps her clear out the wave a bit quicker. So you might see some ridiculous numbers when she kills creeps on low HP with her Q. Her Q got a little bit of buff onto the damage, base damage and things like this, but the true damage in the main part is reduced by 25%. So a lot of trading on top. Finn wants to make sure he can control this lane. Already used both, all of his corrupting pots, and Irrelevant with that Doran shield. Just trying to tank the most of it.
Definitely the case. Very early roam coming out from Mickey, as it looks like the early push was very much in their favor. Mickey just staying around, maybe hoping the VTO's going to get aggressive here, seeing that Nukeduck is relatively low on mana. Both sides simply going to back away. Scuttle Crab's just about to spawn, will spawn now, and both junglers on the top side of the map. Would be difficult here for Marcoon, though, as he may win out on the 1v1, but a Silas could roam to help. Instead, just gonna kill it.
Just gonna yoink it and W back over the wall and go to Krug. So now it's Zlatan to just base and run to bot crab, but I think XL's bot lane are taking bot crab. You see them on the minimap, Patrick just dashed onto it. So they're gonna take the crab and then go back to their lane.
Hello?
A little bit of an accident there, but he's gonna get it. 77 gold, catch the wave, give up push, but you don't really need push when your jungler's on the other side of the map. There's not much to achieve, and Finn gonna crash this massive wave, which Irrelevant could be diveable, yes. Marcoon probably could have been here to dive, yes, but with the information he had, Zlatan was around, so it's a bit risky.
Mersa back. Bit of trading back and forth here. Of course, trading into the wave does make it a little bit difficult for the side of Excel, as that minions will start to focus fire. And we mentioned those changes earlier to Gwen. It's going to feel pretty good to be able to execute those minions on the top side for Irrelevant.
Oh,
Make sure
Mickey.
they can catch up. Mickey potentially overstaying, just trying to cancel the back. A nice flash to the side. Exhaust now coming out. Mersa, Ignite now ticking down. Mickey stepping away. Chaining himself. If they try to find the kill here, he's going to get a bit more time. Can they finish Mersa? They do. Mickey's still standing. It's clean. The dash from Patrick. He's got enough movement speed to escape, but it's still just going to be the 1-for-1.
Great 1-for-1 trade there in the 2v3. Perhaps if Zlatan wasn't there, the bot lane of XL could turn, but Patrick just going to instantly dash away. Great hook by Mersa, punishing Mickey, who thought, I think, the Misfits bot lane base. Maybe we can push out here. As trading comes in top, Relevant has Ignite here.
The Ignite, where's it going to go? Stepping forward.
What is
Finn?
Finn?
Burning? Ticking? What?
He walked back there for a second. I think he wants to auto-attack Q, but it looked like instead of right-clicking the champ, he right-clicked behind Irrelevant, so he just ran into him. Mersa's around here for a dive. Crucial here, Finn has no TP. That wave is going to stack up and be pretty big, and he needs to
Mickey
catch
on the way. They do spot Mersa.
Mersa got spotted. Mickey's
Finn,
on the
that's your
way.
cue to back up.
They need cover here. I think Marcoon's gonna have to sprint up or Nukeduck's gonna have to lean, but I think Misfits want to force this. They don't have Ignite on Mersa or Irrelevant, so I'm not sure if they have the damage. When they see Mickey, they might call this play off, but it's really good pressure here from Misfits.
Mickey's trying to wait in the darkness.
Does Irrelevant get 6?
Hoping that they get over-aggressive on the dive, but Wave coming in now. Mickey backing away there will clear out now the control ward from the opposite side as Marcoon. Moving in, as you predicted, Cadril. Maybe looking to shut off Mersa here, but instead both sides just backing away.
Did XL know that Mersa was there? They saw him for a glimpse, but there wasn't any
He dropped the
pings.
control ward. They saw the control ward.
Okay, but now he's going to go mid, so they didn't expect this one.
Hook. Walking away. He's in a lot of trouble now. Knockback onto VTO is big with the chains connect this time. Flash in, finishing the kill. A thumbs up from VTO.
Bit of a disrespectful flash there by Nukeduck. He could have flashed the chains and just lived straight up, but Misfits get the kill. Great presence of mind there by Mersa. Hex flash over, lands a great hook, and he's been hovering on this top side. Looked for Finn earlier on, but they get the kill onto mid anyway. Irrelevant will hit level 6 on that cannon minion, so Finn's a bit afraid. Zlatan is behind him. No flash on Finn. Does the wave spot Zlatan? No, yes it does, just briefly. And I think Zlatan's aware.
And this is big for the side of Misfits because, again, we look at Misfits late game team fighting, it's great. You look at Misfits early game, that's what you're going to see at the bottom of your screen. It's abysmal. So often they find themselves incredibly far behind. Things do not work well for this team in the early game. More often than not, it's mid game, late game, the coordination, the execution is 5 where it really comes together for them. But in this early game, already finding themselves these leads, already finding a kill onto VTO, and it's going very well thus far.
Definitely is. So, XL managed to get a couple sums out bot and Marcoon's base, and now Nukeduck in trouble again.
Zlatan on the way in. There's just nothing you could do. The knockback, a nice sidestep as he pulls away. Zlatan. No ultimate for Zlatan means Nukeduck gets to walk away, but such a close exchange.
Perhaps if he buffered his auto there after the W, then Q auto to proc the passive twice, he could have got the kill. No flash there by Zlatan, my mistake, but anyway, managed to gap close. Nukeduck knockback was enough to dissuade that auto attack reset from Zlatan to get the kill, and Nukeduck with the tier 2 boost should just run straight back to lane. Spin's gone for swiftness boots as well, so everyone going early boots here to get back to lane faster, keep up map presence, and VTO has TP up still. Nukeduck, Marcoon still not level 6, needs to look for plays on the side lane. When you're playing the Taliyah, you need to team up with your jungler and your mids and just try to look for plays over sides. Marcoon will find VTO, just make sure his bot lane's safe, and VTO looking for those roams with the lead that he has.
Yep, does not opt to hijack Marcoon's ultimate. Instead, just returning to mid lane, can of course take the Taliyah wall and use it to roam more effectively.
Yep. Similar to the TF matchup, right? Just take the global and you use it yourself. So we'll see when VTO takes it. The problem with those things is when do you take it, right? It lasts a certain amount of time. You don't want to just take it and then never use it. So Nukeduck will make sure his team is aware when he has that ultimate, and VTO will try to take it at the right moment to follow Nukeduck through the ultimate. And XL now going to get themselves a dragon. Zlatan in base isn't going to be able to respond with a herald.
Well played, well played. No response play on the opposite side. As you highlighted, Cadro, means that is just a free dragon over the side of XL, really giving up nothing for it in exchange. Keep our eye on where Zlatan wants to go next. Maybe try to make a delayed play onto the Herald on the opposite side. Instead, invading topside jungle.
Smart play there by Zlatan if he goes for the red, but there is a ward in that pit. Not sure who placed it earlier on, but Zlatan is aware that it's warded. Now the question is, does Marcoon and Nukeduck collapse in time? It looks like Marcoon is on his wolves, so they're going to give this Herald up, and Marcoon's going to look for a full clear. So early Herald better than an early Dragon. We'll see how Zlatan uses it. Has a lot of lanes to give it to. Sylas having gold, Xayah, Gwen, all of these triple threats are always happy to get more gold, so it won't be too hard for him to find a lane.
And very big that they're able to take the Herald in the extended trade early on. Looking like it's purely positive for itself. Misfits with the confidence. Go for the Herald in that context. Our eyes on these teams as we go later and later in the game. I like the early itemization coming up from Zlatan. Just very early healing reduction. Very big against Patrick. We know basically once you get Immortal Shield Bow, Samira is online and she can start to take over these fights.
So SOFM did this, I believe, as well on champions like Vi. Viego does it as well. It's just a Chempunk Chainsword rush first item because of the efficiency of the item. Not so much the healing reduction. There is some to reduce, but the efficiency and the stats that it gives you for the cost is just so worthwhile that a lot of junglers have just been first iteming this. We'll see if that's what Zlatan goes towards. Of course, could build something like the Sunderer out of it or build towards the Shield Bow. But yeah.
And I think it's such a good call out too, especially with the changes to Sunderer coming in, not quite as much max health procs damage, obviously a little bit more in terms of base AD. So seeing the shift in itemization is always something that's interesting to track. After keeping pressure on bot side, Irrelevant still using that ultimate to try to lay down a little bit of damage. Finn forced an early flash out.
Good all in there by Irrelevant. Finn opting for the early Swiftness boots gives him less trading potential, but more mobility potential, right? So he can run out of these situations a lot happier. But of course, we'll have to burn the flash there. Patrick and Mickey putting a bit of pressure down here in bot. Only a small CS lead, but got themselves a plate, keeping up the push. Managed to secure a dragon for their jungler, who Marcoon hasn't found too much yet. I think the Wukong is very happy to just farm up, but now he's hovering around mid. Mersa knows he's there.
Waiting,
So
taking
BTO.
his time. Mersa looks like he's just going to back away. Marcoon not going to overstay his welcome there on the trade, and Excel. A lot of presence here on the bottom side of the map, of course, with the GP on the top side, who can at any moment use the ultimate to help out. Makes a lot of sense.
Global pressure always hurts. Relevant will catch his wave. Finn's going to go to base. So what are we looking out for here? As I say, that Zlatan did pick up that Kempak Chainsword's first item. Yeah, maybe with the Sunder nerfs and the efficiency of the item, that's just the new flavor of the month for these junglers, like Viego, like Vi, and things like this. Has the Herald still. Where's he going to place it? I think he's looking mid most of the time. Nuktak is a pretty easy target if they can land the CC. The second it lands, they should have enough to chain and get the kill and chase through. Silas mobile, Viego with the ult. But Marcoon knows it, and he's been covering it for the last couple of minutes. Mickey's been hovering around, so has Mersa. 3v3 is here. Nuktak just used all
They're
his
trying
spells.
to clear the way. Flash out immediately. Good reaction time there not to get caught by the hook.
Now Nuktak has no summoner, so the next time they come around towards mid, he's going to be extremely vulnerable. Stopwatch will take over soon, but it's going to be a 3v3 contest. XL trying to stop any Herald placement, save Nuktak, but Zlatan now runs top. He's looking for Finn.
Done. Going to come in here. Finn immediately cleanses it, tries to trade a little bit back. Zlatan fully committing to this play, just zoning Finn away.
Has to be careful for Nuktak's ult though. He can cast it straight up towards top, and Zlatan would probably have to flash away, but not confident enough just yet as XL collapse. Mersa's going to make a pick here.
Mickey holding on. Hostile takeover can come out from BTO. Maybe just look to use it now. Locking up Mickey. They're going to start to hit their own allies here. Splitting apart though. Mersa's going to be the one in trouble. Mersa taken down before the fight even kicks off. That's the cannon barrage laid down. BTO does not have any other ults to steal right now. No cooldown available on the hijack. Excel finding the kill.
Yeah, so much zone control from XL. VTO could not even step past the Tribush to try to collapse onto Mickey, who was knocked up because there was a hostile takeover, the Talia E, the GP ult. There was so much damage that he was taking that he had to avoid, so he couldn't really commit with Misfits there. Managed to use his own hostile takeover, but didn't net too much when it's things like the Renata using the auto attacks this early on in the game. And Patrick and Neon very happy farming up. Patrick has the push for now because he has the mythic advantage, but Finn's still under pressure in this top matchup.
Yeah, and also just having that early sustain just makes such a difference when it comes to trading in the lane. Very hard for Neon to take positive trades. All-ins, of course, as well, with Patrick having the exhaust, can be very difficult to deal with.
So let's look at this again, because it's Misfits with the initial pick, but let's just keep our eyes on VTO and look how much zone control XL have. So hostile takeover is going to come out from Mickey. VTO can't step up. The Talia is there as well. The knockback, so if he dashes forwards, he gets stunned. So now that he's dodged the hostile takeover or got hit by the last chain of it, there's a GP ult on his head, and Mercer's already dead. So there was no real angle for him to help his team, and XL come out on top.
Well, highlighted observers. Hate to take that moment away from our dear audience. So now let's see where Misfits want to go. Gold, just about dead even. Of course, you can see the differences, though, in some of the individual laning matchups. The Viego pulling ahead on the opposite side for Excel. It's Patrick who has the lead, who has the advantage here thus far.
Uh-oh, Finn, no flash.
Walking away, taking his time to try to escape for this one. It's a very slow fight. Irrelevant keeping this one going. Another 1 second on the cast time. Finn still standing. Irrelevant.
Oh,
Finn, maybe we'll get the Q. He has shot at the Q. Oh, one shot, one kill.
Oh, Irrelevant going a little bit too deep there. Of course, the R needlework doesn't need you to auto-attack to proc the next stasis of the R1, R2, R3. You can just recast it after 1 second. So Irrelevant thought he could chase without even getting the auto-attacks in, but Finn manages to run under this tower, and because he has the swiftness boots to play to steel caps, he has more movement speed, so he could catch up, get the Q. VTO maybe looking to find Finn on the recall, but I think he's going to be way too far away at this point. So Dragon over to XL. Top solo kill as well, winning on both sides of the map right now. And Misfits only 200 gold behind for now, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
And let's take a look at how that gold is divided here. Always something interesting to track to see where it is, because gold leads can be deceptive. Oftentimes it's on that single member. It's really about Patrick, VTO, Zlatan, Nuktak on the top side, but keeping my eyes on VTO and Zlatan, especially that mid-jungle duo from the side of Misfits, to try to find more of these avenues as you take a look at the total gold protected by Santander, just to see what the options are. But for now, it's the enemy mid-jungle that are making something happen. The knock-up, the chain CC. VTO, where are you going to go? A stolen Wukong ultimate, zooming out to safety. Beyblades, well, Marcoon lets it rip.
Easy kill there for XL. VTO face checks into the bush, was completely unaware where the mid-jungle was, just wanted to push out top and move towards mid, and great pick there by XL. Now Neon might have to be careful.
Sidestep. Ooh, what? Handshake pulls him back.
Spider-Man on Renata there. Incredibly long range on that And now Markoon gonna start up the Herald. Zlatan sees it. Vito does have TP in 5 seconds. It will be on Unleash teleport, but he's looking for Nuke Duck actually.
Level 11. He has a stopwatch as well. This is going to be a very difficult call for Zlatan. If he sticks around for too long, he is just going to die. Nuke Duck just throwing down stones, chipping away slowly but surely. Very hard for them to get anything here. Markoon still has the clone. Vito committing to this. Burning the TP in this exchange. Will not connect on anything, however. And meanwhile, Patrick off to the side. Keep your eyes. S rank. Wait for it to come through. The knockup coming out. He hasn't blocked anything yet. Mickey now going to be in trouble. The Berserker coming in. Neon getting snipped down. Mickey will fall before the fight even starts. That's big for Misfits.
A lot invested here by Misfits. They get themselves a kill. Do they get the Herald, though? Maybe they want to go for the mid-tier 1, because right now Finn's just plummeting down this bot tower. It will be a pretty easy pickup for them for first tower. And Markoon is forced away by VTO. Nuke Duck's going to base. Looks like XL are giving up this top side of the map because the relevant basing goes bot. Patrick.
Forward, Patrick.
Aggressive onto Neon, but there's the first tower for Finn. 1.2k gold lead to him with that solo kill with a couple plates and the first tower. So net gold lead for now for XL. Do they want to fight this Herald? Zlatan no smite. I think that's why Misfits are so hesitant.
Patrick stepping in. Again, just getting a little bit of extra rank there. Getting closer and closer to that ultimate.
No one has
available.
spite.
Who's going to get it? Nobody. This is an absolute fist fight. Oh, Samira gets it. Here comes the wall, though. Zlatan on the wrong side of that. Nope, he makes it out. He will walk away, but ultimately Excel, they are getting everything. We were within touching distance moments ago, but it's 2 dragons. There's a Herald on the opposite side. Finn's taking towers. Now they're going mid as well.
They could just drop this mid here and try to pressure down this tower when they see Gwen and Silas on the side lanes with no TP. Finn's going to collapse towards mid here. Looks like they're going to go for some camps for now. Wait for the wave to crash, and I think they should just be able to pick that tier 1 up, so it should be 2 towers in their favor. We'll see if Misfits just put up some kind of defense here.
Nope. Only Mercy in the area for now. Looks like they're going to be a little bit late to stop the Herald, at least from charging, but maybe they can keep the tower alive.
Yeah, tower should live here. I don't think XL have the
gets
damage.
knocked down.
They have the spike.
Oh, close, but the Herald will connect. The tower remains standing, however, so enough resources committed to make sure they keep their tier 1 mid alive.
Extremely close. Both mid towers very low, and now it's the 1-3-1 for both teams. We're going to see the Gwen and GP match up against each other, the Silas and the Talia match up against each other, and both teams will probably be playing towards the top side. TPs coming up for both side laners of the Gwen and the GP, who just look to use their TPs to join their team when the fights kick off on the top side. But I say that 1 minute on the Dragon. XL would be on sole point at 18 minutes in if Misfits give this up. I think they want to look for a team fight. Spike's coming in here. Riftmaker for the Gwen.
Be pretty big. Keep your eye on the GP ultimate, level 12 for Vin, level 13, obviously the big break point that so many people talk about. That's where the barrel chains really start to become so easy.
So Nuke Duck's going to push out this top wave, I expect, and then move towards mid-bot side. We'll see what VTO does about it, see if he can fight him and slow him down. Knockback's going to miss. VTO's going to focus down the wave, and it's just a big question of, it's 30 seconds until this Dragon, and now they're going to fight.
Connecting. VTO obviously has a huge sustained advantage as long as he has that W up, but if Nuke Duck keeps it in arm's length, that's going to be big slow. VTO now going back in, that's a sustained, but excellent dodge. The Ghost coming in as well, the GP! Oh, it's a dishonorable 1v1, but XL will take it.
Yeah, nice sidestep there by Nuke Duck on the chains. VTO no flash, so he has to recommit to the fight, otherwise he's going to get chased down now. It's a very awkward situation here for Misfits, because you're losing your top tower, but you also might lose Drake, so it's just a question of, do you take this fight? The answer might be yes.
Willing to take the 4v4. They know Finn has no ultimate. Zlatan waiting off to the side. Markoon now committing fully for the fight. Irrelevant leaping away. There's no more Hallowed Mist to back him up. A tower destroyed on the top side. Misfits, they've committed so many members. What can they get back?
Mercy on the side. VTO has TP in 7 seconds. XL might just have to bail on this one. Otherwise, they're going to be in a 4v5. Nuke Duck's top with no mana.
Zlatan no smite, still in the area, however, still wants to threaten, still wants to posture. VTO now coming into the middle of the fight. Keep your eyes on Markoon because he's burning, he's ticking, he's running. There's no smite in the area anymore. VTO with the stolen ultimate pins him into the wall and takes him out. That is massive now for Misfits. A clean use of the Talia ultimate coming in from VTO. And Excel, they just have to give this one up. Credit to Misfits. They committed so much to make that happen, but in the end, they make it work.
Little bit greedy there from XL. Yes, you won the top play, but 2 pressure points on the map is always dangerous when you split up numbers. I think they might have lost track of VTO's TP timer there, but great execution by him, having the Talia ult and managed to gap close. Now Nuke Duck has flash.
Stepping in, VTO is not done yet, keeping his pressure on. Mickey now coming into the area, walking away. VTO knows he can't overcommit.
Misfits, mid tower and Dragon.
This is big for Misfits to start to shift things back. It did feel like Excel were finally starting to pull ahead, maybe, just maybe, but just like that, Excel have started to even things up once again. I want to talk about VTO. Everyone wants to talk about VTO when you talk about Misfits. It's a natural thing. But the thing that I love about him is not just these stats here, not that he's been a monster in week 3 and 4, is the fact that he totally got 1v1's top side and then no feared, TP'd into the fight. Talia walled over, took another 1v1 with Nukeduck right after killing Marcoon, and that kind of confidence, that kind of unshakability, I think is what makes this man such a rock for the Misfits lineup.
Yeah, and it resonates throughout the team as well. When he's going forwards and he's extremely confident in the plays, the team will back him up. We saw it happen around the Dragon, we saw it happen around the 1v1 around Nukeduck. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get a bit too over-eager on himself and take fights that he knows he's going to lose, but thinks that he can outplay. You know, going on to Nukeduck there, I think he can outplay with no flash, makes a mistake and dies. Now Nukeduck sitting at 2 items, but so is Vitio. That shut down onto Marcoon, helping him out a little bit. Now it's a Baron setup for both teams. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the next Dragon. Means both teams want to contest this top side. XL 2 towers. Misfits have 1. XL want to focus down that mid-tier 1, whereas Misfits want to get that top-tier 1, but need to defend on both sides. I think this mid-tower might die here for Misfits. Too many numbers for XL.
Yep. And it's easy to see what Misfits want out of these fights. A lot of melee champions who want to get into the back line, find these assassination targets and these resets. XL have a lot of tools to play these fights out. The GP wants people to fight into him. The Talia wants to split the team with the wall. Is Finn getting a lot of damage here, just looking for the solo. Volo wall coming down on the wall. Finn still standing again.
He's out.
Is he walking out? He got bailed out there, and Neon goes down. Patrick, he can start to look for the resets. They're starting to walk away. That wall from Nukeduck was incredible. Man, it feels bad to be Neon in that instant.
2 kills for XL. What can they get from it? It looks like they're hovering towards this Baron. Mickey just cancelled his recall, but he has no wards to put down, and XL, with those 2 kills, just going to back off. No vision, can't start up this Baron. They only have Wukong ult to look for turns, and maybe they're not confident enough in that. They have the hostile takeover as well, but TP on Irrelevant soon. Don't want to take any risks. Maybe they're confident that this game is in their hands, and it all comes off the back of Finn just taking a 1v1 with Irrelevant in Misfits' jungle. Irrelevant gets the first barrel, but the second one lands. The third one comes out and lands as well. So Finn's just dishing out so much damage here. He gets the bailout, so he thinks, let's take the 1v1, but Gwen's already dead, so then he thinks to himself, well, I'll flash out here. Neon's stuck in the wall, can't move actually, no matter where he goes. Cleaned up by Patrick. Now another fight off screen here. Nukeduck fighting against Zlatan. Marcoon fails to dash over the wall. So that'll be the end of that.
Running out. And again, this is a game that's just been about a trade of blows back and forth. And either side able to walk away without, you know, getting a little blood on their shoes at least. See now, though, is again, XL have a big lead here. Pushing in on the top side, looking to push it even further. 2.5k to their name, Irrelevant. Mitigate a lot of the damage here, but is going to get knocked out of his own circle there. Nukeduck waiting off to the side. Now going to go golden. Gets himself a little bit of space and a reset, but now Misfits could look to take the fight, could look to turn things back. The bailout is on cooldown. Versa kicking the fight off, going in. Hostile takeover goes wide. VTO taking away the GP ultimate. Can look to throw it down on Nukeduck if Nukeduck starts to recall. Misfits playing with fire here, but who's going to get burned?
XL just forced down that top tier 2 and dove. Irrelevant. Misfits were a little bit late to respond. Maybe they didn't expect them to be able to just straight up dive them at 22 minutes in. But they pulled it off. XL going to back away now. Versa hooks in, but then flashes out immediately. Was extremely scared of that hostile takeover. Probably would have died straight after. So XL right now ahead. Misfits only around 3k gold down, 3.5k gold down, but they've been in much worse situations than this. Actually a stable early game for once against one of our quote-unquote top teams. And now they're putting up a fight in this mid-game.
And the line between top teams and bottom teams is, at least in the top 7,
rogue,
almost non-existent, or rogue, and everybody else when you look at it. And for both of these teams, obviously fighting neck and neck. Winner moves up. 6 wins a big point, especially if Mad Lions potentially lose.
Yeah.
So you move later into the day. So everyone matters when the standings are this incredibly close, and a single week can change so much. Because remember, coming out of week 3, we had a clear top of the table. Coming out of week 4, we knew nothing at all. So coming out of week 5, what is the status of the league going to be?
Surely we'll know something, right?
Eventually.
Eventually, surely. Maybe in week 5, maybe in week 6, but now XL, 20 seconds on this Dragon will put them on soul point. Finn's going to push in mid-wave, and Misfits need to find a way into this Dragon pit. Pink ward's placed down, they need to find vision. Versa might just hook here.
Got on, bit of a stun. Marcoon
Nukeduck
getting away. Big damage from Nukeduck again. He's just chipping away slowly but surely. GP ult is down, however. VTO fishing for the flank.
Are they going to take this fight? Zlatan extremely low. We'll get a little bit of the honey fruit. I think they're just going to have to give this here. Misfits look for a top grab, get some vision. There's the pings from Misfits there on the top tower. They want to try to look for a cross map. We'll see if XL give it to them. But that's soul point now for XL. 29 minutes into the game, we will see an Ocean Soul fight.
And again, big props to a lot of the individual XL members. It's not the flashiest game of League of Legends, but a lot of clean consistency coming out of Nukeduck, as well as Finn taking those fights, taking those one-on-ones. Confidence in his champion and the kit that he has, making the advantage that much more real. 3k lead, 3 dragons to their name as Marcoon pushes in.
Marcoon pushing in. Might look for a fight here. VTO is bot. I thought that Nukeduck and Finn were going to collapse bot there for a second because there's a Sylas pushing into their tier 1. You have a Talia ult up, and you Could have looked for a collapse, but it looks like they're going towards mid instead. Try to get some pressure, keep the vision up. We'll see if VTO, does he win against Finn? I don't think so. Finn looks extremely strong right now on this GP, building towards that collector. He's going to go for the crit GP build. We see Bruiser GPs like Nuguri building it. Bit tankier, a lot more cooldown reduction, but not as much damage output, of course. So Finn will have to be careful. Getting caught out on a hook, could die straight away. Zlatan playing somewhat of a tank Viego build. Needs to get those resets going. So now the question is, can XL get topside vision and start a Baron? Can Misfits stop them?
Good question, as Neon is now going to be in trouble. Wall coming over, feathers are going to fly. The pullback, though, could just be interrupted. And Nuke Duck! This man cannot miss. He has played so clean this entire game.
Max range snipe. Now XL with the numbers advantage. 35 seconds on Neon. Going to move towards this Baron. The Crab will help Misfits out a bit. They have a plant as well to get a little bit of vision too. Can they get Zlatan around? Can they get him in range of a steal? Where is VTO? GP ult might be what he wants to look for.
Finn ultimate just around the corner for himself. Setting up barrels in the darkness. Potentially an option for the team to pull back. You wanted to see the 1v1. Cadril, here it is. It looks like VTO definitely does not win it.
Nuke Duck.
But Nuke Duck just might. Going for blood here. The knockback now coming in. Mickey X waiting over the wall. Nuke Duck just waiting in the back of the pit. Full confidence in his own ability, his own movement. One more sword slash is going to do it. VTO goes down. Patrick, keep your eyes on Patrick. Keep your eyes on the S ranking. Can he get it going? Spin, 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 baby. Not nearly enough. Now it's Zlatan's turn to take a chance at it. Zlatan going to finish the job. Misfits using the power of Viego to turn the tides, but not enough to stop one angry pirate. Finn with a double.
But you have to admit, that's a pretty good fight for Misfits. They were looking at losing a Baron, and they were down in gold, they were down in numbers. It was a 4v5 from the get-go, and you managed to trade 4 for 4 in a fight, which you had no business in winning. Nuke Duck going a little bit too deep here, and the second VTO gets chunked out so much, and the fact that Neon's dead, it should be a free Baron, but XL a little bit greedy.
Yeah, but you can see again here, the setup. A lot of confidence in these Talia walls. Nuke Duck coming in to finish the job. Neon, you can see why he picked the Xayah, the escape, the ultimate, to get out of these sticky situations. But there's so many champions who can jump on you in an instant, it's just not enough. And, well, Finn, that's all I'm going to say about this part.
Mixed calls here. XL could finish Baron, but Nuke Duck flashes over. And the fact that he flashes over is telling his whole team to help him. So Mickey just has to autopilot towards Nuke Duck. He dies. There's a massive brawl on this entrance of the blue buff where Misfits are winning, and it's Finn who's the consistent factor for XL. You can see he eventually rejoins, helps XL clean up. Patrick tries his best to get the spin out, and it's the resets for Zlatan as well that keep the fight going. Eventually it turns into a 1v1, and it's great movement here by Finn to dodge the knockback. Look at his dodge here, dodges the knockback, doesn't get stunned up, finishes the kill. Could have gone disastrously wrong there for XL, but they managed to keep it under control.
Finn really the rock for this team. This game, it feels like 5-0 and 3 the scoreline. 3.5 items now, 1 terrifying GP. And of course, the big thing for Zlatan with this build in particular is you do fine damage, you're kind of tanky, but you're really relying on those resets to have those big damage moments. It's not the same as Viego builds that we've seen in past where his damage comes from his own itemization. He needs to kill Patrick and steal damage from him, or kill Nuke Duck and take his items and his damage.
1 minute left on the clock until that Ocean Soul. Misfits need to find their way in. Zlatan trying to get a bit of vision. Finn pushing in bot, 2 levels up on Irrelevant. Double buffs, 5-0. Probably has a 1,000 gold shutdown on his head as well, building towards that Infinity Edge. And it's VTO who we need to keep our eyes on as well. So close to that Rabadons. If he can get that, he'll dish out incredible amounts of damage. Patrick, no sums, will fall quite quickly. So a lot of damage on both sides, just whether they can land it.
All about the setup now. The focus going to be Zlatan waiting in the darkness. They're hoping if they could shut down Finn.
No flash.
We talked about it, the bounty on his head. I think they're ready to commit everything here. Zlatan ulting over the wall, ready to get things going. A ward. They just want to kill Finn. Everybody is here to kill Finn, but Nuke Duck's on the backside looking to get things done. A wall may have stopped him from going in. The pirate is down. Misfits are now ready for a fight.
Fantastic call there by Misfits. He just ults over the wall there. Zlatan pops a ward, gets the TPs in, gets VTO involved in the fight, and now they're looking for this dragon, which XL are going to have to give up. So very tough situation of finding vision, but they go through one lane, punish an overextension, get 5 members down, and they stop the soul from being taken. All they have to do here is get the mid wave to stop XL from being able to find the tower, and they'll come out very happy with that play.
Rest of XL moving up, posturing around the Baron, at least going to get a little bit of vision, maybe some control on the top side. They want to trade something back, even if ultimately they're the losers in that exchange.
They have VTO's GP ult if they need vision. They could just use that on the Baron if they're unsure or scared. It might be timing out soon anyway. But I think they should know that this is not an objective that XL can take. Just push in mid and then just keep the game going. Time is what they need. Level 16 Gwen, level 16 Sylas.
Pull back,
Zlatan.
or one very dead jungler might be enough for XL. They just instantly shift their sights to the Baron, and they have to the pick. It looks like they are going to try to get for a little bit more. Marcoon, no ultimate left in the fight to come. Misfits pushing in, but through a choke point nonetheless. Up against Finn with a lot of barrel damage if he can find it.
Deja vu here, 4v5. Misfits up against XL. Will XL make the same mistake and overextend and try to take the fight, or will they look for a finish? No steal, no smite. Versa's looking for a hook. VTO's on the way.
You're going in. Which ult is he going to take? That's what's going to matter the most. Nukeduck waiting off to the side. Ulti available, potentially going to hope to split the team of Misfits. Handshake goes a little bit wide. Versa in the midst of everybody. That's going to be the hostile takeover. That's hit Neon. Neon getting down. That's going to be one going away. Nukeduck now running, but they managed to take the Baron, and that might be all that matters. VTO and the rest of Misfits. What else can they get here? What else can they trade back? Nukeduck zooming. No damage to cancel. And away he goes. You'll remember, this is the day you almost caught Nukeduck.
Out he goes. The XL get the Baron. Mickey dies for it. Good combo there by Misfits. Looked like Nukeduck was on the wrong side of the map there and he was going to get chased down, but Misfits not confident enough to just fully commit. VTO still looking for a Rabadon's death cap. And it all comes down to that pick onto Zlatan, face checked in. I was a bit worried here for XL because the Baron was on about 200 HP before a smite even came out. You see here, Mickey gets ulted here, I believe, by the Nautilus, dies to the RE combo there, and look at the Baron HP. I was a bit worried, 100 HP smite. Better late than never, as they say. VTO was very close to getting it, and then great ult out here by Nukeduck. The siege will begin here. Level 17 on the Talia. Misfits want to look for a fight to stop the siege, I'd imagine.
And such just a hard team to engage on when they are sieging. You've got the Talia range, you've got the GP barrel set up. If you're ever fighting into GP barrels, you're going to have a bad time. A lesson that Misfits have learned a few times this game. But maybe, just maybe, they can find that angle, they can find that engage, see what ultimate VTO wants to steal away. He has now completed the death cap.
XL really aware they want to fight here, Misfits. You can see they're just posturing non-stop to try and hex flash over and engage.
You want to keep the pressure up. Again, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So that also crucial soul point comes around. Finn, though, as he overstayed once again. Zlatan waiting on the edge, waiting in the darkness, but looks like just threatening, just to make sure that Neon has a bit of space to work with.
Infinity Edge for Neon is what they need. They need a 4-item Spike Xayah. Obviously not playing the poke Xayah, looking for the full on-hit damage. So if he can dish out and get uptime, he will melt through XL, who lack a lot of frontline. Irrelevant to the face tank here.
Wall, hollowed miss buys him a bit more room. Stolen away, hostile takeover. That's not any damage to come from VTO, though. Something to keep your eyes on. Hostile takeover will connect. GP ult coming in as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Finn just looking to break open the base. Misfits committing a lot of members to the bottom side, hoping, fishing, looking for a fight. But it means in the meantime, Finn is given free reign over the mid lane.
Doesn't look like XL can break into tier 3s, can break into the base. Relevant just used ult here. He's looking for Patrick. He saw the bases come in, but Mickey's going to throw him back. And XL can't crack the base just yet. 40 seconds left on that Baron. Looks like they're going to base and try to set up for this next dragon. Look for their soul point. Rabadon's picked up for Nukeduck. The question is, how far is Neon away from that Infinity Edge? He needs that item before this next Drake, and if he can't get it, then they're going to have to fight anyway.
A lot of pressure. A lot of tension in this game. 6K in favor of XL. Their execution has been up and down thus far. A lot of individual standout moments, but a lot of moments where they get over-aggressive and maybe risk a bit too much. If Memphis can find another one of those, if they can punish, if they can take this next Drake and move themselves up to Soul Point, maybe they can even the playing field.
You know, just picked up Berserker Greaves, so I think there's going to be no Infinity Edge for him. So no more spikes left for Misfits. Stopwatch is being bought. Anything to buy time, anything to slow down the fight and help them get another set of cooldowns off is what they're looking for here. All elixirs picked up. I think Finn has Elixir of Sorcery there on Gangplank. Gets a little bit extra tower damage. Hook hits Marcoon.
On Marcoon. If you can force the ultimate out early before the fight kicks off, that's going to be big. And they already have the ultimate down. Irrelevant now in the midst of the entire team trying to survive as long as humanly possible. Remember that he does have a stopwatch. He will go gold and buy himself a brief moment. But no, hostile takeover just doing so much work right into the barrel. The setup that XL wanted. They are wiping the floor with Misfits in the exchange. All it took was one ult from Mickey X and the barrel to follow from Finn. It just made it so dang easy. Patrick now stepping forward, another wall coming in. Clean route comes in from Neon to buy a bit more space with Marcoon already over the wall. There's just too many members of XL left standing.
XL came for the soul, but they're going to take your Nexus. 25 seconds on Zlatan, a big mid-wave double cannons should be enough to end out the game. Misfits had to take that fight. They had to stop them from getting the soul, but it was too little, too late. VTO tried to come in from behind with Irrelevant, but XL had the damage, the kite back, and the barrel sealed the deal.
Positive signs for Misfits in the early game, but it was not enough to stop XL. Looking back in form here, the LEC.
I think a big win for XL if you think about it, because Misfits just come off the back of beating teams like Mad Lions, teams like G2, and XL had a weekend where they were losing to teams, right? Like Astralis and SK and things like this. So Momentum back a bit for XL. Looked in the driver's seat from the early game onwards. Misfits tried their best to find angles. Made that pick onto Finn. It looked like there was hope. They were slowing the game down, but not enough time for them to get into the right kind of power spikes to fight back.
And I was skeptical when I saw the GP, but Finn putting on a clinic, doing a ton of work in that game, and I gotta say, Renata looking as strong as ever on the current patch. Again, for Misfits, some positive signs. The early game, a lot better than some of the other early games that we've seen from them. Staying even, staying within touching distance. Wow, Finn going for the lap. Here we go, Caps' dad coming up. Bam, never leave your friends hanging. That's the rule.
Well, you just got left.
They couldn't see it. Doesn't count. They're gonna put it in the rollout.
Can we get a catch to count replay of that?
LEC on Twitter, Finn, Nuke Duck, Patrick. Obviously, excellent game from the side of Excel. Tough to see the Misfits win streak broken. But there it is.
Everyone's got to come back eventually, right? You're always going to get broken. It's just a case of how quickly you can get back up. And we'll see if Misfits can get up tomorrow. As they're going to be facing off against Vitality. So, semi-tough match. It's almost fall over.
And I said it. Key player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Finn, Nuke Duck, Patrick. Let us know who you think it should be.
Finn quite consistent. A lot of good barrels. Nuke Duck really good roams.
Nuke Duck feels
Patrick
like
a bit quiet,
two favorites.
Did a couple spins in the fights. Yeah, I'm with you.
He spinned good. He was the best Beyblade of the three, which was what we were talking about.
There
at the
was
start.
3 Beyblades. I think Patrick was the winning Beyblade.
Sure.
Marcoon's Beyblades were a bit whiffed, hitting the side of the stadium a few times.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, you don't always get to decide where the Beyblade goes. Finn, getting ready for an interview now. We'll get to hear from him about the Pirate's life.
Yeah.
What that's like.
He's been playing a lot of Pirate. I think, no, this is his second Pirate game.
Second Pirate game. He's a Pirate enthusiast.
Pirate enjoyer.
We're not in the Caribbean.
He's a crit Pirate enjoyer. We should definitely outline that. He's not a bruiser, Pirate enjoyer. He's a crit.
I feel like we're putting a lot of pressure on this interview as we stand here. It says buy time for an interview, though, for those of you curious.
It does.
I don't know if we're buying it so much as like giving it away. I don't know if anyone would pay for this time, but you know, here it is. Yeah, we could buy a stopwatch.
Oh, okay, you got the joke. Okay. I thought I was Donald.
Wow.
Just left me hanging.
We'll see. I think they're ready, though. So despite what the prompter says, I'm going to say Machine, Finn, swap sides. We're not quite ready. We're almost there. This is for the audience at home. For you, it's time for the interview now.
Okay, come in.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Farewell.
Yes, and that's just for you.
Yeah?
That's just you, baby. It's these new earrings. I really like your new... You're going to make me shout? It's because we're this far away. Hang on.
I can't hear
How you doing, Finn?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you.
Good, man. I'm happy to
Cheers.
hear it. I'm going to stand on the magic mark now. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Finn, and a great game of League of Legends. So, Finn, I mean, first things first, love the new earrings. I hadn't seen them. It's been a while since we last hung out.
Yeah, I was probably I was in America last year when you were here.
Oh my God, look at that. I've accidentally set myself up for a question.
Yeah.
America. I mean, like, this blew my mind when I was learning about it, right? A year abroad. I imagine different work environment, different process, and it wasn't, you know, sunshine and rainbows for you.
Yeah, it surely wasn't. It was actually pretty tough for us in America, but that's why I'm extra happy to be back as well.
Has that kind of, you know, lit a bit of a fire in your belly? Back on EU soil, a bit of a point to prove?
Yeah, I just feel like here when I'm in Europe, I can actually play a lot more comfortably, especially like with this team I have now. I feel really good around the guys, and I feel like every day is really fun, and it just really increases the performance level as well if you're just enjoying what you're doing.
Well, that's for sure. And I wanted to learn a little bit more about all of your other holidays. You guys, you were talking about your team. Over to Korea, spending, you know, between splits, going over there and grinding, you were getting proper scrims, right? You were getting proper scrims against the LPL, LCK.
Yeah, I mean, we were scrimming the best teams in the world, and that just helped us a lot to actually take some things after them, you know, and try to amplify to our own game and try to see what we can do. Everyone was 100% motivated as well when we were in Korea. Like, I feel like everyone just gave 120% every day in scrims, and it really made practice a lot more fun.
Does that also build camaraderie, you know, morale, when you kind of see everyone around you working as hard as you are? Does that help you kind of feel like a team unit and build that morale?
Yeah, I just think seeing the progress every day is very fulfilling as a player. Like seeing how you get better, you're actually learning a lot of concepts. You're seeing that the team that you were losing to in the beginning, finally you can start taking games off and beating. It feels just really good.
It's like the dopamine of solving something or understanding a little bit better as to what's going wrong. And
yeah, you can put it like that.
Sure. I might just do that. What else did I want to talk to you a little bit about? I mean, I suppose coming into what is essentially this new 4th spot up for debate, and you guys are, you know, very much in that conversation. Is it fun to be able to flip the script? Is it fun to be able to look at, you know, the quote-unquote legacy European submissions to Worlds and realize, you know, this is very much within reach?
Yeah, I would prefer to get a little bit higher in the 4th spot personally, but
yeah.
The 1st spot is great, honestly. Like, I think everyone got a lot more motivated seeing that everyone wants to go to the Worlds and show that Europe actually can perform at a high level. I feel like the last 2 years or so, Europe's performance at Worlds hasn't been the best, but I think everyone is hoping to change it this year.
So it sounds like, you know, the team dynamics are at an all-time high. How much does Mickey's presence in the roster and him joining, you know, I know everyone, it's easy to point at Mickey arrives, XL out into the playoffs for the first time, but like, is there legs to that? Is he a component of this upswing?
I mean, Mickey watches a lot of anime. He's helping us out there. But I think him and Patrick really are like super strong in lane together, and that really helped us find the solid footing, knowing that we have such a strong bot lane every game. It really makes everyone on the top side feel really secure about the game, and knowing that if you have a bad game, there's guys down there that's gonna pick it up for you.
Well, actually, that sounds dreamy, but you didn't have a bad game. In fact, we want to announce our Kia POG player of the game. It is Finn. So put your hands together. Loving the pirate. Looks good for you, and with the earrings as well. You're just missing the wooden leg.
What'd you say?
You know what? It was a bad joke. I refuse to repeat it. I refuse. And instead, we are going to throw it back over to that beautiful analyst desk, steered by Effia Schocksdeportre.
Sorry, what did he say?
I think it was a great joke. It's too bad he didn't hear it, because I think it worked, Machine. For Finn, always lovely to hear from him. And pretty dicey one, I want to say, when we look at this game and kind of how comfortable it could have been for XL. And then, of course, you're up against the Misfits, GB. So talk to me through the game plan from both sides, where we talked about how Misfits have trouble in the early game, and where XL usually has fantastically explosive early games. We found them on even keel.
So we found it on even keel, but in terms of like tempo and who is making plays, I still think Jamada's a nice kind of thought process to this game. Kind of went home, and I also think that, yes, you're right, that it did get messy in the mid game as well. I think some of that goes into the fact that Misfits are still actually showing really good signs of life in team fights, finding fights that I don't necessarily thinking they should win, but still come out ahead because of clever flanks.
Isn't that always the case? How are they finding them?
They just keep so close to 20 every time in this stage, man. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was definitely opposite day. I feel like if you turned off nameplates and you asked, okay, who's drafted what team comp, you would have said Misfits had the XL composition. I think you would have said that XL had the Misfits one. It was definitely very strange, I think, to see Misfits, but it was refreshing to see Misfits actually play out an early game, or try to play out an early game proactively, and still taking it to an XL composition, I think, which realistically outscaled them in the late stages. Kind of just goes to show how strong they are.
I was going to say, great point of them that they are willing to take that chance, but you were very, very interested in the bans from Misfit sides, especially.
Well, I also think we don't have the bans here, but the two bans you needed to pay attention to was the Lissandra and the Poppy. That Misfits banned immediately. You and I talked about it in the pre-game as well. These are two champions just straight up shot down the champion pool of Zlatan and the champion pool of VTO. And I think you can also see it with the draft you get from Misfits at the same time. When you draft for almost full melee, having to play into Lissandra or Poppy would be disastrous. I think the problem for Misfit with this draft is that they put themselves in such a timer. They had such short range, and they were playing into Talia.
Yeah, I think when you look at the compositions one-to-one, I actually don't think the scaling is too bad. I think it's when you start. I think it's when you start to factor in how the comps actually interact with one another, right? I think the fact that Misfits have very limited options of engage, and the fact that they're a short-range composition that has to walk into Gangplank and just basically everything on XL, it just feels a bit too hard to really overcome.
Yeah, and the class on XL also showed in the way I think they played the map and played those fights. I think it also shown out of Arkia player of the game, Finn. How instrumental was it that Finn really found a spot in his advantage, his agency on Gangplank in the top lane in terms of the game plan of XL?
I think when we see that XL was playing towards bot side and stacking early Drakes, essentially we wouldn't really see Finn take charge. It should look like it's looking right now, but it's not working out for him.
Yeah, I would even say we would argue Misfits should have just been slamming topside to try and shut down Misfits, to be honest. And there was almost an error that I feel like they were more focused on trying to shut down Nuke Duck, which is definitely a very valid path to go down, but I just felt like they didn't really get to do that enough, right? Talia's always just going to be able to press a rekey, stop everybody from dashing, and eventually Finn just won the matchup individually by himself.
Now, the viewers don't know Jamada as well as I do, so Jamada obviously master tier jungler as well, but also... Well, X.
If you had it once, you always have
exactly,
it.
That's what I do. and also Gangplank connoisseur. How do we rate the Finn Gangplank in this game?
Oh, dude, this is a 10 out of 10. I think the fact that Gangplank should have a really okay time into the Gwen. I think the fact that he was being pushed and then still came out ahead on the 1v1 and then just set up so well in some of the later stages as well, like the brush setup by the chickens, excellent winning out on the barrels is really, really hard to do against good players as well. And the fact that he was able to do it back to back to back and set up time and time again.
And that right there, right? I was going to try and move out of the way. 33% damage, right?
That's big.
Of course, you're playing into melee, and it is easier in that regard, but still pulling it off. And the amount of times he crit luckily, insane. Not only is he good, he's also the luckiest player at the same time.
Yeah, crit flank indeed. Let's take a look at the final fight in which he was instrumental again. Top laners are having a day here at the LEC. Of course, the Gnar from Gen X in the first one, but now the Gangplank out of Finn. But just overall, it's never really one player. You see that everything works really well in conjunction with each other, even though XL almost dropped the ball earlier, Jamada.
Yeah, even though XL nearly did, I just think, again, it just came down to a compositional difference, and Misfits, again, to me, just kind of struggled to find key targets, I think is the big thing. When you've got such a short-range composition, I think that you always have to take away the high-value targets very, very quickly on the enemy team comp, and it just felt like they were never really able to shut down Patrick, they were never really able to shut down Finn, and from there, they're just always going to be able to dish out their damage.
And that's always why we say the melee composition is so difficult. Like, to paint the picture is the fact that you have to flank. You can't just front to back like XL can. You need to find these vision pockets you need to go in for. They're difficult to create. But then I also just think from the entire team aspect of this game, Nukedog and Finn, you know, completely showed up. Usually I was ready to talk, all right, let's talk about the Makoon Wukong. He's going to be instrumental in fights. That's not how this game turned out. Nukedog, incredible under Talia. Gangplank as well for Finn. We already talked about it. Great stuff from both of them.
Yeah, we gotta say, we've repeated it a lot, but I think we've talked a lot about Markoon in this run of XL. But Nukedog, for the time he's been in the league and the kind of impact he's had on this XL run so far in Summer. Also the fact that it seems like Talia just fits in that wheelhouse, right? He wants to be able to influence the map. He wants to be able to influence and help his entire team in terms of both when it comes to objectives, both when it comes to those team fights. And there's always going to be picks like that, right?
Yeah, I feel like in every meta, right? Whether it's Galio, Lissandra, whether it's Twisted Fate, there's
he
always
loves them all.
and he loves them all. Who would have thought? But I think especially when you have such talented side laners like Finn, like Patrick, and now Mickey as well, it's very easy for him to just slot in nicely. I think he kind of functions in a very similar manner to how Niski does on Mad Lions, actually. I think that's a fairly okay comparison to make.
I think that's a great comparison.
Yeah, where he's just able to very easily set up Markoon, or Markoon is very easily able to bounce off him, and that just makes it simple for Finn and Patrick and Mickey to all play their games.
Yeah, because they also just play the Lissandra. You know, the Talia is just a Nukedog special, but even Nukedog himself has found ways to remain unique, right? We also saw the weird LeBlanc builds to come out from him last spring. We have seen the Veigar as well, which is one of these unique champions you can pick into where it slots. I think Nukedog is great because he doesn't have to be a star player. I think that really sells him in this roster, the fact that he has players to play around with, that he can make the stars.
Yeah, and I think there the comparison with Niski also works. He'll be playing, by the way, in the next game up versus Vitality. But GB closed the book on me for Misfits then. They had a 5-game winning streak, literally, closing it. Very nice. And here they did try something different, and that is kind of what we asked of them at the top of the show as well.
I definitely feel like we did, but I also think that this is like kind of how patch 12.13 hit. You can't just slam the Corki and have the late game aspect now. And I think they tried to make up for the weaknesses by banning the Poppy and the Lissandra. You still had 3 melees. You still had a difficult time playing against it. And they needed to be more proactive. They found a good kill with Vizio and Zlatan in the early game on Nukedog, but they weren't able to replicate it.
Yeah, I feel the fact that they weren't able to push the lead that they actually managed to get in the mid lane further was the bigger issue to me. I think that they actually had a lot of signs of life in the early game, right? I think seeing that from Misfits is crazy when you actually take a look at the numbers in particular. But I think, more to me is just the composition just started to not be able to play itself into what XL had, unfortunately. I think Misfits, though, it's still a positive showing. It's just not, fortunately, what we wanted to see out of them entirely in terms of just, being able to actually push an early game lead if they were able to get one.
Yeah, they've shown us different things and maybe they bounce back tomorrow, but XL got a win on the board. Our next game is Mad Lions up versus Vitality. We'll be right back with that banger.
Banger.
lion.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We've invited Alioya and Niski from the Mad Lions and Kazi and LeBron from Vitality to one of the greatest challenges the LEC has ever seen.
Their culinary skills will be put to the test as they are forced to prepare something that they've never done before.
Something we made earlier, they'll have to replicate it one for one without a recipe.
My cooking experience is probably zero.
I made pancakes once.
I'm pretty sad that I won't be using the microwave today. I think that would be my cheat code, but I guess we'll see what we can do.
They have 1 hour, ready, steady, cook!
If you want to know who won the cooking contest between Vitality and Mad Lions, you can check the full episode out on youtube.com/LEC. I'm Quickshot, joined by Vedias, and I will say you are taking this spaghetti confetti cooking competition to a whole new unexpected level.
Yeah, ideally we can take it even more extreme, where you have to
More
like,
extreme?
yeah, like building a house out of spaghetti. But we'll see. You know, it depends. You know how much.
I would
convince
love to
LEC
live
my great
inside your brain for just a
You would.
day. Build a house out of spaghetti. Well, listen, we're about to jump into Game 3. Mad Lions taking on Team Vitality. And it's an interesting season, interesting point as we find ourselves in summer, starting the second round robin, looking at these teams, looking at the fact there are 4 seeds for Worlds. And this is now where I want to start seeing these teams shaping up, starting to develop, improve, look at those slightly more chaotic plays, and hopefully land them a little bit more consistently.
I will say that prior to last week, Vitality were yet to beat a top 5 team. Of course, that did change, but I still have my doubts around Vitality or around the actual strength of the roster, their consistency as a team. But Mad is a team that I think, I said it last week, and I will say it again, I think that they could be in a position where they were actually first in our league. 2 of their losses were of their own volition, them being a little too over-aggressive. And obviously, this is something that you can criticize them for, but when you look at the success that they've actually had, and that Elder Dragon was stolen by an Ezreal ultimate, you know what I mean? Of course, they deserve to lose those games, but
when
it's
you
one
make
of
the
those
mistake
things,
and it gets punished.
But it's one of those things where when the game is in your control for like 80% of it, like you really need to recognize that this Mad Lions team is clearly a very strong one. And I think Kadril said it. I think that they're in contention for the strongest in the league right now.
Well, we'll find out if they can pick up their second win against Vitality as we hitting the draft. What are we expecting as we hit picks and bans? We are playing on 12-13. I think as far as Mad Lions are concerned, having a fantastic run. I think Armut in particular, finding success on his champion pool. Not exactly the most exploratory, shall we say, but he's one of the players that has definitely stepped up this summer. And obviously the inclusion of Niski completely reformed the squad. He himself, statistically speaking, not the shiniest, but undoubtable impact on this roster.
Oh, for sure. I think that when we look more closely at the draft, Gangplank is a champion that has to be very high on the priority list for both sides. Alfari, his Gangplank was terrifying last week. Typically, it's a champion he doesn't get his hands on, but when he does, he looks terrifying on it. Armut as well. I would say that so far this split, as you rightly said, he's had a very solid performance. He's had his up and downs at times for sure, but overall I would give him a better grade than I would have last split. But I would say that so far the champions he's picked aren't really outside of his wheelhouse. He's still going for comfort. He's still demonstrating that like he has his champions that he's very good at, he can be relied upon. And I think right now, given that the meta is so Gnar focused, like this is Armut's best position to be in. Especially when you see all the memes about, what are you talking about? Armut can play Astronaut Gnar and he can play Dino Gnar, and you know, like it's definitely a good meta for him.
And of course, don't forget that technically counts as 2 champions, Mini Gnar and Mega Gnar. Taking a look at the bans thus far, no surprises yet. Renata, GP, Zeri, Viego, and Yumi banned away by Team Vitality. And I want to remind everyone, this was the opening game of Summer. Mad Lions versus Vitality. Mad Lions won that pretty handily.
Yep.
Pretty one-sided from the get-go. Armut was actually running that on in that particular matchup, and Lissandra will be the 3rd and final ban here.
So this suggests to me that Mad Lions, I wouldn't be surprised if they first pick the Gnar. Vitality can then also look at blinding the Ahri, because when we look at Niski's most... Oh, just a blind pick Poppy, okay. That's pretty interesting. So for any of those that watched Ready Check earlier, both Jamada and Goldberg talked a lot about the presence of Poppy globally and how it is rising in popularity. It is considered the strongest jungler on the current patch, but there are answers into it, in particular AP junglers. For example, we saw Peanut earlier today, or was it today? I think it was today, bring out the Morgana as a response to it. So like, there are answers, there are things to shut it down. The question is Haru happy to play them?
And will Vitality make it work? As an aside, this is Alyoya's first Poppy of Summer. He has only played it 3 times in his career and won all 3 games. Just as a small side note, that Gnar that we talked so much about in regards to Armut has now been stolen away by Alfari and Team Vitality. They also locked themselves in Aphelios relatively early on in the draft.
That's a little surprising. I was not expecting an Aphelios to come out this early, especially when, as far as I can tell, Kazi hasn't played it yet this split. The fact that they have such a high priority, I wonder if they know something that we don't. But seeing the response in the Gwen to the Gnar is nothing too uncharacteristic. Talia paired up with the Poppy as well. This is pretty interesting, mainly because usually when we see Talia being picked, it's like as an answer to Dash's high mobility.
Right.
And they're just going to pick Wukong.
So nothing exploratory, nothing AP thus far.
But that's kind of, it's weird, Quick Shot. It's weird because obviously when you think of Poppy and Talia, both of these champions very good into things that dash, right?
Yep.
You've got the stuns from Talia's E, you've also got Poppy's steadfast presence. Both these things make dashing champions very annoying, which is why mages in particular can be considered quite good because you can do a lot of damage from a decent distance without relying on a dash. But then Wukong has a dash, Na has a dash, and then they picked the Wukong into this as well. So I'm a little skeptical, but Vitality seem to be going towards more of a team fight direction. My question is, how can they really round this out when Mad Lions is really limiting their ability to go for more mobility?
The thing is, it also makes me think just a little bit about Team Vitality and their players, draft-wise as well as prioritization. They have been unique, shall we say, in their approach this year. Taking a look at the bans just in Phase 2, Azir, Braum, Kalista, and Jinx taken away. And this next pick from Vitality will give us a little bit of a hint as to how they plan to close out their draft. But right now, there are tools in Mad Lions kits to defend, and it will be Perkz' Orianna.
So I was expecting a mage to come through from Perkz, and I think the Azir ban was really smart from Mad because they recognized kind of the same thing that we were talking about, which is that Vitality is unlikely to go for something like an Ahri, right? This Talia and Poppy both very much dissuade that. So they're going to be looking at a mage. You look at Perkz' most played big mage outside of Ahri, and it is that Azir. It also gives you a lot of range and also a lot of disengage tools for a pretty short range Poppy and a Gwen. So I like it a lot. I think the band's really good, and the response with an Orianna means that Perkz will be able to facilitate these team fights, which is definitely the direction that Vitality's gone for with their draft.
I mean, when you take a look at this, first Orianna as well as first Aphelios in Summer for Vitality, but definitely not the first for the respective players. Perkz' second most played champion all time is Orianna with a 60% win ratio. Kazi, on the other hand, only has a 30% win ratio on that Aphelios. He'll be matched up into Unforgiven's Draven, which you've seen once this summer already. Team comp closed out with Nautilus. Some more disengage, some more tools to peel back if they need to. And Team Vitality will close out with the Tahm Kench. So when we zoom out, how do you feel Vitality have finished the draft?
Yeah, I like it more. I think the Tahm Kench is really good into what is effectively, well, I say single target damage, but when you kind of look across the board, sure, Gwen has a little bit of AoE, but Talia is really your only big area of effect damage ability, whereas you've got a lot of single target damage, and a lot of your CC is also single target damage, which means the Tahm Kench can help provide a lot of peel for both the Aphelios and Orianna that may struggle in terms of their mobility against things like Nautilus and the Poppy. My big question marks is how will Vitality be able to reliably find engages? They do have the Aphelios ultimate to potentially set things up, but I think it's going to be really difficult for a Na and a Wukong to be able to actually get close to this composition. But I ultimately think that a lot of this game is going to come down to team fights. Obviously, we know Mad Lions is a very strong early game team. Typically, they play towards the top side of the map, and I expect them to do the same thing this time around. But I think this game will ultimately be decided in the execution of the team fights and who can play better.
Well, team fights, we'll have to find out who can find those engages with the engage options available. And I want to find out what Haru's going to do on this Wukong. It was a first pick Poppy for Alioya and the Mad Lions, and the answer from Vitality was Wukong. Will it be able to work? Of course, both of these teams coming in middle of the table, 6-3 for Mad Lions, 5-4 for Vitality. Let's hit the rift. As we are in game, something that Vedius just mentioned a moment ago, Mad Lions as a team are one of the strongest early game in the entire league. However, that's at 14 minutes. Vedius, do you know how Vitality rank up at the 8-minute mark?
I am aware, but I feel like you're going to tell me anyway.
I am indeed. They have the highest goal difference at 8 minutes, the highest goal difference at 14 sitting at 4th, and then at 20 down to 5th. So this tells me at the 0 to 8 minute mark, that lane kingdom, as it were, for Vitality is very, very strong, but it does fall off. It does peter out as they need to look around moving the map and playing it.
I mean, it's true. I mean, the biggest thing to me to take away from the stats that we were trying to highlight there was very much that Vitality can build leads due to their reliable laners. In particular, Perks on his Orianna, for any mid lane enthusiasts, you should really watch his CSing, because he will very quickly start taking Raptors to accelerate his gold leads in the early game. But they don't really build much off the back of that. They are a team that have kind of gone through many different iterations again this season, where there was a period in time where they were playing more towards their jungle, then they tried to play more towards their laners, and last week they played very much towards Alphari, and it was super successful for them. You know, they got a massive win. But the question is, what type of form are they going to bring today? And right now they've gone for more of a teamfight approach. I don't expect there to be too much early game aggression. I think that one avenue of attack could be this top side of the map, and this is where the Mad Lions then comes into that part of the equation. They have been very formulaic in their approach to the early game, actually looking for a lot of early game dives, leveraging their mid prio and allowing Elyoya to get easy invades in. Niski will often trade his health in order to gain prio in the lane. You can see him already trying to be super aggressive in this mid lane matchup, and here look, you can see with the push, what will they do with it is the question. They do have information on the red, which means they have a rough idea of where Haru started in the direction that he's going. Elyoya is going to be pathing up towards the top side of the map, but look at that, pushing top, pushing mid, and that bot wave is slowly starting to stack. So very typical Mad Lions fashion, they will have this early push, which then allows them to like work in tandem with Elyoya to secure early objectives.
Going to be hurting those Vitality 8-minute stats. Unforgiven and Kaiser going to force the flash from Labrov. Kaiser follows with his own, and Elyoya's in the jungle, potentially for support, but that's dredge line after dredge line, finding Labrov, forcing him away from the lane. And as you're highlighting, Niski already moving, Bedius.
And look at this. He pushed in mid, gives them access into this bot side of the map. And like, it's all just set up so beautiful. Mad Lions, once again, demonstrating how they use this early prio to play with Elyoya. And it's, again, it's like, okay, we'll sacrifice our, like, look at how much mana Niski has right now. He's only level 3, but he doesn't care because he recognizes what's more important is being able to get this mid lane push. And what do? They hand the blue over to Niski. All that mana that he's just lost, he's now going to get invested back into him. This is going to be so much better for him in terms of the mid lane matchup. And what can Vitality do about it? I mean, I will admit that flash from Kaiser, a little troll.
Oh, yes.
Was a little troll.
Optimistic.
But I think the reason why he did it was because he thought Unforgiven would flash with him. And so then he can take tower aggro so that Unforgiven can then go underneath and then they can like get that kill. But the kill wasn't really Unforgiven's plan. He was like, we hard all in and then we can set up for the invade on the bot side. And now Elyoya makes his way top and look, in a position to answer Haru, but also threaten a dive onto Alphari.
Alphari's trying to trim out that wave and the hero charge will not find a stun. Or at least pushed away from the objectives. Stepping forward, dredge line this time catches onto Kazi. He's down below 100. First blood secured for Unforgiven. No flash available, but Labrov will be able to dive to safety. Now Armored taking the blows. The turn back around. Alphari will drop 2 kills to Mad Lions and 2,000 gold in the lead.
Oh, it's just a beautiful early game from Mad. And now you can understand a little bit more about what I was saying is why I rate this team so highly, right? The early game execution is just a joy to watch. The way in which they leverage their prio, but let's see if Vitality can answer back.
Well, Haru's waiting in the bushes for now. Will deep forward and puts that crushing blow onto Elyoya. Level 5 for Perks, and ultimately, not a lot comes from that. Not a huge amount of damage to follow up, no ultimates. Also, Haru was only level 3 to the level 4 of Elyoya, so just a great start here for Mad. And I think one of the things we consistently see from Niski, you were talking so much about it, Vedius, is just how he plays with his team. I think when it comes to roaming and supporting and pushing the advantage, Niski is showing a masterclass this summer.
I mean, the fans might be sick of it because all we seem to talk about is Niski every single week, but it's hard not to, mainly because of his story, right? Last split, he wasn't in the LEC. Last year, he was on Fnatic. He made it to a finals. He did end up falling short, but like, he's a player that I think, to the community's perspective, seems to be someone that he's a very good mid laner, but he should never really be the best in the league. He should be like that benchmark that other mid laners should like overcome. But he's never that guy that actually sits at #1. And I think when I spoke to him on Euphoria, he was like, yeah, it's kind of annoying. Like, I think I'm really good. I think I should be considered the best, and I want to be the best. And I think that his mechanical prowess is not what's making him stand out this split. It's just the way in which, remember, this team, Mad Lions, 4 out of the 5 players on this roster finished 7th last split. One player comes in and now they're in contention for first place.
Do you think it's fair to say that stylistically, Niski's not necessarily the flashiest, but the way he elevates and integrates into this Mad Lions roster allows the likes of Aljoya, Unforgiven, Armored to sort of carry. It's almost like he's a bit more of a supportive player in some ways, and it helps a lot when players like Kaiser just consistently find their targets. Mad Lions in a 3v4, how do Vitality start the fight? Tongue Lash goes wide, and it's something that's going to be challenging for this Vitality roster. Even if they catch people a little bit out of position, it's so hard for them to stick to players. And Perkz is going to be forced to flash away. So much threat on that middle lane.
So there was a lot of interesting things there, but to very quickly answer your question earlier, I think that Niski's just a very well-rounded player. He can be a carry, he can be a supporter, he can take that supportive role, but to kind of button it all up, he's great. And he's been a great addition to the Mad Lions so far this split. I'm not taking a bit of an unfavorable trade there. But to go back to that little mid interaction that we saw, the reason why it was super cool was because Perkz wanted to push and go back. He invested his ultimate too. The goal was not to kill Niski, it was actually just to help clear out the wave, put a bit of damage down, and then he could go for a quicker reset. And he could do this because his team was in the bot river. But then his team left before he cleared out the wave, allowing both Aljoya and Kaiser to then contest the mid wave, forcing Perkz to back off, flash away, and then he still end up stuck in lane. And now look at the consequences of all of this. Mad now leverage that fact to actually get mid prio. Niski actually gets the push, then they use it to steal away the red buff, and now Mad find themselves off another advantage. And it's these small things, their ability to recognize small windows and play around the push that they have in lanes, that's just that's a joy to watch.
But also very well coordinated. I mean, that bottom lane push to allow Aljoya and Niski to steal the first blue buff, or at least the second spawn, so to speak, and this time round, in that mid lane, Aljoya and Niski just coordinating and working well. It's allowing the team to still maintain that 2,000 gold lead. Haru is going to shadow in this top lane, has not found a way to influence just yet.
Can you press the XP button for me? Quick shot.
Can indeed.
Yes, so that's the one. I was curious as to, so you can see Haru's XP in particular and contrast that to Aljoya. They're obviously quite close, suggesting that Haru is relatively close to that level 6 mark, but this is kind of the results of all of that early aggression, where Aljoya has been benefiting from stealing away a lot of these camps, and you can see it on the CS score at the bottom. There's a 1k gold advantage for Aljoya, and like it's all just mounting into what is a 2k gold lead that Mad have firm control over this early game.
They do, and despite the tiny advantage for Perkz in that middle lane, it is kind of like countered by how Mad Lions been able to control the flow of the jungle, and the fact that Aljoya has been able to steal multiple buffs. You saw the Herald there secured by Aljoya, and this bottom lane is still maintaining their lead. Vamp Scepter, as well as that BF sword and 2 long swords into a quiver. So if Kazi or Labrov get caught out by a dredge line, or potentially this roam here, if you look at the minimap, Niski threatening or at least moving down, I think Unforgiven will be able to melt through those bot laners of Vitality very, very easily. They will back away as soon as that wave is thinned out. And now I'm going to turn the attention to Vitality. How do they try to claw this deficit back? Because they've got their ultimates, they've got some space to work with.
They get cheeky, Trevor. Look at this. Sitting in the bush. The fog of war right now. Unforgiven. How suspicious is he?
White red there for Kazi. Flashing cleanse available for Unforgiven. Kaiser's up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward, and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold. Labrov will close it out, but in a 2v1 and getting hit by everything, he finds the kill.
That is a Draven main right there. Unforgiven stares into the face of death and says, "Not today, baby. If I'm going down, you're coming down with me."
I mean, that is incredible. Through the exhaust as well. Managed to get the whirling death out just as he was chucked up in the air. Will still maintain that advantage and that lead. Vitality, it's such a difficult position. And remember, of course, that Aphelios was locked pretty early in the draft, so it allowed Mad Lions to think a little bit, plan some of their options, and Kaiser and Unforgiving doing a great job to push that lead further.
I just hope we get an opportunity to see the replay of that, because the cleanse in particular from Unforgiven was just so good to remove that exhaust so we could get as much damage out as possible. Once again, Haru being spotted on this vision in the lane. He tried to make a gank happen bot, didn't work out. He's trying to now make a gank happen top, but another ward will spot him out. And look at what Mad do with this information. Immediately, the pings are coming down towards the bot side of the map. Kazi has to make a beeline to get away, but Kazi has his eyes set.
Oh, there's the wall. Weaver's Wall coming out. Will cut off Kazi from escape routes. He's got some damage down thanks to that blue-purple, but there's just too much to deal with. An easy kill, the 4th of the game for Mad Lions, the 1st for Niski. And it just is complete control, fairly reminiscent of the opening game of Summer here. Mad Lions being able to get an early lead. They drop the Herald down bottom. This will unlock the tower as well. And they're just going to extend that lead even further, Vetty.
It's just it's another great demonstration of Mad's ability to read the map and respond accordingly. Like, the second that Haru gets spotted top, the call is, okay, we dive bot. Even if we don't get a kill, we're using our Herald, we're taking that tower, we're converting it into a Drake. Perks, though.
All right, Shockwave will force him back. Something he'll use there by Niski. Flash forward from Perks to the last command. Attack will secure it. Heroic charge pushes Perks back into the Mad Lions jungle, and that is the boot away to prevent any follow-up. 1-for-1.
Elyoya hits LeBron with the yeet and sends him back to base. That was beautiful because he was so close to getting Perks out to safety there. But props to Perks. He can kind of feel the game slipping away very quickly. And this is something that we've talked a lot about when it comes to Perks as a player. Yes, sometimes his plays look in. Sometimes they look bad. But sometimes you have to be the one to make something happen. Otherwise, nothing ever will. And getting a solo kill onto Niski is a great way to start.
I mean, he's going to need to pull a magic rabbit out of the hat. If you take a look at the players this summer in terms of their stats, kill participation very high for Niski because of his play, as we talked about. Look at damage per minute, CSD and gold difference. Stark differences between the two. As I'm talking about the mid laners, there's an engage up top. Haru's not going to be able to find anything just yet. Whirling Death finds the bounce once and twice. Here comes Elyoya. He's got the flash available to him. Haru's looking for that crushing blow, and he gets crushed himself. Unforgiven with another. The stun into the wall. LeBron is taken out, and Alfari forced to flash for his life. While that is going on, Perks is pushing the mid lane, but Mad Lions set their sights on that top tower.
And you can see desperation starting to come through from Vitality. They feel like they need to make something happen, so they attack Unforgiven. He has no flash, he has no cleanse. The idea behind it is good, but he does what Draven does best, and he just fights them through the gank.
I mean, take a look at that. Already got the Eclipse secured, plus another BF sword at 13.5 minutes. Vitality got some damage onto Unforgiven, but he just walks out of it and turns around to secure yet another kill. 3-1-1, 6,000 gold up. And this has just been the Mad Lions show, as now Kazi will get jumped on by Armut. The Mulna Vigil does so much damage, the scissors, the snip, 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 and Armut gets himself a solo kill.
Oh my word, Kazi finds himself at 0-4, getting 2v2 killed in lane, getting outplayed by Unforgiven in a 1v2, then getting collapsed on in the bot lane by Mad to now find himself dying once again in the 1v1. Mad leveraged their advantage in the bot side of the map, and they have continued to accelerate this early game.
I mean, Mad Lions are just outplaying Vitality pretty much across the map in nearly every role. I do have to ask the question, though, for this composition from Vitality, could there have been anything different? Would it have really mattered because of how Mad are playing the map?
If the game was more neutral in the early game, then sure, there was a very clear win condition for Vitality, which was their team fighting. You have a very traditional Wombo combo with Orianna, Aphelios, and Wukong, but on paper, this is Mad Lions' game to lose, right? There should be no way in which they can. There should be no way that they can lose this game. Of course. The one thing that I did say about Mad Lions earlier is that of their losses, they've had 3 so far this split, as you can see in the top of your screen. One of them was to Rogue, one of them was to Misfits, and one of them was to XL. Now, the game against XL, they got smashed. They just lost, right? So XL was the better team in that series. Against Rogue and against Misfits, they found themselves with massive leads.
Yep, like 7,000 gold at 50.
Like 7,000 gold,
Kind of reminiscent
of this. And then what they did was that they would overforce a play rather than making the correct choice. And I will say, and like having spoken to many members of the Mad Lions team now, that sometimes they just get a little too lost in it. You know, when you have a gold lead like this and when everything is just going super smoothly, it's very easy to get into the mindset of we can't lose this game, so we can kind of do whatever we want. But you then have to remember that your opposition they're no slouches themselves. They are professional players, and any small window that becomes available, they will try to take advantage of it. So clean closeout is now kind of what we're keeping our eyes on for the Mad Lions. We'll see if they can close this one out cleanly from this point, because the game feels like it's already over, given the lead that Mad Lions have been able to build.
I mean, the Collector's been picked up by Unforgiven at 16 minutes here, going into not even completed boots for Kazi, as well as that Gale Force. The second Herald was just secured. I think you pointed out like 100% what we want to see from Mad Lions is this next 5 to 10 minutes of play. How do they press this advantage? Do they dilly-dally? Do they get caught in any shenanigans? Because that is what has cost them a few games, but I do not feel like that will be the case. Lebrov finds the dredge line, the knock-up onto Kazi as well. The sidestep forced a flash, and the Whirling Death closes it out. That's a double, as well as the secondary charge, and another dredge line. Perks is shut down in the middle lane. Now Niski's forcing Haru away. Mad Lions, they think about pressuring this turret, and they do. The Rift Herald will secure another 5 towers for the Mad Lions, and even getting the charge onto the inhibitor. Berlin is loving this siege.
It is an absolute slaughter, isn't it, Quickshot? It's just...
It's a shellacking.
It is unbelievable how dominant Mad Lions are in this game. And watch how Kaiser plays this, right? So he hooks onto Lebrov, ults onto Kazi, and then Elyoya uses his E onto the Tahm Kench to make sure they can't protect the AD carry. Then they turn their attention to Kazi. Auto, ult, gets the execute off, and then Perks thinks, oh, I have my ultimate, I can wave clear this. Another hook lands, flash into slam from Elyoya. That mid-jungle synergy was on point in that whole setup.
I mean, Kaiser, I don't feel like he's missed a hook. 007 this game, out of his team's 11 kills. He's roamed around the map, he's consistently found the targets, and Mad Lions 10,000 gold. Frankly, I'm disappointed in Vitality, but I am incredibly impressed with how Mad Lions consistently, again, find a strong early game, find an advantage, and they're going to be very, very scary over the next few weeks.
And I will say that, obviously, for Mad, a lot of the conversation for them has been very much about their mid-jungle, but Unforgiven has truly had an incredible split so far. He has 5 games of Zeri, so I think a lot of people are like, oh, well, he's playing Zeri, you know, and that's kind of overshadowed almost his performance, but individually and mechanically specifically, I'm using a lot of long words now, he's played very good with his hands. And I think this game has been a great example for him as an individual, how well he's actually been playing this split. And huge props to him, because while Mad is doing a lot of very smart things, Unforgiven's doing a lot of very good hands things, you know?
Of course, he had to replace Kazi in that role. He needed to step up. I mean, this is his 2nd Draven of Summer. You talked about that, Zeri. It's technically his 7th Draven all time. And there's just something about kind of a young bot laner, young ADC playing a champion like Draven and just popping off and smashing people that gives you a lot of confidence in their ability to play pretty much anything. We're 19 minutes into this game. 5 towers secured. Mad Lions completely smothering Vitality's jungle. And they're going to use that Weaver's Wall to block off any
There's the brain,
defense.
there's the hands, it all just comes together, Quickshot. Right now, this game for Mad Lions is very much about protect the president, right? Unforgiven is the president, and he's got his bodyguards everywhere around him. He does so much damage, and as long as he's not interrupted with ground control or any real damage threats, he will be perfectly safe. And so the whole game now is basically move him around the map, use him to take down objective after objective, and then make sure that there are no egregious errors anywhere else.
I want to quickly take a look at the total gold brought to you by Santander, and take a look at Unforgiven right now. Betty, could I ask you to just highlight the items on that mini-map? Or on the bottom, when you're comparing what Unforgiven's working with, 3 completed and a BF sword, because he has got thrift store shopping. I mean, it's just been a very tough day at the office, and Mad Lions have got the president that they're protecting well, and they've got the comp to do it. I mean, the Talia, the Nautilus, the Poppy, they've got the comp to keep him alive.
Yes, they do. It's, yeah, it's quite a difference.
It is
between the 2 AD carries.
I'm gonna bring up something that Machine was talking about in the interview with Finn, where when we were talking backstage and looking at playoffs, looking at the fact that Europe has got 4 seeds at Worlds, we're in a very intriguing position right now, where it does feel like there's some possibility for surprises, some possibility for upsets. And if Mad Lions continue this form and this level of play, their name is absolutely going to be in the conversation for a deep playoffs run and potentially one of those playoffs, Worlds berths.
For sure. I think right now, the race for Worlds is obviously very contentious, and it's great to hear from all the pros how they all talk about motivation, because sometimes when you feel like and you recognize you're not in that top 3 conversation, it can be hard when a lot of your career is about making it to the World Championship to see how you can test yourself against other international competition. But when there's one more opportunity, one more spot, things get a lot more spicy now. Another engage.
What? How does he do it? Kaiser finds another hook. Labrov is already down. The knockup connects onto Kazi and he's taken out. Niski rides the Weaver's wall, but not too far. And with 2 quick kills, Mad Lions peel back for the Baron. They pulled Vitality, they played the bait, they set up all the vision, and they punish exquisitely.
Yeah, Mads, they're taking their time. They're not hot-headed like they've shown in the past. They're being patient. Kaiser does, in fact, miss a hook, but I don't think it's going to matter as the Baron's likely to fall.
Baron will be secured by Aljoya, so will the kill onto Haru, while Fori first forced to flash away. And I think for Mad Lions, I was literally just about to say, Vedius, what do you think of Mad Lions' play the last few minutes? A resounding exceptional. They got the towers, they pushed the vision, they got a clean Baron. I mean, Vitality, they were pushed into a position where they had to make a move and got punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, like, let's just have a look back at this fight first. So Kaiser, his goal is actually Labrov here. He hooks him up because it prevents him from being able to kill onto Kazi. Then he does the same combo that he did earlier. Yeah. Hook onto Labrov, ult onto Kazi. Then there are 2 targets at risk. Then there's no way for him to use his Gale Force. His flash is only just coming up now, which meant that Kazi had no way to get to safety. But Kaiser doing really well to mitigate the Tahm Kench's ability to actually provide peel. And that means that every time Mad Lions just shut Vitality down in the fight.
Labrov ends up being a taxi to Kazi for the depth charge for Kaiser multiple times in a row. The gold lead, by the way, 14,000 in favor of the Mad Lions, and they're pushing multiple lanes. Teleport is available here for Armut, and Kaiser will, I think, Hex Flash over the wall.
No,
is that real Flash?
That was Flash. So I wonder if that was intentional or if that was, I thought I had Hex Flash, so I flashed. But now he's got Hex Flash, that's for sure.
Well, he does indeed, and I don't think it's even going to be necessary. Look at the mini-map here. All 3 lanes being pressured. Haru stepping forward to catch these minions. The exposed inhibitor. Armut now making his way towards the rest of the Mad Lions. And it would require a monumental misplay for Mad Lions to lose a team fight. They have such a gigantic statistical and gold advantage. They're going to be locked off. The Weaver's wall comes out. Aljoya finds the stun, but there's a gobble from Labrov. Haru's running for his life and can't use the Cyclone. Kaiser goes golden. The Whirling Death catches 2. Ooh. That's another onto Perks. A rampage for Unforgiven. 2 more quick kills as Aljoya looks for the 4th. And the 5th, that's looking for the ace until Labrov. The inhibitor is popped. Vitality are destroyed, they are dumpstered, and they are dominated by the Mad Lions. Mad turn to an uncontested Nexus, a 2-0 over Vitality in Summer, and send a statement for the playoffs.
Aljoya will maintain his 100% win rate on Poppy. Mad Lions will continue to dominate in the early game. And what an incredible game from Unforgiven. Just all across the board, a fantastic game from Mads. And as you rightly said, a lot of people are going to be looking at them a lot closer after a game like that.
I mean, 5-5 for Vitality. They are now tied in the standings with Misfits, but I think crucially that 0-2 against Mad Lions. If by some miracle those standings become very close towards the end of Summer, that could be important. But I think Mad, you have to start considering, start looking at their Summer thus far. Them and Rogue may be 2 of the most consistent, highest performing teams.
I mean, for sure. The Mad versus Rogue matchup, whenever that is definitely going to be an exciting one. Yeah, but I think just more questions continue to rise for Vitality. One of the consistencies that this team is supposed to have is they're pretty reliable early laning. But I've seen a few times now this Vitality bot lane just straight up dying in the 2 versus 2. Like the fact that they are already crumbling this early on, the obviously, right now we see a very clear gap between Mad and Vitality.
Yes.
The question is, how big is that gap between Vitality and the rest of the team?
Especially because throughout the rest of summer, Vitality have had pretty impressive laning phases. I do think that Alphari and Perks are a large part of the reason why, but that was a little bit uncharacteristic of Terms. Vitality very rarely getting blown out that early on. So quick update, your key player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter: Alyoya, Unforgiven, and Kaiser. That's who you can vote for. I want to answer Vetti's question. Rogue versus the Mad Lions is in week 7.
Okay.
So it's pretty close.
It's
2 weeks
likely
to go.
to be like a fight for first, potentially, if they can both maintain the level of performance that they've demonstrated recently. But obviously, we are moving into the second half of the split, and things are only going to continue to get more tense as we get closer and closer to playoffs.
I mean, they absolutely will. I'd like for some more, let's say, competitive games throughout the rest of the day. Before that, though, the Warner Song of the Week is David Fuentes, Don't Let Our Love Die. Make sure to check it out on the official LEC Spotify playlist while we wait for our next game, Astralis versus G2.
Control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
If we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let us feed into thirst. Don't let our love die. Won't let our love die. Don't let our love die. Won't let our love
welcome back to the LEC. Mad Lions just secured their 7th win, and I wanted to take a look at LEO's pathing in the early game, specifically because I think it was key in shutting down Haru and Vitality's only real chance in trying to get their foot in the door in the early game. So I'm just going to let it play out from the get-go here. And immediately what you'll notice is that there is a ward on Haru's red buff. And this is just going to give Mad Lions all the information they need from the jump, that Haru is going to be starting on the top side of the map. And not only that, you'll see Nisqy here in the mid lane, shoving up in on wave 2, and what he'll do is he'll actually get a ward on the Raptors. And the reason why that's so important is because of the specific timer of that ward, they know that Haru is likely on the bottom side, and this immediately translates here into this rotation from Elyoya and Nisqy, and they're able to take away the blue buff. Haru is able to eventually force Elyoya out, but the problem is, you'll see, it's really not wanting to work with me, that's all right, that we end up getting a full rotation on the minimap of Poppy through the... My jacket, oh no. Through the river, through the mid lane. I'm going to clear everything, hopefully. Okay, I'm just going to let it play. But Elyoya able to secure both Skull Crabs and move into the top side of the map to where he's expecting Haru on the Krugs. And you can already see Armu winning out his matchup 1v1. They're able to push Haru out. And not only that, you can see Unforgiven gets his 2v2 in the bottom side, but then they're able to jump on top of Alphari and effectively win the top side of the matchup whilst winning the bottom lane at the same time. A lot of that came from preordained information gained from the level 1, but not only that, you had Nisqy in the mid lane giving them information on where Haru's pathing was. And just from the get-go, the first 4.5 minutes, Mad are able to accumulate effectively a not 3,000, but like a 1,500 gold lead that was able to push them into an advantage which seemed pretty much uncomebackable from Vitaly. And I just wanted to highlight how excellent Mad Lions' information gathering was, as that's about it. Great stuff from Mad Lions. I'm going to toss it back over to Shox on the desk with Gulbok, who I believe is joined by Nisqy.
Yes, you would be correct. I gotta say, despite the Telestrator not playing with you, you did fantastic. And we've got Nisqy here, and maybe we can ask him immediately. Nisqy, in the early game, obviously Elyoya tracked Haru. He saw an opportunity. How does that work then? Does he just tell you, come on, Nisqy, get your backpack on, we're going? Or how does it work?
I mean, usually in early game when we get an information, we both kind of think of what we need to do. Usually he gives me a plan and then either I comment on it or I improve it, or he just tells me, if you can push on this wave, we can do this. And then we just kind of talk back and forth and we make a plan together. But this game, for example, invading bot side was his plan if we saw Wukong somewhere on the map, and that's what we did, yeah.
Okay, great. So a little bit of a preordained plan. What did you make of their draft, GB?
Well, I generally feel like it was very Mad Lion-esque in the way it kind of functions, right? Even though you don't have, you know, the Volibears or the Lee Sins for this time around for Elyoya, I think like slamming Poppy for a team like Mad Lions is absolutely perfect. It's a team that gives you agency to create. It's a comp that gives you agency to create plays in the early game. And I mean, Nisqy, either he's on Lissandra, he's on Taliyah. You know, he's not on a champion where it's gonna be like I'm influencing my lane. He's gonna be on a champion that's like I'm shoving in mid lane. Where the hell is Elyoya? There you are, buddy. Okay, we're running off the top lane of whatever it is.
Is that correct, Nisqy?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're playing right now. I think it's, I mean, we just found a style and I think we just kind of play it because it's kind of our, I mean, we just win with it, so why would we stop, right?
Yeah, your bread and butter. We wanted to highlight Unforgiven as well. I can imagine as Unforgiven being kind of a younger player and you being someone with this much experience, how have you looked upon his evolution, I would say, within this team since you've joined it?
I mean, in the beginning, I always thought he was really good mechanically. I felt like he lacked a bit of microplay, a bit like tempo and all that. And I think me joining and just kind of talking to him about it, and also I think Coach Xav is doing a really good job of kind of teaching him as well how to play actually like as a team, because I think he's really good mechanically, but he was kind of missing that stuff. But I think now he's getting more and more comfy, and it feels like he's in his comfort zone. So yeah, I think he's really good right now.
I just gotta say, I gotta completely agree with that. Even, you know, Unforgiven, he started out playing out in the Nordic leagues back when that was something I did, right? And then on towards SK Prime. In the other ERLs in Germany, and he's just a player where the Draven has also been one of the champions that you never let him have. Like in the ERLs, this champion was always banned against Unforgiven. You just could not let him have it. Obviously, when you take a step to the LEC, people are going to know how to contain you more. But then you add the extra steps that Nisqy is saying, the micro, the extra knowledge. Now you have the mechanics and the broad picture, and that's going to result in this.
Yeah, he's turning into a very dangerous player. Also, the goal difference, plus 3.6k almost, goal difference at 14 minutes. But Nisqy, we've seen Matt sometimes throw big leads, right? Is there any part of your team talks now when you get into a lead like this that makes you calm down a little bit so you close it out?
I mean, to be fair, our comms. Our comms are still pretty. I'm not say shaky, but I think everyone kind of tries to give plans and do all that stuff. I feel like now we actually don't throw as much because we figured out what was the mistake the first 2 times when we threw. So I think now we have a better idea, but still the comms are not as clean as they should be. But it's been working, and we're also working on it. So. Yeah, I like our comms and just our way of doing for now, at least.
Oh, absolutely. Jamada was actually bringing up a great point when we were watching the XL game earlier, that he feels that you and Yukduk are similar in some regards in terms of how long you've been in the league, how much you're willing to adapt for each team you step into in terms of the leadership role that you can bring to a team. How fulfilled do you feel right now in this Mad Lions project and what you're able to do with them so far?
I mean, I think so far, I think I brought them a lot. I mean, I think so at least. I think we really found the recipe to success like pretty easily, I'd say. But also, it's on the regular season, and I think we just need to keep this going till the end of the split. And for sure, playoffs is when we need to shine, and that's something I want to see before actually seeing if I succeeded or not in Mad Lions for the first split. And yeah, I believe in this team. I think we'll do good, but we need to see playoffs first.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. That's what it is all about. And I like that you say, you know, it's about how far we can get as a team, not just as me as a person. Talking about the playoff race, Nisqy, things are crazy. Also, 4 seeds now for the LEC at Worlds. Talk to me what you think about everything right now.
I mean, I like having 4 seeds. I think that it gives us some more chances of going to Worlds as well. So I think it's a good thing. But for the other teams, I'm not so sure. I think, to be fair, the only other team that looks pretty good is Rogue, I'd say, right now. I thought at least XL was really good, but I figured they're struggling. So I'd say us and Rogue are for sure the ones in the leads for now, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, honestly, I think that Mad Lions and Rogue are the best playing teams we have in the league, and I think it comes down to multiple factors. I'd even say towards playoff, I might even favor Mad as the best team we actually have in the league, despite the standings not saying that. Reason for me to kind of say that is that, and we've had a lot of people say this, Vedi, Jamada earlier as well, Mad Lions' losses are purely by their own account. Like, I don't know how many other teams I can say it was your own fault you lost. Some teams get outplayed. Mad Lions outplay themselves at times, and that's the big thing for me.
Yeah, that's something we will be tracking. Thank you so much, Nisqy, and congratulations. We'll here on the desk be moving on in a minute to G2 versus Astralis. Now, G2 is in some hot water as well. They are actually on a 4-game losing streak. So
Is that?
Oh my, I'm so sorry. Hello? Carlos? Carlos, you can't be calling me. I'm at work. I'm doing the LEC, bro. Yeah, I know you're losing. What do you want me to do? No. I'm out of that game. I don't curse teams anymore. It's just no. How much? Okay, let me see what I can do. I'm so sorry. Everything's great. Thank you, guys. We're going on to G2 versus Astralis. And yeah, it all starts with failure. Gamers 2's first foray into International League of Legends was a failure. It was a disgrace of Europe in 2016 and some of 2017. Now they doubled down and they became the villains of Europe as either a very clever marketing ploy or a way to distract attention away from their continuous international choking. But the failure forged something beautiful, something immaculate, something of which Europe hadn't seen the likes in years. Not only did G2 evolve and dominate Europe for years to come, in 2019, they would reward all the believers who had their backs for years. Jankos, Caps, Mickey Perks, and Wonder brought Europe their first MSI trophy ever and even brought G2 to the World Finals a couple of months later. But disaster struck a bit after that. G2 even losing Perks to a greater tragedy than any losses before or even a global pandemic, the NALCS. But the lessons learned in the past would reinvigorate G2 and propel them forwards in 2022 now with Broken Blade, a Magical Duck, Targamas on support, Caps and Jankos. Against the odds, this team of rookies and veterans stomped their way through the spring playoffs, going on an undefeated 12-0 run, firmly re-establishing G2 as the kings of Europe. But then, things went south. Well, east to Korea, where after an explosive start, G2 fluked out of MSI. Only to pick it back up in summer, but the writing was on the wall. A loss to BDS, then Mad Lions, Fnatic, SK, Misfits, and now an 0-4 losing streak, fear of not even making it to the summer playoffs, let alone Worlds. G2 owe it to their fans, to their believers, to their legacy, to all of Europe, to make G2 great again. Easiest payday of my life. No way they lose to Astralis. What, 7-0?
No way they lose to Astralis. No way they lose to Team BDS. No way they lose another game.
No way.
0-4. The last time that happened was 2021. It doesn't happen very often for this roster, but it has been a shaky couple of weeks for G2 Esports.
Aye, that it has. I love that. That was great.
It's impossible to follow that. That was just too good. It was such a fantastic monologue.
Yeah, it's crazy to think the position that G2 find themselves in now. Jankos gave us a lot of great insight on Euphoria, talking about how their various ups and downs, their various struggles. Astralis is also a team that's like super interesting to keep track of right now, mainly because they went through a period in time where they were pretty much only beating other bottom teams, right? They were like the gatekeepers at 7th place. So they're like, yeah, we're better than SK, BDS, and Misfits, but we can't beat anyone else. And then they got that comeback game against XL, right? And you're like, oh, okay, interesting. And now everyone's like, well, G2 is slumping. Astralis are solid, and they can definitely beat some of the better teams. And so now a lot of people look at this matchup and they're like, I don't know how favored it is.
How far has G2 fallen? How surprising can Astralis continue to be? Because I want to remind you of something you said to me backstage before that win against XL, where I said that I feel like this Astralis roster can play a thorn in the side of the teams at the top of the table. I don't yet fully believe and buy in that they may be a contender for a deep playoffs run. There's still time to prove me wrong. And I was getting really hyped for their game against XL. And you said to me, well, until they actually get more wins than they did in spring, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant that they picked up the same number of wins as spring in their first 3 weeks of summer. Now, can they do it again? Can they continue to surprise and impress?
Guess we'll find out after the cool music. Let's get it!
Thing in my mind is that Astralis are still, on paper, the underdogs. However, it is going to be up to G2 to turn this losing streak around. I mean, when we look back at some of their games, not really having the impact in the early game. Jankos, once called the First Blood King, now is the First Blood victim. Most First Bloods of his squad. Needs to find something that'll work. I think for the team, there's still plenty of time, still 4 weeks to go. The middle of the table is still super, super competitive. Right now, straight out the gate, Poppy, Yuumi, Zeri, as well as that Senna and Seraphine taken away.
So, nothing too crazy with the Gangplank being removed as well. It seems that, well, a lot is a bit... Ooh. Gwen blind.
Why the surprise? Why the shock?
Well, globally, Nah has been the best blind. Nah is considered very, very strong right now. There aren't that many great answers into it, but I guess G2 is saying, well, you know what? We know Vizicachi's champ pool. We know what he's comfortable on and what he's not. So we're just going to blind pick the Gwen because we know that there's nothing that you will lock in that will really be able to effectively shut it down unless he decided to go back to his Camille, which it seems that G2's read was right in that regard. But I'm surprised that they would put that much priority on it. I guess G2 want to be a little bit more flexible in terms of how they respond to Astralis. They want to see what the priority is on their end and then kind of be more reactive. With the Wukong now locked in and Poppy banned away, I wonder if they'll... Okay, okay, wow, they have a very clear bait. You can tell who they've been scrimming this week.
The thing that I'm noticing as well is that this Gwen, the Wukong, the Viego are all featuring heavily throughout the course of the day. I think Gwen has been played 3 out of our 4 games. It's definitely something that our top laners are still focusing and prioritizing. What does Dale want to run into this Taliyah?
Well, I think that G2 are doing kind of exactly what Mad Lions did in our last game, except for the fact that they didn't get their hands on the Poppy. I was almost expecting Jankos to go for the Lee Sin. I think that it can be a pretty good matchup into the Wukong, but deciding to prefer the Viego instead in that matchup. And Astralis actually emulating a lot of what Vitality did. You can see that their first 3 picks are exactly the same as what Vitality have gone, well, except for the Aphelios, of course.
But building a similar composition.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the responsibilities and roles of both teams are very similar, and this is one of those situations where we expect G2 to have that early prio, and the question is how will they use that early prio to be able to gain early advantages. And what's really cool, depending on how the rest of the draft follows, is you actually have a really great benchmark to compare G2 to the Mad Lions, right? Because you can see exactly what Mad did and how well they executed it, and now you get to see, well, how does G2 do that compared, and you have a direct comparison, especially as the games are back-to-back.
And especially because we do know that Caps has been a player to push his lane in roam. Can obviously dominate lane, super versatile. On this Taliyah, 15 games played historically with a 73% win ratio. And one of the things I find interesting, all 3 champions for G2 will be first timers this summer. Another different look. We're going to judge their execution in a minute. The phase 2 bans, Pyke as well as Renata removed, as well as the Lucian and the Kalista. We're going to look towards our bottom lanes and see what does rise up. We've seen the Draven today, we've seen the Aphelios, we've seen Xayah, and Kobby's going to be locking in the Jinx.
I just think it's so funny because Jinx is just another Aphelios. Yeah, it's the same principle. Astralis emulating exactly what Vitality did last game. I wouldn't be surprised if we even saw a Tahm Kench last pick. The question is, how will G2 choose to round out their bot lane? If they wanted to emulate Mad, they could go for something hyper-aggressive like Draven for themselves. There are a lot of options, though, depending on the direction they want to go in. And so we're going to see Nautilus and then a Tahm Kench response. I just think it's so funny because drafts are often very telling of who you've been playing up against, in practice during the week. And the fact that we're almost seeing an exact mirror of Mad Lions comp. I'm surprised that G2 banned the Poppy, to be honest. Because I know that Jankos plays it as well. So.
If we get Nautilus here, I want to talk about Contrast versus the Mad Lions. Last second swap, it's going to be the Tahm Kench instead of the Nautilus. I see a furled eyebrow.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Betty. Why not?
Because I feel like that the only thing they're really lacking with this comp is engage. And what I loved from the Mad comp in particular was how the Taliyah and the Nautilus combo set each other up for success. The second that Nautilus hook comes through, you can very reliably land that Taliyah knockback, and you can get that single pick very, very quickly. We also saw Mad banning away the Braum, because what they didn't want to be doing was hooking in a Braum and then have him tank up the entire combo, right? But now, by prioritizing the Tahm Kench, sure, in terms of a matchup into the Braum, it's better, but
it feels a little bit to me like G2 have signaled they're just going to play the side lanes, see whether or not Caps can help.
It's just
unlock.
a lot more defensive, I think the biggest contrast we're seeing is by going for the Nautilus, it gives you a lot more agency and you have to be a lot more aggressive in 2 versus 2. Tahm Kench is a lot more protective. You can still make plays, but it's about making sure that this Draven has protection from the Wukong in these fights. But I think Astralis have gotten themselves a very well-rounded front-to-back teamfight composition, They have a lot of engage, they have a lot of tools, and they don't have to worry about the Poppy and the Taliyah combo that Vitality would have had to deal with last game. So there are some differences, but I think that at its core, G2 still have that same ability to generate prio in the early game and look to build advantages. The question is, can they do what Mad Lions did last game?
I mean, we know theoretically it is possible. And we'll be looking down the barrel of Xerxes Wukong. In the previous game, Haru did not have really any influence or any real answers, got bullied by that Mad Lions invading duo. For Astralis, they are still looking to surprise and upset. Can they take down G2 and push them onto their 5th consecutive defeat? I do actually want to know how much we're going to play the comparison game. Not a huge amount, I think, but maybe a few check-ins.
Oh no, I'm playing a massive comparison game, dude. Like, Mad Lions set a benchmark, okay? Like, and they don't have to, G2 don't have to build like a 6K gold lead by 14 minutes. That's all I'm saying. But what I think is really cool is you have very similar compositions, game 3 to game 4. And the problem for Vitality was that, number one, their bot lane died 2 versus 2. In the top lane, they ended up losing in a small skirmish, and basically, Mad Lions were outperforming them individually, and they were making a lot of great map movements, to be fair, of course, but...
Ooh. Dramatic echo on that one.
I'm not sure. Oh, okay.
To finish the point,
yeah,
it's
there we
just
go.
Mad Lions had very proactive, very intelligent plays, and they got advantages with almost every single move they made.
Right, and now we get to contrast that for Astralis, because their whole game plan is to play as defensively as possible. And I think they have, with the Braum, more options to be defensive. It's such an effective disengage tool, thanks to the ultimate, thanks to the shield. But already, G2, they're going to emulate exactly what Mad Lions did. That early ward onto the red buff to get that information. It's so funny to me that they're just playing such similar styles. I think it's fair to be, right now, like Kadril has said it, I very much agree with Kadril, that Mad Lions is kind of setting the benchmark for what is good league right now in Europe. And wanting to emulate that style is definitely not a bad thing to do, because it's what the LPL do. Or all we're really doing is copying what the LPL is dominating with, and they are the best region in the world right now. So I think it's a fair thing to do. The question is, have G2 been able to rectify some of their early game issues? Because this has been this roster's weakest point, the early game. Being able to leverage early prio into converting it into strong, sizable leads. Like, this team is better well known for reliable laners that can like accrue small leads in the early game, but really in the mid to late game is where this team typically shines. So this early game is going to be under heavy scrutiny, I would say.
I mean, just to put some numbers to it, they are last in the league at securing first bloods. They are 8th in the league at securing first towers, and they are 9th in the league at securing first dragons. So, as you mentioned, the early game woes that G2 have been facing, part of the reason that they've lost those 4 games in a row. Astralis team composition, I think this Braum might be very happy, but put under some pressure already.
Here we go. Look at this
Jankos is coming for another early gank, very similar to what we saw from the Mad Lions. Xerxes inside his jungle, but if you look at the mid lane, it looks like Zayo is currently pushing into cap. So
already we're seeing a big contrast from the last game to this one, where Dior is the one with prio. Targamas and Flakka don't have the wave pushed in, so Jankos is now trying to set up an invade when he doesn't have control. He's also only level 2.
Oh, and of course, I think crucial to call out in the previous game, Kaiser on the Nautilus landed very early dredge line, pushing the enemy bot lane back, sort of kind of unlocking their Draven to push that wave forward. This time round, Astralis, they're able to maintain control both in mid and bottom. They were able to fend off the aggressive moves from G2, but they are marginally behind. And I think for Xerxes, though, he manages to get his camps, manages to get his buffs, and trying to figure out next move, immediately jumping onto that Skullcrab. So no first buff advantage, Vedius, and in actual fact, that means Xerxes will be able to potentially jump here onto Flackhead. Flash and heal available to him. He's holding the trigger for now. There goes Jonghoon, flash for flash, and that will still be kind of a win here for Astralis.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to get the flash out from Flackhead is definitely a big deal. They can then look for a repeat gank later on. And Xerxes, after leaving his wolves up, he still has a path he can take. Raptors stay up relatively soon, but they he can sort of path back up towards top. He can also look to reset if he wants to. This will give Jankos some time to kind of get back in the game a little bit. I really don't agree with the invade that he set up earlier, but now he has his eyes set on top lane. Broken Blade does have a wave crashing into him. He's trying to thin out Visachachi. Is he aware?
Ooh, manages to get the ward down and backs out. Meganoz's about to time out. That's going to be the wallop catching Jankos under the turret, but forced to flash as well. So Jankos showing his presence will unlock a push there from Broken Blade. Chachi has the teleport if he wants to use it, and Jankos now once again engaging onto Xerxes. He's going to smite away the Krugs. TP just about to complete, and Broken Blade a bit low on HP, more crucially low on mana. And again in this middle lane, by the way, Deo pushing into Caps. Shoving him back means Caps cannot roam, cannot potentially come to support the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing here is how well Dior is controlling Caps, because when we think about to last game, Niski was trading his health very aggressively to make sure that he had that prio to quickly assist his jungler. But Jankos right now is very much alone.
A lot of damage coming out from Xerxes. Jankos down to 250. Caps is under pressure from Deo. Crushing blow comes out. Jankos flashes over the wall. Xerxes holds on to his. Punished again. And Astralis, they're going to get themselves another flash secured.
And the thing that's really important to recognize in this early game is that Astralis are not building massive leads, but they are limiting G2's options to accrue leads in the early game. And when Astralis, their whole game plan is team fighting, right? They want the 5v5s, they want to make sure 2-3 items, they're happy to sit back and scale. G2 is looking to be a lot more proactive in the early game, try and leverage some of the prio that they should be getting in their lanes, which they just don't have. And Jankos is suffering as a result of it. Like, the jungle difference isn't super dramatic just yet, but the amount of control and information and time that Xerxes has by getting a flash bot, getting a flash in top.
Of course, looking to start up that dragon. Actually, he's going to finish the recall. Junghoon's caught out. Exhaust still available to him. No flash from that earlier play, and first blood secured by a Flackhead. Cobby's going to force to flash himself. And ultimately, after all of that discussion and play, G2 find an opportunity to punish. It looked like Xerxes could have come to help, but he backed, and that opened up the push for Cobby and Junghoon to get punished.
Well, I think that this was just a really great window hit, because I think that Xerxes should have been in the lane, preventing Jankos from being able to make this play. I think he should have just been hovering around either in that bush in the river or in the tri-bush, because this is where Astralis was the most vulnerable. They wanted to try and shove in the wave to be able to reset. A good cue there from Jankos, by the way, throwback to his old Braum days. The whole setup there was a prime opportunity for G2 to find a gank, and this is where you then need to criticize Xerxes, because I think that he could have offered better protection and cover, and if he had slowed Jankos down from being able to gain access into the river, then that gank is much less likely to happen.
Yeah, and of course, Cobby and Junghoon, they've been engaged on by Flackhead and Targamas, and got a lot of good damage down. That wave very heavily pushed, and decided to stick around, so that means Astralis now down 1,000 gold. Xerxes going to have his support with him as they start off this top Scuttle Crab. And just a very sort of different early game from what we saw previously. Astralis' first few responses to Jankos and G2's invades and pressure thwarted some of their plays. Broken Blade's got no summoners available to him, but will be able to jump away with the help of that Hallowed Mist. And if you look at the minimap this time around, there is some support from the rest of the squad, but G2 definitely not running away or accelerating much the same way that Mad Lions did. Not for lack of trying, though. I mean, Jankos has been very, very active.
Yeah, it certainly has. But I think, how do I explain? The intent wasn't great. Well, sorry, the intent was probably good, but the execution wasn't great. That's probably a better way of putting it. Like, G2 just hasn't had much control over their lanes outside of top lane, really.
Yeah.
Broken Blade has kind of kept Chachi under check. But aside from that, Dior's done a great job in mid of keeping Caps underneath his tower. You can see that in terms of CS, that hasn't really resulted in anything really across the board, but overall it's been a pretty even early game, aside from that one single kill that G2 was able to get. But it needs to be reminding people that this is still a better position for Astralis to be in. They are very happy to chill. The fact that Dior has just reset means that it's unlikely Astralis will look to contest this. Visachachi is way too low, and Broken Blade can kill him here, by the way.
Goes forward, hop over the wall. Not going to be able to find the hits, though. There is support coming. It looked like Caps was making his way up. Could still do so. So the Rift Herald secured there by Jankos. That was uncontested.
This is good. They're going for the top dive, and if not, they'll take themselves the tower.
Weaver's wall comes out, pulled just a little bit early. Chachi throws out some of the damage, and Jankos will be able to pick up the assist. So just not close enough. Dale's going to try push out that mid lane, but second kill secured here for G2. There's Caps on the roam with the help of Jankos, and now Xerxes step forward, not going to be able to interrupt or stop that back, and instead just catch this wave. So Astralis starting to fall a little bit further behind, despite the good efforts here of Deo in the middle lane.
I like the fact that we got to see Caps finally get out of this lane. The window with which Dior used to go back to base, reset, spend some of his gold, meant the Caps could move into the topside river, help Jankos secure that Herald, and then with the stacked wave that they had on top, along with the good trades that Broken Blade was able to get, they could collapse onto Chachi and secure themselves a couple plates and another kill. Overall, I think this was G2's intent from the start, to play a lot more around the top side of the map, due to how some of the early laning trades kind of played out, and the fact that Jankos couldn't really find anything successful in the early jungle invades meant that their plan got a little bit delayed, but now G2 is in a much more confident position. I was almost expecting them to use that Herald top, maybe even try and secure the tower immediately, but they decided, you know what, this isn't the best position. Xerxes still hovering around, so they'll just take the kill, take the early gold lead, and they'll go back to chilling for now.
There's a little bit more of a measured approach this game from the previous. I think Caps being able to pick up that first kill. When we look back at weeks 3 and 4 performance, high damage per minute, but 8, 14, 1, 4, and 3, kind of reflective of what we're seeing. Goal difference behind as well.
I think that what makes G2 good is their mid-jungle synergy, right? Historically, it's the mid-jungle support, but right now in isolation, okay. Oh, hang on.
Are they going in for this one? Broken Blade steps forward. Chachi forced to flash. He started that engagement.
Yep.
Loses his summoner spell.
Broken Blade is going to mock him for that one with the happy beat. But to go back to that Caps point, typically G2 have been very well known for their mid-jungle duo, and I think that the mid part of that jungle duo has been suffering recently. They've been collapsed on, they've been shut down, and we'll see if that continues to happen. Chachi actually TP'd back to top.
Well, he's not going to be able to pull out the fight. Dragon is secured here by Astralis. Caps gets that seismic shove, but there's no further follow-up. Targamas is trying to find something, but Astralis sneak the Dragon and are not caught by any abilities from G2.
So remember when I said in draft the problem that this comp now has is that it doesn't have any reliable engage? Notice how when G2 approached Astralis, Astralis didn't really care, because the moment that the Chompers went down, that was almost enough alongside Braum Qs to just keep G2 at arm's length. And unless someone like Jankos is willing to commit, or Targamas invests is like submerge and then up again, I forget the name of the ability.
The Abyssal Dive.
The Abyssal Dive, that's the Badger. Then they can maybe make a play happen, but it's so awkward to get a fight unless you're the first one on the objective.
And you have to do that through the likes of that Unbreakable and Glacial Fissure. I mean, who held on to those, no threat onto his squad. Astralis pick up at least the Dragon. They are still in a gold deficit. Now they're under pressure in this bottom lane. Eclipse secured by Flackhead. He's going to throw out the knock aside to Cobby, and there's no further chase.
Observers, could you do me a quick favor and click on Jankos? I'd love to see how much time he has left on this Herald. Oh, I can't tell. I was looking at the itemization, because right now you can't see that little cooldown on it, so I was curious, but I feel like it has to be running out soon. I feel like that it's super close, and what I think G2 wanted to do was try and use it bot to funnel more gold into the Draven, which naturally would make a lot of sense. But, unfortunately for them, they can't get mid bro. So because they can't get that control over mid, they can't actually threaten that potential dive top. And now look, he's just going to chuck it top. And so it's this awkward thing where the Herald has been used, but not really optimally and not in a position that best sets G2 up for success. And now you look at the map, you can see Xerxes hovering around the top side of the map. Caps is now on his way. G2 are committing to the top play.
He's got the teleport available to him. Chachi can gnaw out in just a moment. There's the charge. Berlin likes Shelly's boops today. Chachi goes mega, and the tower down to that last plate. Bottom lane from G2 is now moving up behind Dale. Will they catch him out is the question. Shockwave is available, steps forward, catches out Flackhead, pulls him backwards. Flackhead now stepping forward. Dale caught out here by Caps as well as the rest of the squad, and he's behind enemy lines, making a run as all of a sudden, Cobby and Younghood, they're pushing in the bottom lane. I think it is a matter of time.
What am I watching right
before
now?
Dale gets taken out. The tower will finish it. Caps gets the kill. Whirling Death kills the minions. And yeah, we're having a little bit of fun here, Betty. It's not done yet because it looks like Caps is now pressuring top lane.
So, I have many questions, but I won't have time. Xerxes all in.
Oh, he does indeed. The crushing blow as well as that Cyclone. Devour comes out from Targamas, needs to spit out one. The second Cyclone, and Flack stays alive just long enough. One lost auto. Xerxes gets the kill. Jankos bounces back.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. They get the summoners out from Flackhead, and Jankos holding onto his ultimate allows him to secure that kill, but Broken Blade will get a tower in exchange. So now the game is devolving a little bit into a mess. Astralis really need to keep the game in a much steadier pace. When we've talked so much about their comp, they're much more about the team fighting later on. They don't need to try and force these plays. They don't need to be over-aggressive. It's G2 that needs to be much more proactive on the map, and the fact that G2 is able to find these picks. Most of my questions come from Dior, so I understand the idea of trying to burst out Flackhead, because if the Consume comes down to the Draven, then he has an avenue of escape rather, but I thought that Jankos wasn't really in a position that Dior needed to make that play. If we get a replay, we can look a little bit more closely. Maybe he felt like he just didn't have any options because he knew that Jankos was coming from the top side. But I felt like that he had a path of escape that he chose not to use. So I'm a little surprised. But in any case, G2 find themselves with 4 kills, a 2k gold lead. The good news for Astralis is this is not insurmountable to overcome. So this is just the all-in from earlier. So this is just the commitment from Xerxes. Basically, he's trying to get the kill onto Flackhead. As you can see, the Consume comes through, the shield drops down, Jankos then shows up. Xerxes then doing his best to get the damage down. He flashes out of the way. Jankos holds onto his ultimate to make sure he can secure that kill. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite keep their AD carry alive till the end.
They couldn't, and G2 extend that gold lead. It's now 2,000. They also got the tower top eventually. What I loved is just before all of the commotion mid lane, you were talking about that Rift Herald and how it timed out, and how I recall you saying Jankos could have dropped it a little bit earlier when there was some plays in the top lane. Second Herald's now been picked up by G2. Jankos going to drop this one nearly instantaneously. The rest of Astralis making their way up through the river. Need to be getting away there as Targamas escapes. Caps is catching the bottom wave, and Astralis, they defend that tower, but G2 are moving some members down.
So the maps that you need to keep your eyes on right now is Caps has a window where he can push out the bot wave and then collapse from bot. But Astralis do have control over the river. Chachi's the one in a bit of an awkward spot because there's no real way for him to rejoin his team. But Caps has collapsed off.
Oh, he's caught out! Knocked up in the air! Holds on to the flash and taken out instantaneously. The Dragon is being focused down, and that's a defensive flash away. That Gils is going to be the target immediately as he spat back out. Gets over the wall for now, and Astralis are surrounding G2. 2 quick kills. Targamas is going to run for his life. He should be next, and so will the Dragon. Astralis going to be very, very happy with that play. Catching Caps on the flank, as Targamas is taking Astralis on a little bit of a walk around the rift.
Okay, so given that we have this brief window, just Berlin crowd, can I have a cheer how many G2 fans there are in the audience right now?
That is a lot.
Okay, wait, hang on. I have another question. Can I now have a cheers to how many of you are sweating right now? Ooh, they're still confident, quick shots.
I think, let me clarify that. Are you confident G2 will win this game?
Okay, so the fans are still faithful. Let's see, because Astralis played this fight beautifully. They get a great pick onto Caps, who is trying to use this priority bot to get a flank angle, but Astralis collapsed on the flank, and then Jankos ends. It's weird how Chachi was kind of separated from the team, but then he almost acts as an effective flank. He does what Caps tried to do, which then separates the team away from Jankos as he's trying to get in on the Drake, and then everything starts to fall apart for G2. Astralis find themselves with a massive team fight. They get themselves 3 kills. They'll get themselves the Drake, and now look at that gold difference. It continues to get smaller and smaller.
I mean, it's now like it's becoming less and less relevant, but what I'm starting to get anxious about, Vedi, is that's the second Dragon engagement in a row where G2, compositionally speaking, can't really jump onto Astralis, and the defensive options from Astralis have come out on top. Caps this time round will have that teleport and that flash available. They're now trying to push down, or at least get some control in this middle lane. They did not take the tower down. They did not secure it with that second Rift Herald. And importantly, because Achachi's been able to finally complete that Mythic, he's still behind in CS. He's catching up to Broken Blade. We definitely have ourselves an interesting mid-game, as Astralis have been able to find those team fights. I mean, you talked about it, ready? The comp is comfortable.
They've brought Vizichachi down from top lane now. They're keeping Dior bot. He does have the TP available. Right now, I think the priority for Astralis is to just keep the gold funneling into Corbe. You can see that Flackhead still has a 1k gold lead, largely because of the kill that he has. Jonghoon
gonna be able to knock him back with that seismic shove. Unbreakable comes up, and Xerxes level 11, stepping forward very confidently, potentially looking for Flackhead or Cap, squishy targets, continuing to fend off this aggression. G2, they've been sat in this middle lane with multiple members for a while, and finally starting to back out. Caps is catching that bottom wave.
Yeah, so it's a bit awkward for G2 right now because they were spending a lot of time hovering around mid. I noticed on the minimap as well, look at the health bars of Broken Blade and Vizichachi. Chachi was actually winning out on that 1v1 in the top lane too, but Astralis have the right set on Caps. He reads the play. Very smart from him. He chooses not to push another wave. Having a much better performance compared to his last few weeks. But overall, Astralis now playing the map very well. Jankos spotted on some vision. Will be forced to disengage. And Astralis, they've weathered the storm pretty effectively, but it's this mid tower. Both teams want to secure it, so it gives them more access into the enemy side of the map.
The thing that I love from Astralis right now, they are hunting for members of G2. They are pushing in that middle and that bottom lane. Like Xerxes, Younghoon, despite being sort of jumped on, Younghoon losing half of his life, they still felt confident enough to press that vision line forward. They've got a couple of wards inside G2's red side of the jungle, and Vizichachi now was potentially under threat. Meganar will help out. The rest of Astralis making their way forward. Younghoon gets the tag on the Q, and G2 making their way up as well. So both teams just dancing around one another, looking for a fight, looking for a mistake. And it feels to me like this game might come down to objective fights. It might come down to Dragons and Barrets.
Funnily enough, in the Mad Vitality game, I was going to say I feel like that this will come down to fights and who executes better, but then Mad dominated the other game, right? In this game, that's going to be much more relevant as to, given that the game has been pretty even for most of it with G2 getting small leads, I feel like it's going to come down to the fight, and that's just where I think Astralis have the stronger comp. Of course, there's a lot that can happen in team fights. That's the beauty of League of Legends. At the end of the day, individuals can redefine your expectations as long as they have hands good enough to do it. So, but in terms of the context of the current game, Astralis is chilling. They're mad chilling. They can afford to give up the next Drake if they want to, but their items are good enough that they can force a fight right now, and it looks like that's what they're going to do.
I don't get the feeling they want to concede the Drake. Astralis have been first to the objective both times previously. Their wards have timed out in the red buff, but Flackhead is alone in the mid lane for now.
And look at how G2 is approaching this fight. Making sure they have control over the bot wave, but
Zap tag, flash forward, will force the flash from Flackhead. He gets away from that concussive bite. The mid lane tower is the focus, finally secured, and Astralis, 20 seconds to Drake, they're backing away.
So in the last fight, G2 contested that mid wave to gain access into the river, but now Astralis wants to make sure they have that control. The moment they see the Gwen bot, they commit to the mid tower and they stay as a group. Gwen continues to generate this priority down towards the bot side of the map and will create a flank angle, but G2 want to come from the same side this time round. They're in the same problem though, that it's Astralis that control the river.
Chachi, his Mega Gnar is about to pop, got flash available to him. Jankos will find the stun for now. Chachi just needs one more hit. Broken Blade trading with Xerxes, he gets knocked up by the Cyclone. Younghoon steps forward to that Glacial Fissure and Chachi's gnawed out, but he can't find the target. The first to fall is Broken Blade. The Gnar into the wall is gigantic. The damage follow-up is just about there. No reset for Kobe just yet. 1, 2 coming out for Xerxes and Chachi. Caps is running for his life, and so is Targamas. Astralis control the river, dominate the fight, and are looking for the ace.
Astralis do it again. They will shut down G2. They're looking to extend G2's losing streak, and they're looking to move up in the standings. The important thing to note is how Astralis attack the flank again. Broken Blade is trying to come in from over the wall, and Astralis just say, hey, you know what, just kill him. He's completely isolated from his team. Kobe and Xerxes work together to collapse onto Broken Blade, and their damage together is allowing them to get the kill. And that's the window that Vizichachi says, okay, let's commit to the fight. The ultimate comes in from Kobe from further back. Dior's able to follow up with his damage, and then Caps is isolated from the fight, doing everything that he can. But Astralis are just executing on the fights much better than G2, and they'll find themselves their third Drake of the game.
And the third time in the river at the Dragon, G2 are staring down the barrel of Astralis and unable to jump onto them. Xerxes will take that blast cone with Jankos and almost takes him out. The Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide. But Astralis, they are now in the lead. As far as gold is concerned, they've got the 3 dragons secured, and at 24 minutes into the game, there's another objective to start looking at and considering. Because Astralis, they are winning these team fights, as you mentioned, Betty, and I also like the fact that they are pushing forward. They are hunting 4 kills. That's the knock-up onto Caps. He's got Cleanse, Exhaust, and Heal available to him. Targamas will be able to devour and spit him out, and that's what I mean. Astralis stepping forward. It is at the cost, however, of the bottom lane.
So this is now G2's next win condition, which is trying to leverage a side lane split push approach. With Broken Blade having a lot of gold, he is very strong. In terms of the isolated 1v1, he should be able to go toe-to-toe with Vizicsacsi. And there's a world with which G2 can kind of split apart this 5v5 comp from Astralis. The real question is if G2 can actually navigate their way around this. Pings are coming down onto the information of Chachi. The Baron is being pinged right now. It looks like Vision's just going to be cleared from G2's side. Astralis, though, I think they're taking the correct approach. They're playing a 4-1 style. They're having one person go and match the side or the split pusher, while the 4 of them stay as a group. Astralis know that together strong, you know, and they're going to continue to stick to this approach. There's no need to spread themselves too thin. It's fine to send Dior to go and catch a wave here and there, but it doesn't need to overextend because he's a large part of their damage, and you can see slowly working towards what I will imagine be a 3rd item death cap. As Kobe also working towards his 3rd major item, which I wouldn't be surprised to see it being an Infinity Edge, but we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, I want to just quickly talk about Kobe as now we're entering this stage of the game where Jinx can really start to take over, especially when you see how much space he's had in those previous fights. Significant kill participation for his team, significant damage per minute. One of the players that has just kind of been consistent in his role. And this time in this game, Cersei and Chachi have been able to find advantages. I think for Chachi in particular, he's been a player that has been criticized a lot this summer.
Oh, sure.
Was even focused in that top lane, recipient of multiple ganks, but has been able to be either fortunate or play well on those team fights to be able to have the influence. 3-1-2. Jankos forced to use the ultimate to escape, and that means Astralis, they're pushing that vision line. 1:45 to the Dragon. G2, how do they start a fight? Do they even want to?
So look at how Astralis is approaching this as well. They actually use 5 people to get mid-push, and then they split up and then look for picks, and they're looking for another one.
Chachi's not with them.
Broken
Teleport
Blade
will be needed. Broken Blade jumps onto Kobe. He's gone so low. Broken Blade hasn't found the kill yet, but here comes Caps. He takes him out. That's the shutdown onto Kobe. Now Cersei finds one reply onto Broken Blade. Dayor's gone low and will be killed by Jankos. Astralis bite off more than they can chew, and G2 turn towards Baron.
So G2 get creative and they punish the aggression from Astralis, and they should be able to secure this as Jankos looks for another kill. He will secure it as 800 gold goes into his back pocket, and this will likely be G2's Baron.
Broken Blade finds the flank, finds the damage onto Kobe to open up not only the team fight, but now the Baron. And I have to ask, Betty, was this a bold call? Was this a great play from Broken Blade?
I mean, yeah, look at how he clears out the vision and he stays in the fog of war. They have no idea that he is here, and then that gives him direct access onto the backline. Kobe gets melted through. A good shield comes through from Jonghun to keep Kobe alive from the Draven, but then caps his wall, keeps him isolated, and has allowed him to get the pick. And then Cersei, while tunneling onto Broken Blade and getting that kill, then leaves Dior isolated, and this front-to-back team fight that Astralis want to play just isn't there. I feel like this was a situation where Astralis tried to force something more than they needed to, and G2 found a window to get back into the game.
The double-edged sword of pushing forward, playing that aggressively, ends up biting Astralis. And for G2, the Baron buff is so crucial for the way they've been playing on those side lanes. Kobe right now is just running down Targamas, thick skin used, continues to run for his life. Super Mega Death Knuckle will not find its target. That's a death flash away, sorry, the Box Cone away for Flacket. G2 have been pushed, have been bullied, have been smashed, but that's a shutdown on to Chachi. Broken Blade still running amok, almost in a 1v5, is giving Astralis so much trouble. The Dragon is still alive inside the pit, and G2 are low. Caps hunting for Cersei, won't find him, but this will be the first Dragon. Crucially, will delay the soul. Cersei will just be a couple more autos away, dropped by Caps as well.
Another great team fight from G2, and it seems that the G2 faithful in the audience is being rewarded as G2 find themselves another massive fight. They still have the Baron, they have the TPs, they're looking to break into the base of Astralis.
He's gonna start hammering away. 25 seconds before Cersei is up. Dior is gonna step forward, not gonna press onto the inhibitor. The Let's Go G2 calls coming out in Berlin. I think looking at this once again, Astralis a little bit split up, push into that jungle. and then ultimately the counter punch from G2 lands.
So I think that the initial engage from Astralis is pretty good. They chunk out Targamas, they're getting good damage onto Flackhead. The problem is this other fight that's happening on the side. They think they can get this collapse onto Jankos, but Broken Blade is just doing so much work. He gets that kill onto Vizicachi, he then turns his attention onto Dior, and look at the damage that comes through. Good shield from Jonghoon actually keeps, well, a lot of people alive, I feel, but then the fight breaks out into multiple smaller skirmishes, which allows G2 to end up dominating the fight. Very well played from them, and you can see how this team, they function much better in the mid to late game, right? They recognize and find ways to get into these team fights. And Broken Blade and Caps, the two solo laners, the two big carries of the team, coming up clutch.
Hey Betty, do you think Broken Blade could rename to Broken Scissors?
No.
No. Only one,
No.
2, and 2 on the scoreboard. But I think those last couple of team fights, he's found a way in despite the minimal engage from G2. And I think, judge the statement, Betty, Astralis, when they're not grouped up, not as good.
I mean, effectively, yes. It's going to be much harder for them now because G2 have a lot more gold in their pockets. But Astralis still have that win condition. They can still win. They just need to find a good fight. So G2 need to keep their head on their shoulders. Weird expression, I know. Basically, it just means they need to keep it locked in.
I think the actual saying is need to keep their wits about them or their...
Nope, head on the shoulders, I'm pretty sure.
Head on the shoulders?
Yep.
Well, let's see if they can. By the way, Chachi's teleport has just become available. He was facing off against Broken Blade in that bottom lane. Still down 70 CS, down 3,000 gold over his opposite number. I think it's...
I mean, that's why I say that there is still a window for Astralis to win this game, because the gold difference is, you know, slightly inflated and not representative of the actual strength of the teams. If Broken Blade has access to the backline, he can do a lot of work. He's obviously very scary, he's obviously the big carry, but Astralis is a 5-man unit, still very terrifying. And the longer this game goes, the more items they'll get, and Astralis can concede a lot. It's only really the Baron that they have to be scared of.
I mean, 2 minutes until this next Dragon. Astralis have fought for all of them. This might be one they would opt or be willing to concede. Taking a look at the vision right now, very defensive. Astralis only got a couple of wards behind their red buff, and they're starting to move out of the base. And let's see, 1:25 to Baron, 1:40 until Dragon. And I'm mentioning it's that gold difference doesn't tell the whole story, because as a composition, the value that all 4 or 5 members of Astralis provide one another can sort of supersede or disregard that number, especially when you see Death Cap secured for Dayor, Infinity Edge secured for Kobe. He's not going to have his flash, and it looks like, as you mentioned, Vedi, deny this Baron, don't allow that to be secured by G2. It's going to be the more pivotal tool for what G2 need to win this game.
Keep my eyes out for all the summoner spells that are slowly coming off cooldown. See Dior's flash is about to be up, Jankos' flash just came up. G2, all their summoners are pretty much good to go, which is really important in the team fight soon to come. Caps debating if he should continue to push this bot wave, but Astralis, they have continued to stick with the strat of the 4-1, keeping their core 4 in mid. This gives G2 a few more options. You can see Caps tentatively deciding whether or not he wants to keep pushing.
There's a lot of fear on the Rift right now. Respect
now he has
as
info.
well.
Look at him. He has that blue trinket was really important because that gives him the go-ahead to keep pushing in this wave. And now he can really start threatening that inhibitor, which will force Astralis to split up even more. So now Dior's going to go back to base. He's going to go and answer. Caps then gets the window to disengage. Oh my word, Astralis are actually taking the gamble. They're just going to rush the Baron down the second that it spawns, and they're leaving their inhib open.
Oh, there's no TP there for Caps.
Look at the bot lane.
His way up, teleport going bot lane as Broken Blade will join Caps on the objective. 4 members of Astralis looking at the Baron. TP coming onto the Nexus turret as well. The rest of G2, they're trying to interrupt. They're pushing into the pit. The Nexus turret number 2 is about to fall. Vizicachi gets a stun onto 1. Caps takes up a second tower. Have they just won the game? The Nexus is being focused down. Flash away. A few more hits will do it. Broken Blade's going so low, and they've done it. G2. What was that?
G2 made the correct call, and they played the map well when it mattered most. They interrupted the backs, they knew that they had the damage to rush the Nexus down, and they avoided the fight entirely. Great play from G2 to end the losing streak and get back on the winning ways.
I was not ready for that to happen. I could not find the words. Broken Blade and Caps pushing just enough time to take down that Nexus.
I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, one of the options that G2 did have was playing more along the side lanes, leveraging the split push as an option, and it was Broken Blade that had set up all the groundwork early on, securing all those towers, and then Caps was just hovering, right? He was that threat. He was the one that was just making sure that the wave was in a great spot. And the second they had information on where Astralis was, they pounced, they made a decisive decision, and they were able to secure themselves the victory.
For 20 to 25 minutes, the game was dictated by Astralis making the first moves or putting pressure on G2, and then G2 needing to respond. They managed to win a couple of fights by punishing that aggression, and then just flip it on its head. You don't need to engage on the team when you can just engage on the Nexus with a teleport. Now, do you go bold call, crazy call, amazing call?
No, I think the call was good. I think there were a lot of things that could have gone wrong. In particular, the fact that they were able to kill the tower in time was really important, because if the TP had come through as well, but G2 would have bought themselves so much time with what they were able to do in the bot lane anyway, that I think that they would have been fine. So I think it was a good call from G2. I still have so many question marks around their early game. Their early game is not good. It just isn't, and they still need a lot to fix. But at the very least, the good news for G2 is they get themselves a win. And I think that for G2 fans and the G2 organization, they wanted to end that losing streak as early as possible.
Also, we could not find any record of G2 going 0-5 at any point. So if they had lost, it could have been a first. Kia, player of the game, and nominees at LEC on Twitter: Broken Blade, Jankos, and Caps.
It's Broken Blade.
Fantastic end to the game. Very exciting. But as you mentioned, a lot of things we want to see developed here from both squads. And Astralis on the other side, still going to play Thorn to many, many teams as the rest of Summer plays out.
I mean, again, like, it's a shame for Astralis, because I felt like that game was super winnable for them. And then the second that they left themselves open, G2 was very quick to punish. And that's why you need to give so much credit to Broken Blade, because he really did play that one team fight around that first Baron super well. But yeah, Astralis still a very scary team for sure.
Absolutely the case. Now we're going to head to stage with Machine and Jankos.
Thank you very much, boys. Love the cast. And give it up one more time. We've got Jankos in the building. Gentlemen, dude, first things first, that ending. I mean, I'm starting with the ending, but I heard you were talking on Euphoria about, getting through the early game. It seems like that was a conversation. Once again, did look like you had a couple of trips and stumbles, but what a base race to finish. What was the team comps like during that?
Well, we had strong side lane, right, with Talia being able to ult everywhere. And on top of that, Gwen was pushing a lot, and enemy team was grouping for objectives quite early, right? So I think BB called it where, he and Talia can go bot lane and they can basically keep pushing. And if we can stop the Nash bases, we can end the game, which happened.
Right.
But of course, the game was not going the way we planned initially from the early game again.
And this is something I think is very interesting, because you don't have the answers. You're in the game. You've played this for so long. You're a seasoned veteran of this video game, and yet still there are questions that you don't always have the answer to. You went through, you listed on the podcast, you were listing, well, sometimes it's top, sometimes it's mid, sometimes it's bot, sometimes it's junk, and you kind of essentially, you don't necessarily have an answer. It's just a question of you guys all showing up on the day. Who would you accredit this victory to? Was there a particular voice?
Oh, I mean, I think that everyone played okay. I don't think that we played that well, I think we just played okay. I think everyone did a lot of individual mistakes, but I would probably credit BB for the victory. So if I had to give him like the player of the game, I would give it to him. I felt like he was pressuring side very well. I think his Gwen flank, actually, that gave us the Nashor was very, very important. So I would definitely give a shout out to BB.
Yeah, it was gangster, and you break your loss streak. I'm sure that's important. We're at that stage in the tournament. I know it's all smiles when you do pick up that dub, but I mean, I just went through looking at your world attendance. You are 4 World Finals appearances, top 4 at every single one. When you get there, you dominate. You're definitely a presence. So my question is, I mean, you smile because you know where I'm going with this.
I mean, we are trying to make playoffs, bro. I know that it's cool. We can talk about making it to Worlds, we can talk about, being top 4 every time, but matter of fact is, we didn't even qualify to playoffs, and this win, which, is very important, was also super, super sweaty. And if we were to lose that game, we were 0-5, 4-5 in wins, blah, 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 right? So I do think we are still a good team. I do think that currently our scrims are looking better, and we are actually improving. So we should pick up the pace game to game. I'm not too worried about tomorrow or next week, but that being said, we still have to sweat for it.
Yeah, and it's interesting in itself to see you guys having to work so hard for it. I wish you the best of luck, bro. We do have, of course, the player of the game. Do I get to do that? I can't remember how it works here. Do I do that? I don't do that. It's someone else's job.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, because it's not you.
Because they're voting
and they're voting still.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Like, I'm just like kind of the guy who makes.
But you're calling Broken Blade.
I'm just like, I'm calling Broken Blade.
Okay.
But I'm here to do the interviews. I'm not really like a good player, but I'm here to like tank the content and.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I've looked. We don't have the graphic. Broken Blade is the player of the game. Jankos for the MVP of the interview. He carried me, bro. And we're going to head over back to the desk.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I think always setting my team up for success in every way possible is important.
The package coming out, Cap's gonna be in trouble. Razork unstoppable, he leans forward on Caps. It's flawless timing, but upset. A monster absolutely unleashed onto G2. He's gonna kill absolutely everybody. Razork getting the reset.
It to be a narrative that we're actually choking. I just want, if I'm gonna lose, I want to make sure there is battle from us.
Sin not able to do anything in this case. Almost flawless chain CC, just barely able to hold himself in time. Nuclear in, no Gnar ult left for him. Oda still off to the backside.
If we're actually gonna do this, I'm sure we can win versus anybody. Like, I'm really sure.
Rogue absolutely monstering BDS. Razork and Wonder taking over this game.
We asked Tremby to draw his teammate.
Oh, that's gonna be a disaster. I can already tell. Oh no, I have to do it from the side. But how does he look even? I'm not seeing that much, only on Rift, but I can't see his face that much. Oh, it's gonna be a potato kind of look. But okay, no. Let's make it look artistic or some kind of way, sure. I can't believe it. Let's just make sure that he has everything here. I think he's very happy for sure today when we had to wake up a bit earlier for Media Day. I'm sure he's gonna be happy. Okay, I'm ending on that. I'm not gonna make him suffer more.
There will be times when the waves hit harder, but we won't wash away. There will be days when the skies get darker, but we won't fade to gray. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let it fade into dust. Don't let our love There will be times when I overthink it, 'cause I don't feel enough. There will be nights when you get too jealous, finding it hard to trust. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away, our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it feed into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die, we're just too good to let it feed into dust.
Everyone to the analyst desk for the last game of the day already. Fnatic versus Rogue. It's gone pretty quick today, I gotta say.
Stomps across the board, hasn't it?
Yeah, let's hope that this one isn't as much of a stomp. I'm here to cover both the introduction and the picks and bans with Goldberg and Cadel, so very excited. I'd like to pull up the standings for a second just to have the lay of the land, because we have a very interesting situation in that Rogue is on a 7-game win streak, right? Those 2 games that they lost were actually very early on in the season. And then Fnatic now in 5-4, just coming off an 0-2 week.
Yeah, definitely are. Not to be like the devil's advocate for Rogue, but you come into week 1, you lost to G2 and Fnatic. You then beat Mad Lions in a game which you stole. And those 3 teams on paper are our top 3. So let's say they lost those games. They've beaten the rest of the pack. So now they've come back into the second round robin. They're against Fnatic again. As much as Rogue are our first place team, this will be very telling as to how their strength is against the top 4.
But I think a lot of that also goes into the, they are the only team who remain consistent, right? While the other teams have been struggling a little bit, Rogue has been the reliable, kind of stable team we could always, rely on to actually come up and perform against the teams where we thought they would beat them. Whereas the other teams, they were looking like favorites, weren't able to take it. And I think that's obviously why Rogue is in the position they currently are at.
But I can't follow your perspective in that now replicated versus the top dogs and also in the playoffs. Now, the $1 million topic, I think, about Rogue has always been how formulaic they are and how they play the game by the numbers. And in splits past, that's also been levied as criticism against them. Is there anything in their current 7-0 run that you discern from that? Like, it's different? Are they approaching their wins with a more X-factor aspect?
It's weird, isn't it? Because I feel like Rogue is the one team that thrives in the chaos. You think about how the split has gone, the patches after MSI, the durability update, all these OP champions coming in and out of the meta. Yes, they don't define the meta, and they're not the first to pick things like the Poppy or the Sylas, or they're not, one step ahead of everyone, but they're just in the sweet spot that they're able to practice these champions, stay on top of things, and I feel like this all comes down to their practice, which we've heard from so many different teams, that their practice, everyone loves practicing against Rogue because they're so conservative in how they approach the game. They never really let it get out of hand, and to the point where you don't really learn anything from the game.
And it's also just so different from because I feel like with this Rogue iteration, they're way more flexible than they were in the past. That's why they also regarded as as good as they were in best of ones. And then once it came to best of 3, if one team banned out or beat them at a specific style, they would often fall flat. But with this roster instead, I feel like they have so many tools to bring out different playstyles, and they just click so differently with each other than they did in the past.
You agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. I think that they have a good balance of, previously, let's think back to Rogue last year, where they have Inspired. It was the kind of Inspired show in a sense where, yes, you could have Larson on mages, and yes, you could have Hans Sammer on late game carries, but the most of the game plan was play for Inspired. But now that Malrang's been on the roster, the incorporation throughout the whole year, his adaptability and being able to get his team ahead just shows more of like a team playstyle where Trimby's much more free on the map, Larson can roam more. And yes, you can argue that yes, he's stuck playing early game champs. He plays things like Jarvan into 5 dashes, But I think that there's not much of a weakness because he's been playing so many different champions.
It's also interesting that all we talked about was Malrang, right? Come
Yeah.
spring, but now it's more of a holistic thing for Rogue. Let's look at their opponents in Fnatic. What a hellish week they have just had behind them. They lost to Misfits, they lost to Team Vitality, and I was super optimistic about this roster. I think even way back in spring, right? Kind of fell in the playoffs, but where do we land now with this Fnatic?
You know, it's an interesting discussion because I was right at where you were going into last week, where I'm like, wow, Fnatic, they're so multi-dimensional now. They're not just playing for bot lane, they're not just playing for offset. They can move up towards the top side, and it just feels like every piece is moving exactly as it's supposed to do. Then came last week, and it felt like playing it on a higher level when teams started contesting the top side of the map. Fnatic kind of fell apart as well as a team in terms of how they functioned as a 5-man unit. It felt like the bot lane was playing for themselves. Then later on to the mid game, they got integrated. But that like self-sufficient style we saw for Razork, where he played for the lanes instead of himself, wasn't really there, I feel like.
Yeah, and we can bring up the bot lane champions that they've been playing Fnatic versus Rogue, and I think there's a small hole in Fnatic's drafts, and it's not a big one, but as we zoom out later on in the discussion, we'll see it. Twitch, Zilean, Kate, Morgana, Zeri, Renata. The only main meta champion that they're playing, I think, is Zeri. We've seen a little bit of Draven, but things like Kalista and Senna we haven't seen from Fnatic yet, which are two lanes that are fantastic to play for or to leave on isolation after being even, that they can use their support to roam around the map on. You know, Lucian, Nami, Kalista lanes, Senna lanes, Seraphine lanes is what we've been seeing from Rogue. So Fnatic, not so much adaptability, but going to more lane-dominant kind of styles and countering what the enemy bot lane throws at them.
Yeah, but I also feel like the contrast to when these champions, we don't have to draft for that, like with the Twitch into this area where it's like, okay, we will take control of it later into the stages of the game. We will be the team that sits quietly and then can scale. They don't always, you know, kind of put them in the right position for it. I also think sometimes Hilly on some of these enchanters are definitely not looking as comfortable as he could have on some like other champions instead, where you get agency of the rest of the map. He feels very stuck to bot lane when he's playing enchanters.
Yeah, I think engaged supports is the Hilly show. You know, Hilly's been a bit quiet this split. Normally you think of him as the mad scientist doing these crazy plays. Fnatic's in an even game. Hilly does a Hilly thing, they're ahead. If you look at their team compositions as a whole this split, when they have engaged, they've won every game. It's only when they draft things like Kayle, Twitch, Renata, or Azir, Caitlyn, Morgana that they really struggle. Where is this engage coming from? Well, Wunders, Ornn, and Gragas, I think, are 100% win rate right now. He's been having fantastic games on things like that. And the one Kayle game that they won was when Hilly was playing Rakan, right? So they actually have an avenue to engage and end the game. When they're playing things like, one of their comps was Kayle, Zoe, Twitch, Renata, you don't actually have any CC. You can't really go in. You're just waiting for the enemy team to make mistakes into you. So closing games out and punishing the enemy teams a lot harder, which I think Fnatic's very good at because they love to team fight.
To be fair, Vitality's game could have gone either way, but it just feels like every time Hurley's on an enchanter, it's not like Rocket side. It's not like you don't have the same roam timings anymore. But it feels like Fnatic at times ignore these timings. And I think that's the big issues I've had. I've not seen the rest of the map be enabled by Hurley the same way you would on engage support.
And let's look back to spring, Aphelios Jinx meta. You look across the LPL and the LCK, they're still defaulting to Aphelios and Jinx. LPL, I think Aphelios is one of the most high prio ADs when AD carries a ban away. Why don't they just default to that? It's Aphelios gets good engage with his gravity gun. Upset is a very vocal player on Fnatic. You can hear it in the voice comms. He's very communicative in team fights especially. So when it comes to engages, he can just throw out an ult, get a flash, and then they can set up around an objective, rather than him playing these Twitch champions and things like this, where he needs an enchanter next to him and he needs a lot of time to scale up. I think they have the confidence and the caliber to actually push games forwards.
And that's how they've done it in the past many, many times. Let's contrast that to the bot lane on the other side, Comp and Trimby, who have gotten high praise also from the other bot laners in the league, right? Saying they might very well be the best. We asked also to make your all-pro team. You and Jamada agreed. Discord said Upset and Healy though, but that's how that goes. But contrast these two bot lanes and then where in Comp and Trimby's strength lies, both in terms of that champion pool possession as well as being able to counter the enemy as well as the laning phase.
Well, you say you just kind of lined them up there. Right, one thing, the flexibility of champions that you're bringing out. There is just way more flexibility coming out from the Comp and Trimby bot lane. One thing is that can enhance the 2v2 in terms of the Kalista lanes you bring out, but it can also enhance the rest of the map in terms of overplaying Senna, Seraphine. We're completely weak side. We're playing up towards top side or mid lane for the 2v2 with Malrang and Larsen. There's different ways to enable them, and I think that's what makes the Rogue bot lane so scary right now is the fact, one thing, you don't know what you're playing against, and the second off, when they are playing aggressive, you need to be on your back foot.
Yeah, the beauty of Rogue is sometimes you just have no clue what the hell's going on at times, where Malrang will get late invaded, he'll fall behind, or you think they're going to play to one lane, all of a sudden he shows up in the other, right? So I think that Rogue give you a paper draft where they're saying, we have a Kalista lane, we're going to play bot side, and then Malrang will do like a level 3 gank top randomly, and then you'll be caught off guard. Now you have 2 losing side lanes when you should really only have 1. And now the top's ahead. Malrang will just sit bot as he was supposed to do, but before he actually fell into what he should do, he actually did something prior. So there's a lot of unpredictability around playing against Rogue, and even if nothing happens in the early game, their macro is just so clean.
Yeah, indeed. We are going to cover picks and bans here on the desk, and I just got the cue that it is about to be ready. So as I bridge the gap to that, I'm really excited to see with all this context in terms of the bot lanes as well. What are we going to see? I think we need to see Fnatic pushed a little bit and then finding different solutions than what we had before.
And while we are talking a lot about the bot lane right now, I think that's the matchup to focus in when we get in game. But like to move on towards the draft, right? We've seen so much Poppy. We've seen so much Talia as well already come through. So I think for sure there's something to look
Top
forward to.
focus as well in Fnatic versus Rogue.
Into picks and bans we go. So Rogue on the red side. Traditionally, we see Fnatic love to counter pick bot lane. You know, if you first pick Zeri, we'll go Twitch. You want to play Lucian Nami, we'll pick Draven. Zeri already taken away. What kind of picks are we looking at here, you think?
Yeah, well, once again, like Puppy coming through as well. I feel like those are the ones like we already saw it blind picked already. The funny thing is as well in terms of AP junglers, not really looking at Malrang to be that specific one to go for them because he is that kind of jungler that will enable the lanes as much as he can in the early game. You talked about the Jarvan just earlier as well. So I think for sure those kind of mismatch ups that we see earlier today in the LCK with bringing up the Morgana, I don't suspect that too much here.
So taking away the Jarvan to deny a lot of early game pressure, there's a lot of OPs open. Sylas, Gnar, Poppy, a lot of first pick worthy champions that could be picked up here by Fnatic. We'll see if Rogue want to play some kind of Seraphine lane as well.
But Jarvan ban is so interesting because that kind of speaks to me like you don't want to pick Poppy yourself because if you pick away the Poppy yourself, you're perfectly fine with picking in towards the Jarvan. And I mean, just as you talked about it earlier, why not just locking that Aphelios immediately for upset?
Yeah.
First pick and not even counter pick.
It's a lot simpler, right? You don't have to overcomplicate things. Pick Twitch, pick Draven, pick anything. Tristana was Upset's game. I mean, he had a good Tristana game, but I think just do what the LPL and LCK is doing. Default to kind of good scaling picks that have an agency. Aphelios is one of them. They've already got good engaged. Larson and Humanoid, probably our two biggest Azir players in the entire league, are going to pick that up. Poppy still up. Sylas still available. Just think that's something Humanoid would look to.
Yeah, I mean, even now as well, if you know they want to play towards that bottom side, you can still slap a Gnar, not be too afraid that they're going to put too many resources into the Wonder Basket. You kind of have an idea that they're going to be playing for Upset instead. So coming through with the SC, I think that makes a lot of sense ever since we saw the Corki nerfs as well. You don't have to be worried about Corki being slammed in. The AP nerfs to his Rocket really just allows Larson to now shine and scale into the late game on this champion.
Weird one for Fnatic here. Do you go Renata? Do you just pick up Gnar, Sylas, have great solo lanes? Do you counter the jungler and pick something like the Trundle? So they have so many options here to pick, and obviously whichever they don't pick will get pinched. You know, if they don't pick Renata here, they're gonna lose Renata and Nautilus. If they don't pick Trundle here, they're gonna lose a jungle pick. To me, something like the Sylas would just work well, or the Gnar, yeah. So they've opted into jungle top. That means they'll drop their mid pick and they'll drop their support pick.
And you know, Trundle is one of the few champions in the meta that isolated works into Poppy. That's the reason it gets picked. Now, the reason why people don't like picking Trundle into it is because Trundle as a champion right now just struggles with a lot of champion that's in the meta. The amount of range he has to play into, you know, already playing into the Azir. Now there's a GP coming in on 3. These champions are very hard to navigate against, so a little bit telling of the matchup that we're going to be watching.
Yeah, I think Fnatic need to be careful of what Rogue can pick up here in bot lane. I mean, they could just pick up a Jinx trade, make it happy days, even across the board counter pick support. They could even go for some kind of Draven lane, which I think Comp would be very happy for. But I think it's on Rogue to make this bot lane matchup volatile if they want to, or shake hands and farm. Obviously, Rogue's picked their full top side here. Fnatic yet to pick a mid laner, so of course Rogue will target things like the Talia, anything that Humanoid can roam on. Maybe something like, as much as Azir would beat the Lissandra in lane, it's again another champion that Humanoid can roam around.
I would exactly think the same. I think whatever Rogue needs to do here is make sure that Humanoid cannot bridge mid lane pressure into bot lane pressure instead. Yes, there's the support matchup that you can take into account, but for now, Rogue don't care about that. They can just pick an AD carry on 4, then move on towards support counter pick on 5 instead. So really, it's just about mitigating the pressure that Humanoid can apply.
Definitely is, and I think this was an awkward choice there for Rogue. You know, Sylas, Lissandra, you'd probably take away Sylas in most cases just because of the power of the champion on this patch. Fnatic one more ban here, and I expect Rogue to pick their AD carry on 4 here. Draven Jinx could be an easy look towards, or pick away something like the Renata. Deny that from Fnatic, keep that from yourselves. Rogue would lack a little bit of engage then, so I think counter-picking support is just better all around, but you never know how high they value these champions.
Actually, Renata here forcing Offset to take Cleanse, into the champions. You already see with a Trundle, with a Na, it would honestly be a really good slam to come through. But coming in with a Caitlyn, room open for Morgana as well. Other champions, of course, to pair up with the CC, long range to come through. Another thing Trundle doesn't like too much. Looking solid.
Yeah, I think they don't want to pick a melee support because they're against the Trundle. They want to pick a Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Karma, Caitlyn Morgana lane. So now the question is, do you pick Renata here as Fnatic? Do you blind something like the Karma? Oh god, humanoids. Oh, Corki is here. But Corki got nerfed on this patch. Is it a worthwhile pick?
Again. So I've actually seen so Corki just from solo queue as well has gone on towards a shield bow Manamune Essence Reaver build now because of the exact AP nerfs that came through to the rockets.
Beats as well, probably.
Yeah, exactly. So going back to some of the AD styles instead, that still gives that like crit damage you really get on the long range there instead.
So they've gone for the Nautilus blind because they're saying to Rogue, okay, you pick your range support, we'll have kill pressure, you have push, and Rogue's responded with that saying, we're gonna go for Renata. Looked like they were hovering Braum for a few seconds there, but obviously choosing for the Caitlyn Renata lane.
Honestly, Renata feels so good to play into Nautilus. Like, you can handshake him out of his queue, and not only that, you know how Caitlyn usually put down a trap when an enemy gets CC'd? If you hit a handshake, Caitlyn can just put a trap anywhere. You just handshake it over on towards the trap. We've seen Fnatic play this initially when Renata came out with Hilly on this.
So let's zoom out a bit. Rogue, incredibly good team fighting, a lot of range to work with. Azir, Caitlyn, pushing lanes as well, very volatile lanes, but not so much engage. Poppy, good frontline, but a lot of damage to work with. Fnatic, similarly, a lot of poke, hyper carries, but also a lot of engage on their side. Pillar, Meganar, a hook. They have tools to actually start fights, which is what they were missing last week.
And I think that makes it a little easier for them. On the side of Rogue, they have to be way more careful with the way they navigate this game because there's only one, you have the hostile takeover to create space, and you have the Poppy. Those are the things keeping the distance outside of the damage coming through from the Gangplank and the Azir itself. Where on the side of Fnatic, you need to play around flanks here. You need to make sure that you're not just running front to back into the Poppy. Make sure someone's coming from behind. Hilly potentially with a Hex Flash. He's back on a champion with Hex Flash. We know how psychopath he can be with the engages. That might be exactly what Fnatic needs in a comp like this.
Might be exactly what the doctor ordered. Fnatic is trying to remount after losing 2 games yesterday. No, it was last week, in fact, Chuck. And Rogue on a 7-game winning streak. Let's see if they can keep it going. Fnatic versus Rogue.
Well, the analyst desk set us up beautifully for what will be a banger way to round out day 1. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about this draft because I think that Kidron made some great points about the engage tools that Fnatic have when it comes to the team fighting. Hello. The concern I have is engaging into Azir, Caitlyn, Renata, Poppy. I think that Rogue's comp inherently likes it when you engage into them, especially when you think about Gangplank's ultimate, the amount of space that it can provide, especially into something like an Aphelios. And so on paper, I just kind of prefer what Rogue have drafted for themselves, with the caveat being that I think that it's super important that they get onto objectives first. Caitlyn in particular loves being able to set up those traps and create this zone with which you have to play around. And I think that that's really the thing that stands out to me for Rogue, in that they have a lot of zone control as we see a bit of an early skirmish.
Well, there's the bop onto Trimby. Ignite thrown down. Hylissang forced to flash. Humanoid relatively close by. Upset down to 450 HP. Trimby is going very low. Can flash over the wall and is forced to do so. Continue to harass down Comp. So trading Hilly's sums for 3 from Comp and Trimby.
So overall, a good start for Fnatic, but notice Humanoid's position here. Larssen will have control over the wave, and we'll be able to start this push very early and get a bit of poke damage. Not that that will necessarily mean a huge amount against Humanoid this early on, but yeah, good start for Fnatic at the very least.
It is indeed. And of course, in this mid lane matchup, a little surprised in some ways to see this Corki locked in, but I just want to quickly throw some numbers your way. Larsen's most played champion is Azir with 43 games. His second most played champion is Corki with 25 games. So absolutely aware of the intricacies of how this will play out. I think, Vedi, what you mentioned about, like, compositionally speaking, how Rogue have some tools to deal with Fnatic, I absolutely think Larsen's Empress Divides are going to be pivotal.
It's so funny to me because we speak to pros all the time. They're like, why do you say that I'm like this type of player? And I'm like, well, you know, that's usually what you play. I'm like, no, I play everything, dude. I can play everything. I can play everything. Then we look into the stats like, you know, you've played 7,000 Azir games, right? And you're like, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, but I still play other things. So, of course, Larssen is a super phenomenal player, but we typically know him for his mages as Malrang has now run into Razor.
Stepped into Razork's jungle, dropped down the ward. Larssen is shoved very far forward and can come to the support. But Malrang was cut off from pushing in behind Upset and Hilly, who, by the way, are pushing into Comp and Trimby very, very heavily. So Malrang unable to make a play or try to punish that.
So Razork did a full topside clear into red buff. And conveniently, that covered for a potential early Malrang gank. But now they're contesting over this crab. Razork should force him off, given that the priority in the bot lane will come from Upset and Hylissang, meaning that that will be secured. So Fnatic continue this small lead in the early game. And I think it's really important that you isolate this Caitlyn and Renata as well. Not that long ago, when we saw Caitlyn lanes, we would actually see the map being split, where you would do your bot side camps, you would then use early push to, well, you could even invade very early on and kind of divide the map, force the enemy jungler out, and then control that side of the map. We see it less often these days, but I like the pathing that Malrang tried to take to kind of burn more summoner spells out from Upset and Hilly to then actually give more agency over to Comp and Trimby.
Of course, Razork making his way down. Dredgeline will find Trimby. Uses that handshake. Razork flashes forward. The Pillar of Ice is fantastic. Trimby's locked inside the minion wave. First blood secured by Hylissang. They're not done yet. Comp gets chomped, but there's no further follow-up, no further damage. And Comp's able to walk out for now.
A really good gank from Razork and setting up this Fnatic bot lane for success. Typically, this team has been a very top-side focused team, but they're returning to old and, well, successful ways as they look to try and set up Upset for success. He will not secure first blood. That will, in fact, go down to Hilly, but still, Fnatic find themselves with that first kill.
I mean, Trundle is 6th, 7th most played champion for Razork. Nearly a 70% win rate, and that flash pillar was pixel perfect, probably at max range as well. And this is how this engage started out.
Yeah, this hook really good from Hylissang. Tries to sidestep it, but not quite able to from Trimby. Then the flash into pillar means that there's no way for, well, there's nowhere for Trimby to go, rather. Upset. Props to Comp. His trap usage was really good there. He made life really awkward for Upset, who was trying to get in range and deal some damage, but they end up getting the kill anyway. And of course, it's not resulted in a significant gold difference, but Fnatic do find themselves with a small gold lead for now.
I think Odo, as well as Larssen, had CS advantages going into that play. You can see a small advantage for Larssen in the mid lane for now. And while this engage does look like it's going to fizzle, I just want to take a brief moment to talk about these bottom lanes, because we were, in our prep, focusing on them, talking about who are the best performing players and what to contrast. So when you see Upset versus Comp, kill participation higher for Comp thus far, but he's behind in damage per minute and basically bang on even in goals.
I think it's really interesting that you can see such a very high KDA from Upset, yet the kill participation is overall relatively low, and I think that that's the biggest difference in terms of the representation from what we've seen this split. Fnatic have not been a super bot side focused team this split, whereas Rogue have tried to play a lot through this bot lane, along with the bot lane 2v2 just securing themselves a lot of 2v2 kills. Now Malrang is trying to respond in kind. You can see him hovering around the lane. Hilly will have his flash back up. Malrang recognizes there's not really much I can pull off here, so I'm going to disengage. But I think it's really interesting when you compare these two AD carries, when you also contrast the amount of resources that they've had and what they've been able to do with the resources that they've been given. And credit to Fnatic, of course. Wonder, when he gets those resources, he has still had a very good performance and a very good split. But we are seeing a return to form with Fnatic playing a lot more towards bot side this game.
I do like the fact that they are showing a slightly more diversified approach. And of course, I'll talk about those bot laners without highlighting the supports. Hylissang at the moment not having the same, let's say, quantity or amount of success as we've seen in seasons past. When you look at kill participation, when you look at the ganks he's had, kill plus A as well as forward percentage. But I do think it's interesting to contrast these two players, as Hylissang always likes to play forward and in the face of his enemy.
We see Malrang hovering around mid lane. Humanoid does have the flash.
Well, Humanoid's going to get interrupted by that steadfast presence. beautifully set up and played.
That's a cool combo. I didn't even think about that one, but it makes a lot of sense. Hook comes through.
Gonna find damage just yet. Hellesang gets caught out for now. Level 5 as Upset continues to step forward with that white-green combination. Not a huge amount of damage really landing on both parties. The turret is dropped and instantly taken out. Hellesang will use this time to at least bait out some sort of play. Dredge line will connect onto Trimby. Flash is available to him. Moonlight Vigil comes out. Flash forward from Upset, but he's low. Down to 300 HP. Being fired on by Comp. Forced to back away. Those shockgrams running amok. Comp's not going to die just yet as Wonder will be taken out by Malrang. And it looks like Comp and Trimby have survived. Razork, level 6. He's got that Subjugate available. The Pillar of Ice is out. Looking to chomp down on Odo. He eats an orange and it's not okay. Razork gets himself another 2 kills to 2. As that bottom lane, nobody died.
I love that just after we talk about these two bot lanes contesting to try and be the best bot lane in Europe, we see an all-in and neither of them die, demonstrating some of the mechanical prowess that exists between these two bot laners. Really exciting stuff, but on the top side, Rogue find themselves another kill on Malrang, in particular, securing that one. And when we think about Rogue, Malrang facilitating his laners by setting up for ganks is a large part of where their success came from last split. Wonder feels like he's safe because he has a giant stacked wave. He has Razork on the Herald as well, but Odoamne with his use of the ultimate and Malrang committing the flash, they're able to secure that kill. But Fnatic will respond by getting themselves the first Herald.
All right, it's a 500 gold difference, 2 kills apiece, no dragon secured. Lawson maintains that CS advantage in the middle lane, and I feel like Lawson's had the push for most of the opening minutes of this game, allowing him to obviously build up a little bit of pressure onto Humanoid. He was the recipient of that fantastic gank by Malrang, and Rogue again marginally ahead. We've got ourselves a pretty bloody early game.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are supposed to be two of the best in Europe, and so far we've had a pretty back and forth early game. The kind of, I think Malrang, I've been really impressed with what he's been trying to do in the early game, and Razork initially doing a good job of shutting it down, but as the game has continued, Malrang has found pathing around Razork and has been able to find some pretty successful ganks. This should be the first Drake of the game secured for Rogue. Razork now level 7, looking to set something up.
Pretty bold, stepping forward without immediate backup. Hellesang and Upset remained in lane, shoved that one forward. Humanoid also catching a wave. Razork gets away with the Scuttle Crab. Dragon secured by Rogue. And I think you were talking a little bit about the teams and expectations, but Rogue have consistently been reliable as Larsson's going to slide and glide out to safety.
Let's not forget that Rogue find themselves on a 7-game winning streak right now. Considering they started off the split with a 1-2 scoreline during the Super Week, the fact that they've been in this type of winning ways for so long, it's the regular season Kings Rogue, right? You have a look at their week 1. They struggled against G2 Fnatic, and then they got that win against Mad. And that win against Mad was, yeah, you know what I mean?
It was sketchy at best.
And the fact that they've been on this incredible winning streak since then, you could argue like, oh, it's due to their schedule. You know, they had these tough teams at the start, but like I think now they seem to be informed the which this game is a big test for them. You know, can they actually prove that they do deserve to be at the top and that they should continue the mantle of regular season king?
I mean, for Fnatic, this is the uphill battle. Rogue secure first tower in nearly 90% of their games. They've got second highest goal difference. And of course, that tower difference, it is the highest. It's a slightly odd statistic, but those percentage points mean a lot. It basically just means that Rogue will, on average, have more towers than their opponents. I think, you know, just to say some numbers on the other side, Fnatic only get first tower half of the games. They only get first herald in a third of the games. So for Fnatic, still some inconsistencies in their approach. But what I love now, 11.5 minutes in, basically even as far as the overall state of the game, but it does feel as though Rogue are just marginally ahead. They've got a few more proactive plays, and I think the fact that Humanoid is being bullied a little in the middle lane makes me a little nervous as we head into this mid stage.
Well, so there are a few things you can ask yourself if you're looking at this game and you're trying to figure out, oh, well, okay, who's in the better position, who's winning, etc., etc. Typically, Caitlyn lanes, her strength is, I mean, I wouldn't say that anymore she like has this mid-game trough. Like you could still argue that maybe she does, But that's like an old tried and true caster
That is a
classic.
classic caster
But
line.
what I will say about Caitlyn is that she is very effective at sieging towers in the early game. So getting early heralds is really valuable. The fact that Fnatic secured it and denied it will slow Rogue's ability to siege early on. And Herald will also make it easier for Fnatic to be able to contest it. Ooh, Malrang tried to use his ultimate there, but Razork with a quick sidestep. Will they be able to stop this? Not quite. Good secure there from Fnatic. Means that they'll make that mid tower a little bit weaker, and this will be one of the hardest sieging points for Fnatic. And now they're threatening a dive onto the bot side of the map and securing more plates. So when we, again, come back to this question of who's securing a better early game, like, sure, the easy answer is Fnatic right now, given that they've just gotten a bunch of plates. But it's important to put into context that sieging against this rogue comp is very difficult. Caitlyn traps, Renata, Azir, Gangplank ultimate.
Yep.
It's very difficult to take towers, which means that as much tower damage as you can get in the early game with this type of comp is extremely valuable for Fnatic if you enter the mid game relatively even. So I would say that right now Fnatic is much happier given the current state of the map, and they're going to secure themselves another plate, as Wonder should be able to chip that one away. There's another one. So right now that's 5 plates across the board, kind of being evenly spread across for Fnatic.
And of course, that's going to give them that minute gold lead. Fnatic will continue to apply some pressure here. Wonder jumps on top of Odo, forced to flash away as the cannon barrage was melting his HP. Now Razork has found Malrang with no keeper's verdict. Flash is available if this Poppy needs it, and instead will just be able to waddle his way to safety.
The phase rush there coming in clutch from Malrang as he drops down the chilling smite to both apply the slow, get a bit of extra movement speed, and the phase rush means that he was one zoomy Yordle. That's the word I was looking for.
Very.
What?
I'm getting very excited for like team fights objective
Naturally,
battles.
that is a play-by-play thing.
Do you have a preference, or do you lean towards either one team for setting something up or potentially fighting? I mean, I know Rogue have got some disengage tools, right?
Well, like, often in pro, you have to think about who gets on the objective first, because different comps are good at doing different things, right? So, hang on, Lawson should be fine. Yep. So, the thing about Rogue's comp is it's very good at controlling space. With Caitlyn traps, with Azir soldiers, with Gangplank's ultimate, you do really well when you own a space first and you force the opposition to walk into you. Fnatic have pretty good poke, which means that things like Corki and Aphelios, they can contest this space, but if they can't actually move into the space to poke, then it becomes a lot harder. So often what you'll see is a lot of contention around the setup. And that's why you'll see what Fnatic is doing very wisely here is, look, they're trying to gain prio through bots because Rogue is playing through mid. This then gives them easier access into the river, and now you see this dance. How quickly can Rogue set up around the objective as the flash comes in?
Flash for flash traded and stolen away by Razork. Malrang's caught inside the pit as the hostile takeover will buy some time, but Humanoid and Upset are melting through Rogue. Thus far to 1-for-1, but Comp's running for his life, taken down over the wall, and Malrang flashes away from that Moonlight Vigil. Razork won't be able to pick up the kill. 2-for-1 and the Dragon to Fnatic.
Great engage from Fnatic and a really clutch secure there from Razork. I didn't think he'd be able to actually steal that one away, but there we saw a situation where Rogue didn't have all of that set up. Fnatic very smartly used their prio and bot to be able to shove in that wave, and then as a 3-man collectively push their way through, as Wonder now in a bit of danger.
Gonna hop over the wall. Mega Nars just moments away. Malrang feeling confident that the backup would help him, and I think Fnatic just, they dove in instantaneously.
Yeah. And that's where you have to give a lot of credit to Hylissang, and it comes back to what the analyst desk was talking about earlier. When we see Hylissang on these melee supports, it gives Fnatic way more agency to actually force these engages. And so much props needs to be given, because look at Hylissang. So there's no traps here, there's no Azir poke, so Hylissang just flashes in, goes to the hook, forces Comp away. And this then gives access for Humanoid to come in from the flank, and look at Upset's positioning. Sidesteps the Renata ultimate, but he's just free hitting everyone. While Hylissang does lose his life, the fight ends up going heavily in the favor of Fnatic, and these traps, they're just not doing anything. So well played by Fnatic, very good decisiveness, really good response to how, even though Rogue got onto the objective first, Fnatic found a way into the river, found a good fight, and now they secured another Herald to boot.
I think it might be fair to say Rogue need a little bit of time as well. You want to set up those traps. You want to be able to ideally face down Fnatic from one sort of angle, because Humanoid and Upset, were just uncontested. They were free hitting for quite a few seconds in that fight. That gives them the 2,000 gold lead. The duo lane's pushing up top with the help of Razork as well.
So now you can see Fnatic doing something that is tried and true for Fnatic, and they're rotating their bot lane around the map, and they're leveraging this Herald. They secured the bot tower, they move up top. Let's see if Odoamne can pull off a little play here. He has the ult. Nope, the barrels won't secure anything.
No, barrels don't find a target. Cannon Barrage still available. TP is up for Larssen as well, and Razork's coming in potentially from behind. Cannon Barrage used to clear out the minion wave. Shelly does get that bop onto the tower. And Fnatic are starting to push Rogue around the map, pressuring the mid lane. TP coming down. Malrang throws out the Keeper's Verdict, and the Steadfast Presence will interrupt Wonder's hop. But I do think they've got a numbers advantage for now. Larssen remains unchecked in the bottom lane.
So Larssen gonna continue to push. But right now, Fnatic... Oh, that pillar's going to interrupt.
No, it's on cooldown, I think.
I mean, it had to have been,
Yeah.
right? There's no way Razork wouldn't use that. Okay, so Larssen gets out just in time, which means that Fnatic, they secure themselves top, mid, and bot. And again, like, so much of this early game, right? So much of it has to come back to Razork's pathing, which is kind of crazy to think about how, like, the butterfly effect, but Razork pathing from topside into red, seeing Malrang trying to set up for that bot gank. If Malrang gets that gank off, this whole game is very different. But by stopping that and then Razork securing bot side control into then a bot lane gank, really set up all of the moving pieces for Fnatic to successfully play through their bot side and then kind of snowball the game through there. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that Fnatic have won the game. The gold lead is sizable and Fnatic is in a great position. But Rogue still have a comp that will allow them to win later game teamfights. The question is, can they execute well enough to come out on top?
Handle the pressure that Fnatic is applying. I still love that flash Pillar of Ice from Razork for First Blood. Production and observers gave me a heads up, by the way. The Pillar was on a 3-second cooldown, which is why Larssen was able to escape. He did expend the teleport, however, and we're a minute away from the next dragon. It's only one apiece, so neither team really forced to play for that. CS is pretty much even across the board. Itemization is pretty much even. I'm keeping an eye on where Humanoid's going with this build. Obviously, it changes on 12-13. But Vedi, I just have your voice in my head saying that Rogue ideally want to be first to an objective, ideally want some time to set up. And it looks like right now, Razork is pushing in and maybe dropping some wards.
Because let's swap it on the other way around. All right, that was really bad English, but let's say Fnatic is first on the objective. Now Rogue has to walk into all this poke, right? So now you have a composition that doesn't have the best engage tools. Trying to get close to Corki, trying to get close to Aphelios, and then if you do get close, oh, well, there's a Pillar of Ice that's in your way, slowing you down, and then there's also a potential Mega Gnar that you have to run past. And when you have little engage, you can see how difficult it then becomes for Rogues to be able to walk up to the objective and actually leverage the range that they have, which is why being first is super, super important. And that's why you can see that in this position, in this map state, even though Rogue have the bot push, they're like, you know, we have too many members top, Larssen doesn't have TP, like, let's not bother, let's just concede this Drake, let's just continue to scale for the time being.
I mean, this dragon is pretty inconsequential right now as Humanoid goes forward and instantly taken out. Malrang waiting in the wings for that exact moment.
Yeah, Humanoid was not expecting that. He did have his flash up, though, so I'm surprised he didn't flash out of the Steadfast Presence, but regardless, that's another kill going over to Rogue. They will secure their first tower of the game.
Does that tilt Humanoid, or does he just brush that off as unlucky?
You just laugh. I think at least I would just laugh at that situation. I'd probably ask, like, why is Poppy here?
They're inside Humanoid's head. And of course, the fact that these two mid laners have faced one another so often. 7 wins to 6 in the regular season, 12 wins to 11 in playoffs. I love the fact that it was a first pick blind Azir from Larssen, super confident and comfortable. And right now, he currently has the better of Humanoid, but Fnatic as a team have the better of Rogue.
It's really interesting how close the head-to-head is between these two players. It is one of the longest-standing rivalries that we've now got here in the LEC, and to us two, they're still like relatively new boys. You know what I mean? When we think of like oldies, you think of Nuke Duck or Duamne, those guys that have been around like since near the beginning.
Yeah, going on 8, 9, 10 years.
But like, admittedly, what Larson, Humanoid, they've been in the league 4
correct
years now. Like it's crazy how their rivalry has developed and how close the two eyes. Fnatic now control the top side of the map. Marang trying to reclaim some of that control.
Oh, that's a dredge line onto Marang. Commits a number of abilities, securing at least that kill.
This
Now,
could be a
Baron is up. No smite available.
Yep.
Cannon Barrage is a few seconds away.
Where did
Rogue contest this?
Hilly just flashed over the wall. He said, I'm not wasting time. I'm just getting in there.
Can they contest? Can they stop this? TP is up
can.
for Odo. 2 seconds for the Cannon Barrage. Sand Soldiers are available. 3,000 HP. TP being used. Emperor's Divide is up for Larson. Down to 1,000 secured by Fnatic. Another barrel onto Humanoid after TP concludes. Enough Fnatic are being run down by 4 members. Another great barrel. Hop forward from Wonder. Uses the knock. Razok jumped on. Parlay and slash to the face. Larson throwing out those Sand Soldiers. Command attack available. There goes Larson. Looking for upset. Emperor's Divide secures the kill. 1, 2 members down. Wonder and Humanoid now running for their lives. Odo looking to chain those barrels. Flashed away from by Humanoid. There's a TP in the middle lane. And it looks like Fnatic have got away with a few of those buffs.
Wow, so Rogue played that team fight incredibly well, considering that was a 4v5. The flank from Odoamne with the barrels was perfect, the ultimate was extremely good, and it felt like the Fnatic really didn't have many options to respond. Of course, they still get away with the Baron, but let's see that initial pick onto Marang. Ultimately, this is a bit of a mistake. He feels like he has more control over his jungle than he actually does. He does have his flash up, chooses not to flash away from the hook, and at this point, he's realized, okay, I'm dead. So, big mistake there from Marang. He definitely could have gone out of that position, but the ultimate from GP does so much work. It kind of forces Fnatic more into the pit. Then the ultimate for Con comes through, and look at this barrel onto Humanoid. Chunks him out massively, and now Rogue can actually chase down, leveraging their range. Really good stopwatch from Larson as Odoamne gets the initial pick onto Razok. Upset tries to turn it around. You can see how long he can actually stay in the fight, and it's not very long at all. Larson then realizes, you know what, I can just commit onto this play, invests his flash, secures the kill. But just a really well-played fight from Rogue.
It was, and that was ultimately 4v5. They were able to, kind of harass down Fnatic that were focusing the Baron. But I think one of the highlights, Wonder, Humanoid, and Hilly get away with that buff. The fact that both solo laners have it is so important. Larson and Marang slowed down by that Pillar of Ice. The 4th member of Rogue's defense makes their way up. Wonder's in the mid lane, and Odo's down bottom, so they will hold for now on that top tower. But Fnatic are not done. They're going to continue the siege. And I think, by the way, Vedi, I have to go back. You talked about how hard it is to kind of take down towers into this Rogue comp. With the help of Baron buff, that makes it a lot easier. It may explain why Fnatic are chasing all the way forward.
Upset.
Hostile takeover comes out and Upset's held in place long enough on a Cannon Barrage to secure the kill, or the barrel. Humanoid gets chunked out by a parlay. Wonder's continuing to pressure the middle lane, and that's a knock against the wall into a 2-man follow, but the damage just is not there. Now the TP coming in from Wonder.
Marang tries to set up a play, but as you rightly said, quick shot. The follow-up just wasn't quite there from Rogue. But in reality, Fnatic's still fine with this. They end up securing 2 towers, both top and mid, and all they lose is Upset. And he didn't even cost his flash for that. So, sure, Rogue get themselves a kill, but in terms of map control, Fnatic still find themselves in a very good position. Of course, that Baron power play not going to look the prettiest because they did end up getting killed around the objective. But now the Drake is up. This is going to be an important one because Fnatic can put themselves on Soul Point. Let's see how things play out.
Upset is still in the bottom lane. He's going to be a little late. Wonder making his way forward. And Razork, not just there yet. The Subjugate on cooldown can see the Dragon. It's only 2 apiece at 25. And we continue to play this one out. There's a few big team fights still to come.
So that was the big net win for Rogue after that little play because Fnatic had no ults there. There was no Hilly ult, no Upset ult, no Razork ult, meant that Fnatic, if they tried to force a fight, it would not have gone super well. Of course, while Rogue were in a similar position, the fact that Larson still had his ulti ready was just going to be so massive for the Rogue comp. So they chose not to risk it. The Drakes are 2-2 apiece. And this has definitely been our closest game of the night.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And remember that Rogue are on that 7-game winning streak. I think for Fnatic, being able to pick up that early advantage thanks to Razork's pathing, which Vedius, you've talked about a fair amount, and to be in a position at 26 minutes where they're still dictating sort of the flow of the game. Fnatic are looking to bounce back from that 0-2 week 4. To potentially look at taking down Rogue will be very, very crucial when you look towards the end of summer, when you look towards playoff seeding.
And I wonder if you can bring up the standings for us right now, Quickshot, because I think we should look back and think about how close and important matches like this are for Fnatic. You find themselves, obviously, SK and BDS being highlighted right now, but...
Not the one that we need to highlight, but it will show you the standings for everyone else on top.
The important thing to recognize is that Fnatic find themselves only at 5-4, and they are so close to the rest of the pack. Every win is super important in terms of being able to make more progress to the top of the league. So getting a win off Rogue would be massive in terms of the standings.
Oh, Rogue stepping forward straight into a 5-man stack of Fnatic. This is a 5v5 showdown for now. One pushing top and bottom lane. We're a minute away from the next Baron. We'll see Humanoid going to catch and push that wave. He has teleport available. Actually, all 4 teleports are up and available. I'm looking down the rest of the summoner spells. Lawson will have his flash in just a couple seconds. Humanoid is just dinged 16. Taking a look at his build, by the way, on 12-13 Gale Force as well as Tiamat. Making his way forward. We're not going to see that same level of explosive poke damage.
Yeah, for sure. But he's still going to hurt. The poke is still there. It's just not going to be quite... I get hit by a rocket, I have to be sent to the hospital immediately. It's still going to be lethal. The Corki's still going to do a lot of damage, but we'll see how much damage as we get closer and closer to the fights. The Baron spawns in 10 seconds. Fnatic is back out on the map first. They have the mid in push. The mid in push. They have the push in mid. They have the push in top. Razor getting a little deep here.
Oh, he is indeed. He's got the pressure for now. Ace in the hole comes out. Razor stays alive just a few seconds longer. Larson takes him down. Meganar is up for Wonder. Hellesang forced to flash. The Moonlight Vigil does so much damage. Upset. Gale forces forward. Flashes over. The Emperor's Divine, but here comes Odo. Drops a barrel. Gets the kick onto Upset, but it's at the cost of Cobb's life. Odo jumped on by 3 members of Fnatic. He's forced to run for his life. Wonder hops forward, looking for that boomerang, waiting for the cooldown. And Malrang, the man who was jumped on first, managed to catch out
so
Razor.
fast.
Runs for his life. It's a 1-for-1, but all of a sudden, that Baron is looking very juicy. Malrang escapes with
and
his
he's in
life.
the fog of war as well.
That?
They couldn't find him. He's able to escape, but huge props to Fnatic, considering how badly that fight started. They nearly won it in the end, and honestly, I would say that they did. They can still threaten the Baron, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
I really want to see how much damage Upset dealt that fight. Playing it to perfection. Multiple members of Fnatic in the pit. This is a 3-man Baron for now. 4 of Rogue. Closing the gap, 6,000 HP, it's low. Malrang is on 250 HP. 5 seconds on Smite, 2,500 inside the pit. Channel on Hex, can he steal it? He does! Rogue do it! Malrang gets the Baron! Razork flashes forward or hops forward. He's looking for that pillar of ice. Trimby split away from the rest of the team. The package thrown down, chucking up the rockets. Ace in the hole, not going to be enough to pick up the kill. Odo's the target, and Razork will find it. Now Trimby and Comp turn it back around. It's another 2-for-2, but the Baron to Rogue.
Malrang, you absolute mad lad! There was like 1 second on your smite and you're still able to steal that? What a hero play from the jungler from Rogue. Fnatic looking to get a collapse. Oh my god, but there's still so much of this game left to play. The Dragon spawns, 25 seconds, both teams getting back out on the rift.
Teleport there into the middle lane. Trimby, Comp, and Larson looking down Wonder, Upset, and Hilly. Comes out the Vigil, and not a lot to follow up. 14 seconds before the Dragon spawns, and Hilly still just trying to threaten something. Potentially throw out that dredge line. Wonder, by the way, has TP available to him, but he's just mega gnawed out, so we'll need some time to cool down before a fight, and Fnatic concede it because Vedi is the 3rd Dragon. It's only the next one, and you have to fight. 31 minutes in, we are dead even as far as these teams are concerned.
I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that Baron steal, but I know at some point we'll see it, and I want to know how pixel perfect that was for Malrang. What exactly happened? Because that was one of the craziest steals I've ever seen. We were counting down the smite timer. I didn't think he was going to have enough, but Fnatic, they delayed it. They delayed it because they were worried about the burst, and And because they delayed it, it gave Malrang just enough time to get his smite off cooldown. At least, I think he stole it with a smite.
We have to find out.
Oh, we're about to find out. Okay, so you can see the timer at the bottom of your screen. So does he actually smite it? So he hex flashes over the wall.
Oh.
Where does it come from? It's Q smite. Wait, it's not his smite. His smite wasn't up. He just stole it with a Q.
That is...
He stole it with his Q.
What? There are no words for that moment. Fnatic, when they watch the replay back, definitely going to be kicking themselves, but it puts us in this position where Rogue, remember, we're in the deficit. Rogue were being pushed around by Fnatic, and goal difference is now balanced right back out. 3.5 minutes until the next dragon that will be for Mountain Soul.
That's the second time that they did it against Mad too. There was the Ezreal ult that stole it the last time.
Well, can they finish this game out? Rogue looking to be 8-0. Continuing to siege, take down yet another tower. This is going to even it up with Fnatic at 5-5. Fnatic, teleport is available for 1 day. He's level 17. Looking for some opportunities to jump onto that back line, but last few moments it's been fantastic team fights. How do Rogue close this game out?
Oh, I don't know. Don't ask me questions. Look at this game. I mean, honestly, it's just been really incredible team fights from both teams. I think if you want to talk about a standout, Larssen, his Azir has been so impactful in every single fight. And even at the very end there, when Fnatic were trying to close things out, he sidestepped Humanoid's rocket, which definitely would have killed him, to then not only get that kill, but to then turn around and get another kill from the rest of the teams that were playing it. He has 0 deaths in this game, and obviously it's not the highest kill game ever, but with the amount of action that's happened, the fact that he has walked away unscathed should go to show how well his positioning and play has been.
It's been flawless, and of course Upset in that previous fight was able to disengage, was able to get away from everything that Larssen threw at him. A quick look at some of those items, 4-4. I think Odo's barrels are going to be very problematic if he can continue to find them one after the other. TPs are up. Razork will have his flash shortly. Most of the flashes coming up. Razork and Trim be the last to go. 2 minutes for both major objective. And we've got ourselves set for a banger. Berlin, I have a question. Will Rogue win this game? Will Fnatic win this game?
Oh, it's pretty even. That's pretty even.
To my ear, I think there were more cheers for Rogue.
That's kind of what I heard too.
I think so.
But it's close. It's definitely close. And what a great way to round out day one here in week 5. This is, of course, the beginning of our second half of the split. The race for playoffs is officially on. All of these teams are looking to secure those playoff spots along with those world spots. Things are only getting tenser and tenser, and a win here will be massive for the rest of the season moving forward.
And Vetti, just a quick reminder that Fnatic were able to take down Rogue. One of their 2 losses is Fnatic. Very, very important for the rest of the season. All right, 1 minute for Mountain, 1 minute for Baron. Malrang trying to turn around. Razork does get handshook backwards, but Rogue are somewhat split up. Comp is potentially being jumped on Flash for Flash. Hilly will be very happy with that. The rest of Fnatic continue to pressure forward. Malrang is miles away from the squads.
Okay, so of course the Dragon is still 50 seconds away. So Rogue were just a little bit early in terms of trying to contest control, and Fnatic made the smart call of let's just fight, or let's just keep pushing down mid. Upset leveraged that wave, and Hilly saw an opportunity to get Comp's flash. Now, this could be huge in the upcoming fight. Losing your Caitlyn this late into the game would be massive, but of course, the additional damage threat of loss and Nodo Arme still exists. I respect the attempt from Hilly. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't quite able to find it.
Surely Rogue can see the Dragon and try to defend the Baron. It would only be 3-3. Malrang once again on the front line. Teleport being used here from Larssen. The rest of Fnatic now stepping forward. Comp, I think, actually used his Gale Force forward. Pillar of Ice there will dissuade further follow-up. Humanoid, does he go in? 1, 3, and 2, 4 items completed. It feels to me very like Rogue want to fight this Dragon.
Oh, I mean, of course, yep. The problem is they don't really have an easy way into the river. It's going to melt before Rogue can really contest it. The Baron is now up. The teams are tied 3-3 in Drakes. They were like, Casters, it's not close enough. We're going to make it closer, but here's the pillar.
Oh, Trimby's very low. Humanoid, if he jumps forward, has to deal with that Sun Disc. A lot of Sand Soldiers to get through. and Wonder's Meganor is going to slowly start to time out. Baron is up. There's no real vision to speak of. But Malrang and Trimby are low. Fnatic, they've started this one off. Hylissang's coming from south of the river. Malrang keeps Verdict, sends 2 away. Now they hop into the pit. Hilly is looking for a target, but he can't find him. Larson blows him up. It's now 5 versus 4. Humanoids drop down low, and Wonder's got no Mega to speak of. Rogue this time in control of the pit.
And now look at how much control they have. The Sand Soldiers, can they get the tracks down?
The burst damage is still very high. Some of the heal has been used. Larson goes for the Emperor's Divide, but it's flashed away as Upset will once again escape. Odo this time being jumped on by Razork, and Wonder, that's the shutdown. Trimby finds it onto Upset.
Humanoid killed Upset.
Are still running for their lives. Odo gets poked by Baron for another shot, and now all of a sudden Fnatic are back available. The Baron survives, but the teams do not.
I love these team fights. Fnatic, they should be losing these fights much harder than they are. Humanoid.
Gets caught, pulled back. The damage onto Trimby is so immense. The rocket will not find its target. But now they're forced to run away.
Wait, but
Wonder
that's
is here.
massive. That's massive because the rest of Fnatic have been able to reset. And, but Rogue, they're just going to commit to this anyway. Wonder is hovering around. Here comes Malrang.
Fight!
The
Razork
TP?
currently alone. 1v2, but no damage finding its target. Hilly needs to get through the trap. They managed to find Humanoid. The Hexflex, the shield stays alive for a few seconds. But Larson manages to pick it up through that Maw of Malmortius. And can they go for Baron again? TP once more. Benny, it's just non-stop. Rogue is still trying to secure this objective. Hylissang's got the ultimate.
I think they've got it.
They're going to look to finish it off. 2,000 HP. Hilly steps forward and will not be able to find anything. Rogue finish the Baron. They extend that gold lead by 4,000. And it's 2.5 minutes to Seoul.
Oh my word, what a team fight. And it ends up being Rogue's victory. They're going to propel the gold forward. They will secure the Baron. And Fnatic find themselves now on the defense. They'll have to try and protect their base as Larson, the Emperor of Shurima, will be setting his sights on the Nexus.
6-0-6 for this Azir. Has been involved in 12 of his team's 13 kills and heavily involved, frontlining those Emperor's Divides.
Is nuts right now. He is doing so much damage. He just melts anyone that gets too close to him. But I can't believe how crazy. These fights have not gone as I expected. Dude, that's a lot of damage. Props to Humanoid. He's been doing his fair share, and he's not running the AP build. You know, Corki has been nerfed, but late game Corki's still a thing.
Yeah, we saw one of those big ones hitting inside the Baron pit. Still doing a lot of work. Not quite game-ending tier.
So in the last team fight, what was crazy was once Larson went into stopwatch, Trimby used his ultimate onto both Humanoid and Upset. Upset cleansed it, but then Humanoid just killed Upset. So that was that.
Oh man, there's too many things to follow right now as Rogue will use this Baron to secure their 6th tower of the game. 1.5 minutes away from Dragon, reaching pretty much full builds. Several members. Upset got that rapid fire cannon. His 5th and final, but he needs time, needs to be able to find those targets, and the pressure from Malrang, from Odo, from Larson, from all different angles has been gigantic. I hit that with my elbow, that was not intentional. Okay, Vedi, let's judge setup. Rogue, they're here early. They've got the traps, they're pushing the vision. This means it has to be Rogue favored.
It should be. They just need to push out this bot wave, but it looks like they're not going to push it just yet. They're waiting to get another wave mid. The Dragon is still spawning in about 50 seconds time, and by keeping it here, it makes it harder for Fnatic to clear out that wave because they can't overextend. So Rogue, I think, doing the smart thing. They can probably send someone in the near future to push it out, but for now, they're just holding control of this bot side jungle.
Oh, observers, if this drags out a moment or two, can you toggle to Fnatic vision just to see how much darkness there is? Dancing on the edge, Hylissang gets chunked down. This is what Fnatic are working with. Hylissang steps forward. The barrel is gigantic. Cannon Barrage not going to be able to finish off the kill. Hilly needs to run for his life. Wonder can stack that Mega Gnar. He's got his sights set on Comp. Handshake pulls Comp backwards, and a rocket drops him a little bit lower. Wonder still trying to get that ulti, and Hilly will buy some time to heal up.
Here comes Malrang.
That's a stun into the wall. Comp gets the final blow. Hilly will be a little late to this party. 65-second death timer. Dragon is up, but Rogue, they're pushing forward. They're pushing into the base.
They've got the Sun Disc as well. Odoame has the TP. Rogue, though, they're not going to overcommit. They're going to make their way towards the bot tower, and Odo's going to solo the Drake.
Malrang gets knocked up by that Pillar of Ice. Upset gets choked out. So much damage. Her Sand Soldiers in range from Comp doing work. The tower will be the next focus. Soul secured for Rogue, looking for their 8th win in a row. One inhibitor down, another to follow. 30 seconds before Humanoid is up.
Fnatic, they're going to need some type of miracle fight to come out ahead, but the range just seems so brutal for Fnatic to deal with. Rogue continue to keep Fnatic at arm's length as they find pick after pick, but that is Fnatic's base left intact.
Oh my word, 2 inhibitors, the Soul. Malrang finding that heroic charge into the wall. Just unlocked everything. And of course you saw the vision, like Fnatic, they had darkness. They had to try something and ultimately stepped just one moment too far.
Just a really great play from Malrang. Look at how fast he is with the Dead Man's play into Flash, Slam. Humanoid, there was very little he could do about it there. Even if you use the W, the steadfast presence is going to prevent you from dodging anyway. So just a really good play, and arguably just slightly poor positioning there from Humanoid ends up getting punished. So Rogue now find themselves with what, 5.5, 6k gold lead. The Baron spawns in a minute and a half, and Rogue, they're just taking their time. They don't want to risk anything. They know that they're stronger right now. They are so much stronger. The only real way in which Fnatic can turn this around is if they can find some type of pick onto Rogue, but with the GA now coming out onto Comp, all the summoners being up and available, it's a very difficult task to accomplish.
It is indeed. Larson and Comp with flashes available. Actually, everyone on Rogue except Malrang for now. Number of summoners up on Fnatic's side. The package is being delayed here. Humanoid wants to hold on to it for as long as possible. Super minions making their way towards the base.
Whoa.
Package picked up. This is the double TP. This is the double TP. Megadon's available. It needs to be massive. That's not the way. Malrang with the Keeper's Verdict. But Razok is the focus for now. Chunk down low. Comp finds the kill. It's actually Odo that secures it. The Malrang goes golden. Is upset. Cannot shoot any targets. Humanoid forced to run for his life. It was a bold strategy, Cotton, and it did not pay off.
Oh, the idea was so good. I loved the idea from Fnatic, but it just couldn't quite come together. Such a great ultimate from Malrang to split apart the duo. Humanoid was left isolated, and Rogue could very quickly regroup. Now they make their way towards the final Tier 3 tower of Fnatic.
Inhibitor will be the 3rd of the game. It's 10 seconds to Baron, 30 seconds until Razork is alive. A Nexus turret falls to those super minions, and Fnatic have to clear them out, push them back, and this should allow an uncontested Baron. 3rd of the game for Rogue. Malrang with the hero play again, interrupting that engage.
The Baron now secured. Rogue immediately make their way towards the top lane. There's very little left standing in their way. God, but that was a play for what it's worth. Like, in the position that you're in, not many teams would come up with that. And that's why I have a lot of respect for Fnatic, because you have to try and do something, you know?
Yeah.
When your backs are literally against the wall, you've got to try and make that miracle play, and that was so close to being that miracle play. Rogue just responded too well and shut it down before it could be anything too problematic.
I was just looking at that Narbonne, looking at how many members of Rogue were inside the choke point. Did not come to be, and now with Baron empowered minions, Cannon Barrage used a little bit early. Good chunk there onto Upset, and this will allow Rogue to take out the tower. 5 members pressing forward. Upset needs to heal back up as much as he can. He's going to deal with the super in the bottom lane. 3rd secured now for Rogue. They're playing this one as respectfully as they can. Of course, Wonder now going to be a small threat. Flashes up, wait for him to time out and go back to Mini-Gnaw, and then see, do Rogue continue the siege? It feels like that's the case. Dredgeline will find Malrang. Pillar of Ice locks him forward, but Hell's time is so incredibly low. Malrang gets the bailout for a moment or two longer, but the kill is secured by Humanoid. Wonder chunked down by the parlay. Upset still full health. Got himself that red as well. Stepping forward, the AoE from the blue gun doing work. Larson caught by the Dredgeline, but there's not enough damage. He flashes to safety, gets himself the kill onto Helisang. Upset remains alive. Upset's got no summons available though, and the rest of Rogue are focusing on the Nexus. Upset can do naught to stop Rogue. The 8 streak continues. Rogue take down Fnatic. I am exhausted.
What an incredible game. We saw some crazy team fights, but it will be Rogue that continue their winning ways. 8 games in a row. Question marks surrounded the roster after a struggling start to the split, but they found their formula, they found their way to win. And huge credit to that man in the mid lane. The order was given, it was Fnatic's execution, and it was Rogue that delivered the blow.
7-0-10. First pick, Azir. Larson involved in 17 of his team's 18 kills. But my word, Rogue had to work for that.
Oh yeah,
game.
they really did. Like, I have to give so much credit to Fnatic's early game. They really did so much right. I need to go back. I mean, it was that Baron steal, right? It was literally that Baron steal that swung the game. This really was such a great game from Fnatic for so long, and it's important to recognize that. You need to go back. We don't have live. It's hard to dissect
so
exactly,
hard.
but that Baron steal was massive from Malrang. The fact that I think it was his Q, I'm pretty convinced, that secured it, and then that began the comeback for Rogue.
I mean, my hands are shaking from that game. The tension was unrelenting, and both teams managed to both successfully accomplish plays that led to an advantage, but also got punished for it. For Fnatic, though, the team that I think had more to prove coming into today, that was a very good showing against Europe's #1 squad.
Oh, for sure. And I think that Fnatic struggles last week. I felt like that we didn't really see them this week. I think that we saw a lot of great things from Fnatic overall, and I expect them to come in strong once again tomorrow, but man, so many highlight plays from both sides of this game. Malrang, he made some clutch plays. Like, when you think about player of the game, the person who had the most impact, it was Malrang.
Yeah,
right?
You can't pick. You can't pick. I mean, look, there's 3 candidates, key player of the game. Malrang, Larson, Odoamne.
It's a tough one.
It's
a tough one.
super tough because ultimately the entire team played incredibly well, and like every single one of them had moments that you could say were game defining.
Yeah, I think like Larson obviously had like, in terms of individual performance, like the best player on the Rift today. But Malrang, clutch. He was so clutch today.
Charges into the wall.
TPs and his use of the ultimate, like all of it was just... we saw some crazy team fights today. That's going to be a fun game to rewatch and recap. What an incredible way to round out the day.
For an old man, Odoamne has some GP barrels. Well played. We can head up to Machine and Odo.
I'm old, man.
Old?
For esports, yeah?
I know, but the audacity from Trevor Granddad Henry over there.
That's
true.
fair.
The audacity!
That's true. He's old enough to kind of be my dad.
Yeah. I mean, it depends what he was up to. But I got Odo with me, and he was up to no good. 8 wins in a row now, bro. It's, I mean, after that first week, could you visualize this? Could you see this turning it around so quickly and so efficiently?
I mean, even though we're 8 wins in a row, I think at the beginning of the run, those wins were, some of them were steals. Our game wasn't really, our gameplay wasn't really so clean. I think by like our first like 4 or 5 win streak, 3 of those games were kind of sketchy and maybe not like super deserved wins, you know. But I mean, we kind of started to ramp up, you know. At the end of the day, wins are wins. Now I feel like we're kind of going back to our usual form. So now I'm glad that we got those steals at the beginning, you know. I feel like we would have ended up here anyway, even if we would have lost more at the beginning. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad for it.
Talking of steals, wouldn't mind bringing up the one of this game. Let's jump into it if we can bring it up, because I'm talking about Malrang. The caster's trying to work out how he started. Do you have the be-all and end-all? Was it just a Q? What was it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Malrang was like, he's 1 HP, so our initial plan was that me and Larson are going to try to steal it together, because we were kind of banking that my barrel was going to crit and he can do, like, you know, his Q and kind of have enough damage.
Sure.
And then Malrang, out of nowhere, he's just flashing into the pit with like 10% HP and he just steals it, so I was like, okay.
Gangster, kind of gangster.
Relax. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of where, I mean, I think we were winning the game, but we kind of inted just before the Nash. So I feel like the steal kept it in our, you know, in our yard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And how is the kind of the voices of the team divided in that respect? You know, in terms of keeping everyone cool when you are on the verge of an int.
I mean, it wasn't that bad because we felt like our comp was pretty good. So even if we fall behind, even if they would have gotten that Nash, we were like, yeah, it just kind of sucks. But we kind of have the tools to win. And I don't know, I feel like compared to the beginning of the split, everyone individually kind of matured in terms of, you know, their role in communication. I feel like there's not as much chaos as before. We're giving each other a bit more space to talk, and everyone's a bit more optimistic and has a bit more, you know, trust in our picks and each other. So it was nice. If it was the beginning of the split, it would have been a bit of a, yeah, a bit of a shit show.
Yeah, well, perfect word for it. I've used that one before myself. I wanted to ask a little bit, actually, bigger picture, because you know what, you know me. I rock up to a League of Legends event, and you know, just jumping in, trying to get my feet wet and understanding exactly what's going on.
Completely like clueless, but smurfing it in the end.
Well, I mean, it's not my hottest day. It's not my hottest day today, but we'll warm into it. But I wanted to talk a little bit about, you know, the big picture, because normally about week 5, you've got some clear front runners. You know, you've got your usual candidates, and then a couple of, you know, plucky young dogs. Rogue at one point were the plucky young upstarts. So just help me have a look. I don't know if we can bring it up, but just in terms of the scores, how close they are. We had what, a 4-way tie coming into today. If we could bring up that. I know I've just thrown production under the bus. This is not in the schedule.
I mean, I kind of know what was going on. I mean, it used to be a lot closer, but Fnatic and Excel and even G2 dropped the ball, you know, last couple of weeks. Because by like week 3 or 4, everyone was like super hyped that, you know, Excel, Fnatic, G2, Rogue, even Mad, especially Mad, because Mad is kind of improving massively compared to Spring Split. Everyone was like hyped that the split is a lot more competitive, but we started seeing them drop some games. So I feel like now, I mean, we're kind of having a breakaway, and everyone's still fist fighting it over there in the middle, but it's still too early, you know, to kind of have a definitive answer on, you know, the power rankings going towards the end of the split, because in 4 weeks, a lot can change.
Oh,
someone
absolutely.
can go 0-8.
Yeah, I mean, well, so, yeah, someone can go 8-0.
Especially us, we can go 0-8 as well.
Oh, stop it right now.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, but I mean, it's certainly unpredictable, but through a pro player's lens, my last question, but I want to ask, you know, who would be your sleeper pick? You're scrimming them, you're grinding them, you're weighing up the power rankings. Is there a particular team that you still think perhaps is being slept on, perhaps could sneak that 4th spot that's just been given?
I mean, I'm a bit confused because Misfits is not looking great at all, at least in our scrims, but they're just on 5-game win streak. Actually, they lost today, so the hype train kind of derailed.
Okay.
But coming into today, they were performing really, really well. I didn't really know where it was coming from, so I felt like they were kind of a sleeper pick, but after today, it changed. And I don't know, it mostly just depends on G2, because right now everyone's like, yeah, G2's in the middle of the pack, they're not really doing that great, but when they wake up, they have a lower bracket. I don't know what it was, 15-game win streak, and
they can do that.
They just win the split. So, yeah, I mean, you can't really write them off, but I don't know.
It's tough.
I don't really have a dark horse.
Well, I appreciate the insight all the same. I think a lot of people are just waiting for G2 to start that engine again.
Maybe tomorrow against us.
Hey, there you go. A little teaser for you. And a little teaser for what's coming up next. PGL's coming. Trimby's on it. It's going to be a blast. Odo, once again, thank you for the carry. Much love.
Always my pleasure.
We'll see you tomorrow. PGL, stick around. Stick around.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Welcome everyone to the LEC post-game lobby. My name is Shox and I'm joined by Jamada and Trimby. Trimby, after that crazy game versus Fnatic, very interesting when you sat down, you talked to me about the bot lane in general and how Corki came down level 1 and how you've experienced that before versus Fnatic. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, when Niski was playing, I believe. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it was Niski. They played with Sylas, and I remember Sylas coming bot, level 1, and he was camping in the second brush for like, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds. So he lost I think 3 minutes of XP. So I had the same, it was like kind of a deja vu situation, right? Where like, yeah, I felt like it already happened, right? And they already got another, like, some kind of help again in the bot lane department. But yeah.
You can take that as a huge compliment because they think that they need to shadow it because you guys are just too good.
Maybe they just think we're that bad, so we're just walking right, so they just want to contest us. That also could be the case.
That could be the case. I don't think that's the case, though. We had a lot to say about bot lane in general, about meta and bot lane. You know what? A lot of bot lanes that we speak to, I think it was Flacket as well, in the Spring Split, say that you and Comp are actually the best bot lane there is in EU. What do you think about that? And what do you think you're good at comparatively to the other bot lanes?
I mean, I think we're pretty good right now. I wouldn't say we're like, you know, like that good that we can like make sure that nobody can play the lane versus us. But I think we're like at this point where we can easily find the matchups that we want to play. We can make sure we get the leads out of them. And I think people are most of the times when they draft against that, they should be aware of that.
Yeah.
So they don't put themselves in a disadvantaged positions. And I think that's something we're really good at. I think we're making sure that they just, I mean, I want to make sure that if they pick something that is bad, I'm just gonna punish it, right? And that's my kind of goal. And I try also to help it out with other teammates. How is my view? So yeah, I just want to make sure that not only are we able to get advantages in game, like from the early state, but also make sure that when they're coming to the game, they already feel a little bit stressed because we kind of outdraft them, right?
I love that, Jamada. I mean, it's true, right? We see it when we look at their drafts as well.
Yeah, no, I think especially, I kind of wanted to pick on some of the drafts a little bit. I wanted to ask, when it comes to, especially because in summer, the game has changed a lot comparatively to spring, how much do you think that's helped you and Comp as a duo, considering a lot of the games in the first sort of 15 minutes or so, they're typically a little bit slower than what we used to see in spring?
It for sure helped. I don't think it was like that big of a change because yet we didn't see big shift of the meta. I felt like people are still playing the champs we used to see, and that's what kind of sticked to. But yeah, I think me, for example, I'm trying to like find always like better outs than what usually I picked, and maybe those champs a lot of times are better. Sometimes they're not. So I might be griefing by picking a champion, right? So I'm always trying to make sure that I get like the best out of the possible options, and yeah, we're trying to make sure that it looks good, and I hope that it's also entertaining, right, for the people watching it.
It's very entertaining. And sometimes with a patch, it takes a while, of course, to also take hold and competitive. I'd like to take a look at some of the highlights from this game because it was so back and forth, Trimby.
Yeah.
It was so stressful. What was said when Malrang stole the Baron with the Q, I believe?
I mean, it was. I was trying to call out because we have Azir GP, right?
Yeah.
So I thought that we can try to burst it with GP Barrow and Azir auto Q with W. But yeah, when he stole it, it was just crazy, right? He was like 1 HP. They didn't even think of it,
No.
I'm sure. Or like they knew about it, but they knew that he's 1 HP. He still does it. He's crazy.
It's crazy, man.
It was really good. It was insane what he did.
It's a tilter.
It's, yeah, losing Baron to a Poppy Q, like
Just
40
a
minutes into
Poppy,
the
then
game.
a Poppy Q, and a Poppy
Hex
with a
flashing
Q,
over the
a
wall
Hex
with
flash
200
with 1
HP.
health.
Yeah, it's
Insane.
definitely, it's pretty bad. I mean, I think you mentioned, just as we was coming into PGL, a lot of the games are going kind of long, so a lot of teams are struggling to close out.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any particular reason? I know you said you're not too sure, but do you think like there's actually a particular strong reason, or is it also a trend you're seeing maybe in scrims as well that teams are struggling to close out the leads they do get sometimes?
I mean, for sure, scrims.
It's a different atmosphere.
I don't know how it is for. Yeah, that's for sure. First one. Second of all, I don't know how the scrims are for other teams. For us, they've been fine, I would say, but I think quite a bit of them are ending way too early in a sense that, you know, you get the lead and then the game does not look like as it looks on stage. I think so. It just, I don't know. Like I guess everyone plays a little bit different on stage, like even a tiny bit, and then the games are more closer, way closer than they should be. So people just don't know how to close them out when there's like even footing in the game.
Yeah.
And I think it's just, I'm not sure. I think, this split does a lot of throwing, like
Yeah.
even from our side. Like, I don't know. It's just random stuff happening. I'm actually serious. It's like, it's so weird. It's really weird because I watch the games, right? Seems like the game might be over. Bam, there's a comeback that you would never think of, but it just happens, right? And not sure, maybe, for sure in scrims it's hard to practice it, I think. It's like, it's a little bit of a different environment, but at the same time, maybe people are just silly and sometimes just, forget about some stuff in game on stage.
Maybe now that we're getting into kind of the playoff race and everything, people will clean it up. Speaking about performing on stage, the key player of the game was Malrang. I think when you get that steal, it's, yeah.
He earned it.
Yeah?
I think, safely.
What?
He earned it. It was so funny when he took the kill on Korkyu and he had like he said in comms because he really wanted to give it to Azir, right? So he was so sad about it. But yeah, it was really good outside of, I guess, of the fact that he got caught one time very sadly. I think he'd been.
Oh, nothing
the game
gets
was really
past
good,
you.
right? I think everyone did something bad in this game. I think I did a lot, like myself. I think I missed like 2 or 3 team fights. I played pretty bad and I was not happy about it. But yeah, I think teammates made sure that they're good in the game and they somehow, we managed to get through it.
Yeah, you're always very critical. Last thing about the game, maybe it was a very clutch-focused game, right? You needed the clutch, you need to perform in the clutch, and I know in the past, you've been disappointed with yourself at times, especially when it came to like the best of 5s and whatnot. How do you feel that you deal right now under the stress specifically in the game?
It depends. I like to make sure that people don't, I would say, beach out. Like, just I don't know. It's just so I feel like now I'm more happy to play aggressive, and I don't really care if I'm gonna die because of it, or I don't care if like the fan will say that Heli or Targa is like 10 times better than me. Like, who cares? I just want to make sure that I can win.
Yeah, who's in the final, right? So,
I just want to make sure that I can win, and I try to do it in a way so my teammates are also not scared. We tend to be, right, is this big thing about us choking and everything. It tends to happen. I think even this game, I think we were sometimes a bit scared to do stuff, but a lot of times it's because we play way more safe than other teams, so it feels like it's just a bit different than how we play. But yeah, I believe that sometimes we lack this thing where you need to like do something and instantly and don't be scared about it. That's for sure something that we lack. Like not particularly like someone or
something to work on.
Yeah, it's like I think it's just more to get comfortable, like on stage and overall just be comfortable with how we play. And I think we're doing better and better at it.
Thank you for giving us something to talk about, because when you're doing so well and you're winning 8 games in a row, it's like, oh, yes, Rogue, good.
It's fine. If it comes to Rogue, there's always going to be something to point out. So I got used to it.
Hey, we hold you to the biggest standard, until you lift that trophy.
Pretty nice.
Jamada, so we came into the day being a little bit confused. Are we any the wiser about the standings?
Wow.
The stream can't see my face.
Yeah,
the answer is very much no. I feel like we're still in the same muck that we were in at the start of the day.
Yeah.
How do you feel, Trimby, about the standings actually? Like, are you surprised by anything? Like, to me, you and Mad Lions are the 2 best teams in the LEC right now. I think that's kind of an undisputed fact. But is there anything in the mix that you feel is like kind of strange to see?
For sure, like seeing G2, right? Like being this low, but they've not been playing the best. So I guess it's understandable. And other teams picked up a meta a little bit faster and they play well. So yeah, that's for sure something. And outside of it, I think Astralis is doing pretty well overall. I think that Misfits got a lot of wins. I thought that they're not gonna be able to do so. But I knew that they might, but it looked so strange to me that they got so many wins. And yeah, I'm happy for them, I guess, right?
Yeah. I think there's nothing we can predict except for Rogue being on top. Do you think there's actual danger of like Fnatic, G2 falling out of playoffs?
I'm not sure. For sure, both G2 and Fnatic are not like looking the way we all thought they would look. But I really would doubt that they would miss playoffs. At worst, one of the teams. No, for sure not both. I would say for sure not both. I don't know which. It really depends, right? I'm not gonna say anything about G2 because they did crazy miracle run or however you want to call it.
Yeah.
Right?
Now
So,
you're like, oh no, I can't say anything.
I'm not gonna say even anything about it. I'm just gonna let it be.
I mean, if they get into playoffs, they can go on the crazy run, but they have to get there first, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We'll see. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow because I believe Rogue has another spicy game, if I remember correctly, against G2, in fact.
Game.
Wow, the timing is perfect.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, you took down Fnatic today. Do you think you can take down G2 tomorrow?
I think we can take
I'm pretty sure you can, but will you?
Honestly, anything can happen. For sure, important one will be draft, I think. Because last time we faced them, I think we didn't manage to play the way we wanted, as well as the draft that we had. It was not something that we were used to, technically, I would say. So, yeah, I think now we're more prepared for that. And as well, G2 was not looking the best, but I think today they won, right? So
they did, but did you see the game at all?
I heard. I'm not watching when it's the game before.
Course.
Yeah, I'm not watching too much.
It was super close. Let me just put it like that,
I mean, I heard about the or like a backdoor or something. That's what only thing I
yeah,
heard.
it was kind of like a half backdoor, indeed.
They were just throwing stuff at each other. I can't say on air. It was.
Their games actually at each other.
Yeah. It was just very back and forth. I think Astralis are probably going to feel pretty bad they lost that game. I think in the fashion that they did.
I'll let you know the match of the week is Excel versus Fnatic. Jamada, what do you think?
I think the fact that XL won today, didn't they? My brain is fogged.
Yes, they actually won in the second game of the day over Misfits.
Over Misfits, yeah. I think the fact that they picked up their win and also the fact that the other team did. That team.
You mean Fnatic?
Fnatic, yes, sorry.
Oh, yeah. I did a double take because I was like, Mickey,
I think the fact that,
You're stuck in the past, Chuck.
I know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think the fact that XL1, Fnatic dropped their game, it kind of sets things up for Fnatic in terms of if they lose this, I'm not going to say playoffs is like out of the question, but you're starting to think, okay.
Stressful.
It's stressful, right? Because now you have to crawl in 8 wins, 9 wins is normally the barrier. For XL, taking down Fnatic would kind of, for them, eliminate another team that they're contesting these sort of spots for. So I'm just looking forward to it. I'm really looking towards the bottom side matchup as well.
What do you think, XL Fnatic?
I think it's gonna be a close one. I don't know who's gonna win. I think it's gonna be. It might be a Fiesta like it was.
A Fiesta. We love Fiestas over here.
Of course. It's so nice. It always shows who's good mechanically and everything.
Let's take a selfie then. Oh, okay. Jamada, you're first actually. It's I don't know if it's like probably not that fun in real life. I don't know, but here we go. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. That was all from us here today in the LEC. We'll be back tomorrow for more action. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Did XL know that Mercer was there? They saw him for a glimpse. He dropped a control ward. They saw the control ward. Okay, but now he's going to go mid, so they didn't expect this one. Walking away. He's in a lot of trouble now. Knockback onto BTO is big with the chains connect this time. Flash in, finishing the kill. A thumbs up from BTO.
Dredgeline will find Trimby. First blood secured by LSN.
That's the power of Na right there, baby. That's a counter pick for BDS in top lane, and Genex again coming out ahead.
About to witness the solo bolo. Good stun. Genex keeping it going. Another wall.
It's a solo bolo.
Oh, he's going to throw the drill out. Boom! Get it with the drill. Genex first blood.
Unforgiven rises up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward, and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold.
That just made it so dang easy. Patrick now stepping forward, another wall coming in. Clean Root comes in from Neon to buy a bit more space. Markman already over the wall. There's just too many members of Excel left standing.
Good night, sweet prince. Are they going to go towards Barony and Genex?
That's what are you doing? What are you doing?
What the heck?
He knew. Oh, now DK. Oh, the 3-man ult. Oh my God, baby.
Rogue plays the Gnaw into the wall is gigantic. The damage follow-up is just about there. No reset for Copy just yet. 1, 2 coming out for Cersei. That would be the case. LeBron finds the dredge line, the knock-up onto Kazi as well. The sidestep forced a flash, and the Whirling Death closes it out. That's a double, as well as the secondary charge, and another dredge line. Perks is shut down in the middle lane.
Yeah, wow, okay. This is interactive. This is hype, that's for sure.
Can you interview someone?
Oh no!
There will be times when the waves hit harder, but we won't wash away. There will be days when the skies get darker, but we won't fade to gray. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let it fade into dust. Don't let our love, don't let our love die. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Don't let our love, don't let our love die. Won't let our love die. There will be times when I overthink it, 'cause I don't feel enough. There will be nights when you get too jealous, finding it hard to trust. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break